command.
Okay, because
I pressed it.
I'm gonna get a haircut because we got the hairdresser here, so I'll dip out for like 20 minutes.
I pressed it.
No, it's gone live. Don't worry. We're on time.
It doesn't say. It just doesn't say live yet. You know.
Yeah. No, I hear now. We're here now. Let's go.
Check it out. It's awesome. It says, "Please be nice."
Not.
I don't care about your merch, bro.
It's only when it's full screen.
Marriages end in divorce,
Right,
which unfortunately means the other 50% ends with someone dying.
Not the best
So I guess there's really no chill.
There we go.
A doofus.
All good?
Mm-hmm.
Press 1. Do it. Do it now.
I didn't say only news.
Sounds good. Also, the guy that doesn't like me, I have sleeves.
He doesn't watch.
Way to end.
Huh?
He doesn't watch, does he? I don't know.
He might be here.
A marriage. But as a child of divorce, this is a subject that hits close to home for me. Or I guess it hits close to two separate homes for me. And going through a divorce as a family is hard enough as it is. There can be a lot of resentment between family members for a variety of reasons. But hey, at least you never have to argue with your estranged father publicly over the internet.
Nobody cares.
Right?
Get to the video.
Well, that is the case for most people.
Get to the video.
Trauma that you have, that's funny. It has to actually be funny.
Great topic of discussion, right? Trauma is traumatic inherently, but some of it
Really?
My
I said
dad
I don't care about
abandoned
his
my
merch.
family
Skip
when I was
this.
5
Not true.
years old. That is a wife and 4 kids. He abandoned us and then pursued amateur breakdancing, and he got really good.
Okay, so right off the bat, wow, that's hilarious. I think that's just objective.
Wow.
So Brett, who's
Okay.
like as a human being, but
Celebrity status, like viral breakdancer. He became like the
This guy
oldest
does go
active
through the
competing
entire
breakdancer
drama
in the
saga, though?
world.
Okay.
Because
Tell me
there's
when you
there's
want me to
multiple
keep-
there's multiple parts to this, but
Okay.
basically we really only want to see what's when his face is not on the screen, but he
Mhm.
will give context in between those shots.
Well,
make
let me
jokes
know
and
when you
stuff.
want context and don't.
Well,
If
first
you
of all,
didn't say
it's gonna
anything,
be
I'm
it's gonna be her and then her dad's response. That's all. That's
Mm.
all we care about in the beginning.
Okay.
And then I think once he's done in the dad response, all the jokes he
Mm.
makes in there are like, okay.
Sure.
Then he got on Good Morning America and talk shows, and Washington Post wrote about him, and he went super viral, and he did all these interviews, and he danced with Paula Abdul. And here, I'll show you.
Let's see. Take a look at this 60-year-old breakdancer. Yes, 60 years old. Amazing.
That's Ben Hart. He's competing at a breakdancing competition in Philadelphia, and he may not have won, but I tell you what, he is winning over a lot of people on the
holy
internet.
shit,
He really
dude.
is.
Yep, he went over a lot of.
I'll say it, dude. He is fucking up the day. Like, pay for your fact that they have a break out of my. Okay, let's keep watching.
He may not have paid for some of my medical bills growing up, but he did give me this breakdancing merchandise. So that's
Sick,
him.
epic.
He's on his head. Benihana is
This
his boy name. You know, I'll get
is
texts
epic.
like this. Happy birthday, question mark.
Yo. Easy rude. Happy here it is. Like, why the fuck dancing? Go. This video crazy saw that one pretty large flat coin dancing dash him by Doonville. It'll look like same point in
Come on,
stuff.
bro.
There's the dad.
Huh?
He missed it. He showed the dad. The dad's response. He skipped over it.
Go on.
There he is.
Couples do get divorced. See her dad. However,
But right away, he's got some objections to some of the claims that were made against him by his daughter.
and frankly, I was pretty chagrined by what I heard, to
Chagrined.
say the least. However,
Look, we'll
I
have
do
merch
need to correct
eventually.
a few
Okay.
statements.
I'll design it
It'll be
myself.
sick. It'll be
I'll design
sick.
it myself, and
It'll be the
I'll
highest
only do
quality.
it. I'll only do it if I partner with a charity, though.
Mm-hmm. And it'll be the highest quality. No shit.
No, it'll be garbage, but it'll be cheap garbage, but it will go like halfway to us and halfway to a charity.
Mm. Or if we like match every purchase with a clothing donation somewhere or some shit like that.
Something like that, sure.
Yeah.
Statements in the video.
I also don't really know why he's talking like a cartoon villain.
First, I can see that as a 5-year-old, Maddie would see her dad as having abandoned the family. One day I was living there. The next day, I wasn't. And that will look like abandonment to a child. But married couples do get divorced about half the time in America. And I was just living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange,
The other half of the time
Illinois.
they
Okay,
die.
so I made the same point at the beginning of this video. A lot of marriages end in divorce, and it can be a confusing thing for children.
What'd you say?
I think he makes a joke earlier saying, and the other 50% ends in death. Because he said earlier that 50% of marriages end in divorce. I think.
I'll agree with that. But like, your kids wouldn't say you abandoned your family if you didn't abandon your family, dude. Why would you lie about that? Like, if your parents went through a divorce and you still have a good relationship,
Not paying medical bills. That's just not correct. Maddie's mom, my ex-wife, got $2 million at the get-go. Plus, I was paying her $18,000
He does a
per
good job
month
making it
in child
transformative,
support
you know?
and
Yeah.
alimony.
and if that's true, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Dude. Break.
Accident in 2012.
Nobody accident.
I took up breakdancing entirely by accident in 2012.
Nobody actually like said
I know about this in my weird guy. Or a minute video or whatever being like, you know,
everything he said.
I know my dad posted like a 10-minute video or whatever being like, you know, my daughter's lying. We have a great relationship. I have a great relationship with all my kids. That's just objectively not true. Like, guys, we're all freaking out about this in my family group chat right now. We're being like, he's so unhinged and delusional.
And the contradictions continue.
We don't know if he actually believes his own narrative or if he's lying on purpose, but he's just like a weird guy. He said he lived down the street from
This
us.
is NATO
And I was just
expansion.
living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange, Illinois.
This is NATO expansion. This is very crucial to Ukraine entering NATO.
That's not true. Or like if he did, it was only for a few months maybe, but actually for most of my childhood, he lived in Florida with his new wife. Like basically like he left
See,
us
you
and he
skipped
even
over a
married another
bunch of
woman.
stuff.
We didn't hear
There's a bunch of missing contents because I
We
told you when it
really
gets to the
have-
dad, stop skipping because we need to hear the dad's entire story. And you skipped half of what the dad had to say, bro. I was very clear. Now we don't.
I
We don't.
told you to tell me to stop.
I said when you get to the dad. Doesn't matter now. Just play it.
hear from him for years.
I saw the kids all the time.
He truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know when my birthday is.
I saw the kids all the time.
But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial
Thank God
help
he's
with
doing
medical
flashbacks
expenses,
to
like
give
especially like in
context that
college,
we
and he wouldn't help me.
Now, about not paying medical bills. That's just not correct.
That's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he wouldn't pay some of my medical bills.
I don't know what to believe. I don't know the truth. I am at liberty to believe her, the person who went through this, because I'm not going to trust a guy wearing a Bitcoin shirt. And also the top response to Benihana's video is "You are awesome" from none other than Elon Musk.
Oh my god.
Automatic L. If I posted anything
doofus.
and Elon Musk responded to it agreeing with me,
Oh my god.
that's
A
how you know you're on
doofus.
the wrong side of history, dude. It's also really funny for famously deadbeat dad Elon Musk, whose own daughter changed her last name so she would never be associated with him, is
hilarious.
applauding another deadbeat dad. And on top of that, most of the people like hyping this dude up are dudes who have been in similar situations. This guy Douglas Carr said, "I've been trashed on social by my daughter. You've set an example I will strive to follow in the future." Praying emoji. Dude, in the future? So you know your daughter is going to do it again? Hey, here's how to stop that. I think the best way to ensure your daughter won't badmouth you on social media is
For breakdancing.
20 seconds.
You can just speed it up too to get through
Of
this one.
breakdancing.
I
This
did
one
not
has the
abandon
most
the
context for
family.
sure.
What?
I said you can always speed it up to get through it faster. This one just has the most context because I couldn't just open with Candace Owens' opinion about this because she's going to mislead us about it, you know?
For breakdancing.
20 seconds after saying that, he does this.
Now, some of you might be wondering, can he still breakdance at age 66? Well, I don't know. Let's see. I'll give it a try.
Oh my god, no way.
Okay, Maddie, let's see how the old man does.
No fucking way. Okay, normal speed.
You like his flag?
What?
You like his flag?
Yeah, it's great. That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm finna be in the pit.
The main point is
That is awesome. Flexing on a motherfucker.
Well, look, see, we got to do a poll. See, Dad is in the right. We're gonna have to do a poll at the end of this. I'm telling you, this is the real thing. This is the metric. Like, fuck left, right, Republican, or Democrat. It's if you think this dad is cool or not.
that it's never too late to start breakdancing.
Oh my god.
The Bitcoin flag in the back is taking me out, dude. What are you doing, bro?
The
So there's
Bitcoin flag
really
looks
no
science too.
excuse for anyone
I wonder who.
Probably nobody cool.
not to be breakdancing.
All your daughter wanted you to do was step up and be a good father, but all you did was step up to the streets. If I ever saw a video of my dad breakdancing in a Bitcoin shirt, I would never recover. I would need the help of every therapist in the world.
All right, are we done? And we got to Candace?
No, there's more. There's definitely more context.
How do you just go on living a normal life after seeing that, dude? Also to be like, I never abandon you for breakdancing. Now check this out.
All right, would you prefer me go now or later?
I mean, we should get through this part and then
Okay.
I'll take over.
All right, that's fine.
He then finishes his video by reading some funny comments that he saw on his daughter's TikTok.
My mom abandoned me as a kid to join a Renaissance fair across the country.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. Sorry. He actually ends it with a separate clip of him breakdancing.
That's a different
And
Bitcoin
like several
shirt.
people
Another one. Oh my god.
have pointed out already, going on Twitter to defend yourself, saying you're not a deadbeat dad, while encouraging your Twitto, getting your Twitto friends. Oh my god! But going on Twitter to say you aren't a deadbeat dad to convince your fucking Twitter crypto bros to go and dunk on your daughter. That's probably the most deadbeat thing a dad could do. I'm not a deadbeat dad. My daughter's lying for attention. Absolutely wild series of events, dude. And I'm not going to sit here and claim to know the inner workings and details of a family that I do not know personally, but I just had to talk about this because I think that a dad bailing on their family for breakdancing is objectively hilarious. I think there is a bright side to this, though. Some dads leave and you never get the real reason for why they left. But in this case, at least there's closure, right? At least there's finality. At least you know.
Skim to the next part where the dad appears or whatever. Okay. Shouldn't be too far in. That looks like an ad. Oh, okay. Oh no. He's editing and he makes an update because the guy makes another video while he's editing the video.
Okay.
Caught and let's see if it pays off for him.
In this video, he denounces the people who are harassing his daughter. He tells them to stop, which is good.
I don't want anyone attacking or bullying Maddie.
And then he says that he suggested to fly out to LA to visit his daughter so they could collab.
I also suggested to her that after my response video, I could fly out to Los Angeles. We could then do a collaboration video, sitting down together and hash out these issues. People would love that, I said.
But like, my man, how do you not see that suggesting a collab before suggesting just a regular private conversation with your daughter to go through the problems you guys are clearly having within your relationship? How do you not see that that is a red flag in itself and pretty telling about your character? I really want to fix this relationship, but only if Elon Musk can see it. And the rest of the video, he pulls up like a bunch of receipts and he scrolls to show all the texts between them and stuff. And he claims that he's been helping her out financially, even like up until recently during the writer's strike that just took place.
So I agreed to pay her $250 per week while the writer's strike was still going on.
And you know what? He almost had me for a second. He almost had me on his side for a second. But then out of nowhere, he kind of went into this weird rant about how men shouldn't get married.
And when you think about it, it really makes no financial sense anymore for males to get married.
And then he says that his daughters were brainwashed by their mother, and that's why they feel that way towards him. It can't be any other reason. Girls can't form opinions and thoughts of their own.
Women are evil.
Yes, Maddie was brainwashed against her dad by her mom for 19 years. That's true. In a divorce situation, the mother is the one who really ends up raising the kids. It's then the dad's job to provide the money. Meanwhile, the mom, the ex-wife, is with the kids almost the entire time, dumping all over the dad.
And if you think that was bad, just wait.
But now there's this other element. The kids are also being brainwashed into leftist woke insanity by the schools, starting in kindergarten, all the way through college and grad school. Girls in school are taught to hate men, to see themselves as victims of the so-called patriarchy. And they're taught that there are many genders. And why not consider changing your gender? The schools should be teaching reading, writing, math, science, and marketable skills.
They are. They absolutely are. How fucking Twitter pilled do you have to be to genuinely think that kids have like gender homework? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, I've got woke math later. I forgot to do my estrogen homework. Fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
Dude? This guy's so lost. Unironically, it'd be like from a young age.
I told you we need all the context here.
Patriarchy.
And this video definitely has the
right
most
before
context. Almost done though.
Saying that, he was complaining about how in divorces it's usually the mothers who get full custody and the fathers are the ones stuck just paying for stuff. And it's like,
this bro needs
dude,
to go outside and touch some grass.
why do you think it works that way, dude? Why do you think it's been that way forever?
Don't.
Drum roll, please.
I'm
The
not.
patriarchy, you dumbass. It's right, like he's so close
Got
to
him.
getting it, dude. This is like that fucking that Eric Andre meme. So then, in his video responding to his daughter about him being a weirdo, he goes on to complain about gender ideology and how the woke virus is infecting the
Jesus
school
Christ.
system.
There is almost nothing of value being
So
taught
good.
in
It's
schools.
so
It's all
perfect, isn't
political
it?
indoctrination into woke
You
ideology.
see why
Yeah,
I
man.
opened with this
You
one?
aren't weird at all. But it gets even worse.
Don't send your kids to college.
This is
or
on
even to
actual
school
news, though.
at all.
Actual news.
The
The
schools
Daily
are
Wire
pure
has
poison.
been talking about
Actual
this.
news, huh?
The
Actual
Daily Wire.
news.
There are journalists.
Uh-huh. Actual
Yeah.
news.
Yeah, Candace Owens,
yeah.
known
Actual
journalist.
news. Actual journalist. Yeah.
Candace Owens, yeah, she went to journalism school and everything.
Homeschool your kids instead.
Oh my god.
Then instead of wasting $350,000 sending your kids to Harvard or some elite college, just have your kids learn a marketable skill for free or almost free online.
That is such dog shit advice. They don't teach you anything of value in school. So just homeschool your kids, where you can teach them how to break dance all day long. That is such a bad Don't homeschool your kids, okay? Stop it. You know what happens when you homeschool someone? That shirt happens. If you show up to a public school wearing a button-up Bitcoin shirt, dude, you are getting bullied so hard, and that shirt's going to be in the garbage by lunchtime. So I think the public school system is good for at least one thing. And after he posted this video, Candace Owens quote tweeted it and said, "I honestly hope the relationship gets amended, but this happening publicly will..."
All right, this is a good bridge. Next video. Candace Owens.
Trauma dumping. Look, actually, I do feel better after
She's got to
dumping
have a
some of
great
my own
opinion
trauma
about
in the
this, huh?
monologue.
We'll see.
I'm obsessed with this new trend. It's just fascinating
Let's fucking
psychologically
go.
what people are doing on the internet. But let me get right to the story because this was trending all over X this
Dads need
weekend,
to stay
and
off
we're
TikTok.
divided
She
on
called
whether
it
or
X,
not
bro.
this was the right
Cringe.
thing for a parent to do. So let me back up and tell you what happened. So there was a young woman. Her name is Maddie. She is 24 years old, and she decided to go on to, yep, you guessed it, TikTok to dump some trauma about
God.
her childhood. Now, to be clear, Maddie's got millions of followers on TikTok, and this video went viral. It got tons of views.
Uh-huh.
Let's take a listen to what Maddie had to say.
What's a piece of trauma that you have that's funny? It has to actually be funny. I'll go first. My dad abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is a wife and 4 kids. He abandoned us and then pursued amateur breakdancing. And he got really good. He like blew up.
That
Like,
is
he
pretty
became like
funny.
a D-list celebrity status, like viral breakdancer. He became like the oldest actively competing breakdancer in the world. Then he got on Good Morning America and talk shows, and Washington Post wrote about him. And he went super viral, and he did all these interviews, and he danced with Paula Abdul. And here, I'll show you.
Let's see. Take a look at this 60-year-old breakdancer. Yes, 60 years old.
He loves him. She fucking loves him.
He's competing at a break dancing competition in Philadelphia, and he may not have won, but I tell you what, he is winning over a lot of people on the internet.
Yes.
He really is.
Yep, he's winning over a lot of people on the internet.
This guy wouldn't pay my medical bills. The worst part,
The
damn
video
it,
is
he's
great.
good. He should not be able to move his body like that. It's like impossible. It's beautiful. Hey, Dad. Like there was no split custody or anything. Like he just like left 4 kids to do that. He may not have paid for some of my medical bills growing up, but he did give me this breakdancing merchandise. So that's him. He's on his head. Benihana is his b-boy name because his name is Ben Hart. You know, I'll get texts like this, "Happy birthday?" ? And then like links to his breakdancing videos. So if you have funny trauma, like actual funny haha trauma,
I
need
missed
to
the
hear it.
links.
Thank you.
What's the screenshot button?
All right, Maddie. So first and
What do you mean?
How do I take a screenshot? It's control something. Print
No,
scan?
it's just Windows print screen.
Windows print screen. Okay. If you say so.
foremost, I'm going to say that video is very entertaining. It's a very good production, and she seems like she's remarkably positive. But don't let that distract
didn't
you
work.
from the
Right,
fact that
that's
actually
what
what
I'm
she's doing
saying.
is quite
It
sinister.
didn't
She's not
work.
concealing her dad's.
Control
Windows print screen. Okay, I'll try that.
name. She's telling you exactly what his real name is and also what his name is on all of these
boo-hoo.
shows. Yeah, like when he breakdances, he goes by Benihana. Here's his actual name, Ben Hart. So she knew with the following that she has on TikTok
That
that
didn't do
people would
anything either.
descend on her father and that they would tell him that he was
That's what I do.
trash, essentially, right? Like, oh my gosh, the storyline there is very clear that she's telling you this is a guy who left his 4 kids and his wife to go pursue dancing, right? Break
Windows
dancing. He
print
sounds like
screen
a
works for
total
me.
freaking loser. And it's even worse to think that he achieved some fame and was on Good Morning America while he left these children, these poor children. And then she tells you that, obviously, this little tidbit, that he wouldn't even
Please tell
pay
us
her
the
medical
actual
bills. And that
story,
is how you
Candace.
trauma dump successfully, right? Because you're pretending that like, oh, this is all funny, but you know dad's going to get it. And dad did in fact get it. And dad didn't just take it sitting down. Apparently, I think the reason that Maddie, by the way, is so entertaining is because, well, she may have genetically received those traits from her dad. Because he's pretty entertaining too. Listen to what he had to say in the response.
Okay, I wake up at 6 a.m. to do some work.
Candace is like,
I
I'd
get my
like
coffee.
old man.
I sit down. I open my computer. And what am I greeted with? Well, hundreds of comments calling me a deadbeat dad, a child abandoner, and all manner of other insults.
And
So
you
I think,
definitely
what's
have
this all
a
about?
really, really
Well, after a
large
few
dick.
months of
Your
investigation,
pee-pee
I discovered
is
that my daughter,
gigundo.
Maddie, has made a video about me. She's a screenwriter in Hollywood. She's also a big social media influencer with millions of followers. Now, about not paying medical
Followers?
bills. That's just not correct.
He speaks
Here was the
so
financial
weirdly.
arrangement of the divorce. Maddie's mom, my ex-wife, got $2 million at the get-go, out of the gate, a lump sum payment.
At
Plus,
the
I was
get-go.
paying her $18,000 per month
get-go.
in child support and alimony. This was later reduced to $12,000 per month. And of course, I paid
That
health
seems like a
insurance
lot of money.
and out-of-pocket medical costs. I also put $600,000 into the kids' college fund.
Where's this guy
In
getting
all,
this
I
money
paid out
from?
about $5 million to my
breaking
ex-wife
these
to
fucking
cover costs for her
breakdancing?
and the kids. And this is in 2005 dollars. So add 50% to
No, he
account
has
for
another job. He
inflation.
does like
In
marketing.
other words,
or
I was not a
something.
deadbeat dad at all. I did not abandon the family for breakdancing. I have a career. I'm in the advertising business, built an ad agency. That's how I was able to afford to pay Maddie's mom $5 million. Maddie's mom and I separated in 2004 and divorced in 2005. I took up breakdancing entirely by accident in 2012 as a way to get in shape at the age of 54. But the more I watch the video, the more I like it.
Weird.
And her video certainly is true from her perspective, even though a few details are off, no doubt because of what she heard from her mom. And I do think it's a great storyline that a 54-year-old
It's her
dude
mom's
left
fault.
his family to pursue breakdancing.
Fuck that bitch.
Even if not quite true, factually.
That's what he's
But
saying.
perhaps it speaks to a bigger truth, a truth that is really truer than the actual facts of the matter. This could be a very funny movie plot. So maybe Maddie will make this movie about her 66-year-old
God, I hope
breakdancing
so.
dad. I love you, Maddie. You are very creative and talented. Keep doing exactly what you're doing.
Dad wins. He's winning again. Dad's winning again. How come the other kid didn't show that?
Don't know. Maybe he did, and because it was broken up, we didn't realize.
No, I don't think he did.
So let me tell you why I absolutely love this response. And I do
Uh-huh.
want to give
Tell
some
us, Candace.
credence to the claim. And my colleagues have actually made these claims. Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, like, this isn't actually good because at
hold
root
on.
here, you're talking about a divorce. It's playing out on
We
the
got
internet.
this.
That is all
Wait.
very true. And I think it was
Michael
Michael.
Knowles.
Yeah,
who
you're
put
telling
out
me
that post
both
saying,
of
I
those
paid
guys
money.
also
I'm
had something
not
to
a
say
deadbeat
about
dad.
breakdancing dad? Not just Candace?
well, of course, money is not a substitute for a parent. And obviously something went awry, because otherwise, why would she be making this video? But let me tell you why I have to separate from them in terms of me believing that this is actually a great video. First and foremost, some things that we left out. The dad also talks about how well all the siblings are doing. One of them, I think he says, works at a hedge fund. The daughter, Tori, works at a hedge fund. He says what his son does, what the other person does. You know, the kids all made out well.
Successful
and he also then talks about the fact that he owns that 70% of this divorce was his own fault. Him and his ex-wife were not exactly compatible, and that he fully understands her mentality of believing this narrative because she was a child. He says that she was 5 years old. And so to a 5-year-old, it might look like dad just walked out, but obviously a lot more took place. And since she was living primarily with her mother, as she indicates, she's going to have her mom's side, her mom's version of events. And mom clearly did not share with her child or her adult, 24-year-old adult, that, you know, dad was definitely paying. There's no, I wasn't paying the medical bills. That definitely doesn't make sense, especially when, like he said, that would mean that he virtually gave her $10 million over the years. If you accounted for inflation today, it would be $10 million that he gave to his ex-wife. I like this video, though, because the dad is tremendously lighthearted in his response. He's not being sinister. Like I said, he's admitting that he had fault and admitting that he understands why she would have had this perspective, which I think very much takes the heat off of Maddie. Doesn't make her go after her and go, you're a liar, or anything like that. Actually, what it really does is it casts some heat to his ex-wife, you know, for allowing this narrative to exist. And it really points to just how toxic, I think, as we are watching this play out.
Okay. Do you want to take control?
Can I even add to my fucking Instagram story from the PC?
I don't know. Did you do the tweets?
I mean, I did the tweet, yes, but I was trying to, that's why I was trying to get a screenshot, is so that I could add to the story, but I don't think you can from PC.
That's weird. I thought you could. Surely you can, because you must be able to upload photos.
Yeah, I can make a post, but not a fucking story.
Weird.
So you'll have to do it with your phone to Instagram.
How toxic divorces can be, in that children are always forced to choose a side. The reason why I like this also is because it challenges the public to recognize that just because somebody says it on the internet doesn't mean that it's true. We now exist in this time of like outrage mobs, right? You get these people, you know, all it takes is the first hear and they accept that this person is a victim. And we have showed you over and over and over again, definitely on this show, that that just isn't always the truth, right? The first person to say that I am sad is not necessarily the victim. And that is what he is doing, I think, in a very upbeat manner. Again, not casting any sort of a shadow on his daughter, but definitely embarrassing her in the process, which is why
who's outraged by this for real, though?
She admits that she doesn't know anything about the financial arrangement and that she intended for the video to be, you know, lighthearted. But she's
actually outraged.
Of course, it's sad and bad that family drama is spilling out. But I think, given what he had to endure with her large following and people that were coming after him, attacking him, he had a right to respond in a similar manner. And he kept it, like I said, pretty vanilla, if you ask me. So the lesson in all of this is, don't believe everything that you see on the internet. Hey guys, if you like this video, you will definitely like the full episode even better. And you can find it by clicking right here.
She's so wise.
So wise.
She's wearing a shirt my dad would wear.
It's almost as bad as the Bitcoin one.
Wow. What do we think of her opinion on it? It's a great...
Awful. Dog shit.
Oh, okay.
Dog shit.
Okay.
Dog shit.
Okay. You want me to do the next one? Okay, I'll pull that up real quick. I've got to find it on my listy Lou.
Yep. I'm just posting the story.
The worst part, damn it.
He's like, hold my cane.
Medical bills growing up, but he did give me this breakdancing. He's on his head.
Wait, that shirt is actually fire.
You know, I'll get texts like this, "Happy birthday?" ? And then like links to his breakdancing.
No, not Facebook, brother. You got to expand. Hey, happy birthday. Do you mind if you and your friends like this post of me doing head spins? I need one to pop off. Thanks. She seems like a really good sport about that. I would be pissed. I would be inconsolable. There with millions of followers. Here it is. Oh my God, this is 10 minutes.
Some of her videos get millions of views. And this video has tens of millions of views.
Yeah, it was
1 million
popping.
likes, 20,000 comments, 40,000 bookmarks, 30,000
First good
reposts.
Candace
It's
Owens
just
good in
insane.
existence.
So I
Okay.
thought I'd better watch this video. And frankly, I was pretty chagrined by what I heard. To say
Who says chagrined?
honestly, the more
Guys
I
in
I love the
Bitcoin.
way he presents this. It's like a substitute teacher trying to win over the class with like quirkiness. Like his intonation is really interesting.
First, I can see that as a 5-year-old, Maddie would see her dad as having abandoned the family. One day I was living there, the next day I wasn't. And that will look like
yeah.
abandonment to a child.
And most
But married
people.
couples do
To a
get divorced
child.
half the time in
Oh.
America. And I was
see.
just living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange.
What's the
Illinois.
deal
We just
with?
weren't living under the same roof. Now, about not paying medical bills. I'll give it a try.
Okay, Bobby, let's see how the old man does.
That was
What
a
kind
funny
of
cut.
Mojo Dojo Casa house is this? Fucking Bitcoin merch, Bitcoin flag, weird plants from like the Spore universe, and then an American flag. Where does he live? It's like a Sims house.
Florida, bro. Obviously.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, though. Hold on to your britches, sports fans. There's 100% chance of serving. He's like actually good too. Oh! Jesus Christ! His coccyx. It wasn't ready for that. He's pretty good though. Now, it's been some time since I learned the art of breakdancing. I'm going to tell you right here, though, this looks like a bit of a flubbed move. I don't think this is how you want to... Oops, where was it? I don't think this is...
Truer.
Who wouldn't want to pump their fist to that one?
This could be a very funny movie plot. I love you, Maddie. You are very creative and talented. Keep doing exactly what you're doing.
Man, this guy loves Bitcoin. he fucking loves it. Breakdancing and Bitcoin, the two big B's in the industry. Actual B-boy. Maybe that is how the move is supposed to go. Maybe it's 66. It just goes a little differently because there's no way that feels good. I think you're supposed to lower yourself into it from there, but he just keeps hitting his whole weight on it. So you said Maddie responded to that video? Where's that? Now I want to see. Is this it? Okay, here.
Obviously, in real life, it was a lot more like complicated and traumatic, and it was really hard. He left us, immediately married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years, and then he would visit every few months, and we'd go out to dinner. But like, he truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know when my birthday is. Like, as you guys saw in the video I posted, he got it wrong. He gave us some money growing up.
Yeah, but he gave you
Like,
some
I
cool
honestly
merch.
don't know the nitty-gritty of the financial situation. I really, really don't. But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial help with medical expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me. So that's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he wouldn't pay some of my medical bills. I'll probably delete this completely absent father. He's like, I was just a bike ride away from those kids. And it's like, not once did any of us ever take a bike ride to his house. I don't think I've ever been in his house ever. So this whole thing is so bizarre. Like, I'm so surprised that he responded to my video because
Well, it's
I
not
was like,
really a
"Damn,
house,
this
it's a
could
dance
actually be
studio."
way worse than I made you
To be
seem.
fair.
In my video, I just made you seem like such a wimp.
I don't know who to believe. The only true thing is that at 66 years old, that guy can boogie. I don't know about the inner workings of the actual family dynamic there. Maybe I moved in with my new wife and now I am fucking captivated by it.
This video.
Oh my god, 30 minutes. Give me Christmas. Fuck.
A Sunday video on my daughter's viral.
And another new Bitcoin shirt.
Her dad.
What's her birthday? I didn't even
Many of her
remember
TikTok
mine.
videos get millions of views. Maddie's initial video about me got 7 million views last I looked. Just
Wow.
on TikTok.
Okay, is there 2 times speed on Twitter?
Yes, there is.
Okay, we're gonna 2x this bad boy.
Abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is.
What's the difference between
So he's posting. Okay, so this footage is to show.
This is him just going, "Hey, we went out to McDonald's. See, I have a video of my daughter taking her to McDonald's. I was in her life. See, here's McDonald's. Here's the dinner we went to. I'm in her life. Look, here's her at the fair. I'm in her life. These are like the kitty bungee cords at the fair. Yep. So three events we got from you. Okay, cool guy.
That's it.
Radically.
All right, I'm a dip now. I'll be back.
My ex-wife. I don't want anyone attacking or bullying Maddie for her videos or views. She watched my video and seemed to like it. Thought it was funny. So then I suggested, since you aren't going to take down your video and correct it, I would at least like you to post my response video on your feed. I explained to her that people will love it. Predicted that it would get millions of views on her channel because her videos often get millions of views. Down. Love. Another love here. Love type things right here. Like that. And that's pretty much kind of how we communicate all the time. It's just, I love you and all this stuff. And she just tells me about what's going on in her life pretty much every day. My plane made it. Sorry I missed you. How was your Christmas? Thanks. That's what our conversation's like. And literally they're just all the time like that. So it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes.
Whoa.
And goes. So
Well,
I don't know how you can
that's pretty convincing.
You can just read through those texts. And it's constant. Let's see.
There's still more. How? It's still going. Fuck. I'm too deep. Help.
Tweet my dad had posted being like, my daughter is a famous influencer. She has millions of followers. She's a big social media influencer. And now everybody thinks that that's true. Like nobody fact checked that. Like nobody, like everyone's rolling with it. Like every news source, every tweet. Like I'm a small creator. I'm not even monetizing my account yet because I'm too small. I have 70,000. Like love you guys, but like I definitely don't have millions.
Well, now you're going to.
How much does
this
Ben
publicity
have?
My
stunt.
daughter, she's just
Ben's got 15. So in the eyes of Ben, that's pretty big. And 70K is definitely nothing to
Echo
scoff
Park.
at. But yeah, I suppose in like the current landscape, when you say this definitely is.
What do y'all think Evil Charlie had to say about this? Y'all know who Evil Charlie is? So the premium up here, I'm like, oh god, they're advertising.
Okay, I wake up at 6
Nope.
a.m.
Just stuff to help me spell.
to do some work.
Oh.
I get my coffee, I sit down, I open my computer, and what am I greeted with? Well, hundreds of comments calling me a deadbeat dad, a child abandoner, and all manner of other insults. So I think, what's this all about? Well, after a few minutes,
hey, here we
the
go.
more I watch this video, it will look like abandonment to a child. But married couples do get
Charlie
divorced
from
about half the
Wish.
time in America.
Oh, that
And I was
sucks.
just living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange, Illinois. We just weren't living under the same roof. Now, about not paying medical bills,
sucks.
that's just not correct. Here was the financial arrangement of the divorce. Maddie's mom, my ex-wife, got $2 million at the get-go, out of the gate.
Poggers.
And this girl's complaining?
Wow, it's almost like money doesn't replace a father, Charlie. I mean, Evil Charlie.
A lump sum payment. Plus, I was paying her $18,000 per month in child support and alimony. This was
Oh my God. That's incredible.
Wow.
was later reduced to $12,000 per month.
Only
And of course, I
12,000.
paid health insurance and out-of-pocket medical costs.
Yeah.
I also put $600,000 into the kids' college fund. In all, I paid
Wait, what?
And of course, I paid health insurance and out-of-pocket medical costs. I also put $600,000
600,000. Okay. That's a lot of money.
into the kids' college fund. In all, I paid out about
Like that is you like 100%. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude.
Maddie's mom and I separated in 2004 and divorced in 2005. I took up breakdancing entirely by accident in 2012 as a way to get in shape at the age of 54. I then just kept doing it. I'm now age 66. Now, some of you might be wondering,
He's in good shape for being 66, man.
can he still breakdance at age 66? Well, I don't know. Let's see. I'll give it a try.
Okay, Maddie, let's see how the old man does.
No way. And you can tell that he's actually her dad because he's even going, because this is like the kind of thing that dads will do to like embarrass their daughter. You know, like it's like the first time their daughter goes to high school, the dad tries to wear a fanny pack or something like that with like his hat on backwards to like really embarrass her as much as possible, like meeting all of her friends. Like, and he's still
Okay.
doing it. Yeah, he's still fucking doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you know, I'd trade that over my dad. Oh, you know when I said it was signed, it was probably this plant. It punched in this plant. It looks like red Sharpie on it.
Is that a Christmas tree?
The main point is that it's never too late to start breakdancing. I started when I was age 54. I'm now
That's nuts. The dude is athletic, yeah.
age 66. So there's really no excuse for anyone not to be breakdancing.
So the bottom line is this. At first, I really did not like Maddie's video at all. But I was biased by all the negative comments that I was greeted with at 6 a.m. in the morning in my social media feed.
Oh.
But the more I watch the video, the more I like it. And her video certainly is true from her perspective, even though a few details are off.
This isn't even Asmongold's biggest L. He also defended Hassan saying streaming is hard.
No doubt because of what she heard from her mom. And I do think it's a great
I love it.
storyline that a 54-year-old dude left his family to pursue breakdancing, even if not quite true, factually. But perhaps it speaks to a bigger truth, a truth that is really truer than the actual facts of the matter. This could be a very funny movie plot. So maybe Maddie will make this movie about her 66-year-old breakdancing dad. Also, as I scroll through the 12,000 comments on Maddie's video, I really like most of them. Some are hilarious. Here are a few I'll read at random. This one is from someone named Ro, and she says, "My mom abandoned me as a kid to join a Renaissance fair across the country." This is from Maria. "I didn't know my dad was bald until my mom knocked his toupee off in a fight when I was 10. My mom didn't know he was bald then until that moment."
Poggers.
Weekend. It's honestly so typical of both of them. This is from Clover. "My dad tried to kidnap me and ran out of gas while following us." This one from Chrishell. "I had to be my mom's boss at Dairy Queen when I was 17 and had to fire her for smoking while working the drive-thru."
You think that person lives in Florida or Alabama? Yeah, it could be Texas. You're right.
Becca says, "When my grandma passed away, my grandpa moved into a senior's home, met another woman, and brought her as a date to the funeral." Here's
Jesus.
someone who says, "A video of my dad was featured in an episode of World's Dumbest Criminals." I love you, Maddie. You are very creative and talented. Keep doing exactly what you're doing.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You think after like every dance he gives a motivational speech or something? Yeah, well, what he said is that I didn't say it was harder than a normal job. I said it's more socially draining. Okay? Socially draining. Okay, crazy. I'll tell you what's draining. Reacting to your videos when I fucking strain my neck and it hurts for a week, okay?
Holy shit. This dude had to pay $5 million in a divorce and he's still breakdancing. Oh, he's got another girlfriend. I can see why the mom was mad. Yeah. Yeah,
got a huge rat?
I see. I see the problem here.
I'll probably delete this in the morning because like I don't actually have like bad will. I posted my video because it's a very funny story. It's very silly. I like to laugh at my trauma instead of like being super sad about it. But I know my dad posted like a 10-minute video or whatever being like, you know, my daughter's lying. We have a great relationship. I have a great relationship with all my kids. That's just objectively not true. Like guys, we're all freaking out about this in my family group chat right now. We're being like, he's so unhinged and delusional. We don't know if he actually believes his own narrative or if he's lying on purpose, but he's just like a weird guy. Yeah, he said he lived down the street from us. That's not true. Or like if he did, it was only for a few months maybe, but actually for most of my childhood, he lived in Florida with his new wife. Like basically like, I don't want to get into this. Like again, like my video was basically like sanitizing the situation and like poking fun at the lightest parts of that childhood trauma. But obviously in real life, it was a lot more like complicated and traumatic. And it wasn't hard. He left us, immediately married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years. And then he would visit every few months and we'd go out to dinner.
But like, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give like what I think probably happened.
I can't wait.
I think that he started dating this hot chick and the mom didn't like that. And so he probably didn't get a lot of chances to see his kids. Now, why do I think that? Because he lives in America. And that's just the way we do things here. So like, am I really going to believe this girl, like, because she clearly bullshitted about a few things, right? It happens all the time. She's 5. I don't think she remembers the whole thing. No, she doesn't. Yeah, it's her mom telling her this.
But like, he truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know
but why do you think that is, though?
my birthday is. Like, as you guys saw in the video I posted, he got it wrong. He gave us some money growing up. I honestly don't know the nitty gritty of the financial.
Yeah, I don't know. He gave us some money. Like, I don't know. It's like $5 million. I don't really know, though. I mean, you know, I'm not getting into the finances.
Situation. I really, really don't.
Yeah.
But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial help with medical expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me. So that's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he wouldn't pay some of my medical bills. I'll probably delete this in the morning, but I'm, 2 hard kombuchas in, and so I feel the need to kind of defend me and my family's like POV. Bottom line is, this guy was a completely absent father. Completely absent father. He's like, I was just a bike ride away from those kids. Not once did any of us ever take a bike ride to his house. I don't think I've ever been in his house ever. So this whole thing is so bizarre. Like, I'm so surprised that he responded to my video, because I'm just like, damn, I could have actually made you seem like way worse than I made you seem.
Like, if you drink kombucha, go ahead, but don't tell people about it. Okay, that's just embarrassing.
Like, in my video, I just made you seem like such a whimsical, funny guy. Like, but in real life, it was actually a lot darker. So I'm so surprised that he responded to it. And it's obviously kind of hurtful and weird. But again, we don't really have a relationship. So at the end of the day, it doesn't have a huge effect on me. It's just kind of a bummer for my family. And we're all kind of looking at this.
Look on him by her mom. Because, like, I mean, the guy said, like, was it a mistake marrying her mom? Like, yeah, that's what her mom told her exactly. And also, like, my parents were divorced. I was pretty lucky that, like, my parents had a pretty good relationship. I mean, overall, right? I mean, there would be arguments, and, my mom would be like, oh, well, your dad. And my dad would be like, oh, well, your mom.
Wow,
of
crazy.
Course, right? But
so
they really
know from experience what normal divorce is like when it's not traumatic, right? And both of your parents are actually involved with you. Crazy. But you're just going with a fucking right-wing narrative that, like, everything is stacked against men.
Did try to put in 100% to make sure that, like, I had as much of a normal life as possible outside of them being divorced, right? And so I saw.
You mean you had 2 parents who actually knew how to parent?
Both of them pretty regularly, and it was not really that weird. But I think this happens with a lot of divorced families, and it happens with divorced parents all the time, is that, like, the parent that has custody usually tries to paint a picture of the other parent like they're a bad person. And so, like, I bet from her perspective, this is probably true. And that's what's so sad about it. I think that, like, a situation like this is just it's so depressing that, like, you can have a person who, like, I don't really know.
What do you mean, bro? She literally brought up specific medical bills that he didn't pay and said that's what I was referring to. I wasn't saying he didn't give me any money. I was just saying it's a specific medical bills offshoot. Like, what are we doing here, bro?
Oh, the dad, maybe he's actually this terrible person. He doesn't seem like he's that bad of a guy. I mean, I'm not.
He never said he was a terrible person either.
Not really sure. But yeah, I mean, that's what I would assume would happen, because that's what I've seen happen many times in the past. What if he lied, though? Would you want to blind trust his words? Well, no, but I mean, like, $5 million. I mean, you're going to tell me that he gave them $5 million and she's putting the blame on him for not paying a medical bill? Like, what about her mom? What the hell is she doing? From my perspective, I see
Yeah, dude, what about her mom? He gave her mom $5 million, okay? She's talking about very specific medical bills. She even gave context to that. Remember, bro? God,
a rich, spoiled girl that probably through her connections has a job in Hollywood that she probably did not earn entirely on her own.
Oh, wow.
Who's now putting her dad on blast, who completely paved the way for her to have that life, both financially and socially. And she doesn't even realize it. Meanwhile, her mom is probably feeding her lies, and she puts the responsibility of paying her medical bills that, by the way, whenever she's in college, she is an adult. She should be accountable for herself.
Oh, okay.
But she puts the accountability on her father, who already paid the family out $5 million. A lot of assumptions.
Oh, so pay.
I mean, these are. I don't think there's a lot of assumptions.
Out. That's enough. He gave a payout. Then he doesn't have to take care of kids.
Zero. Okay, I think there's only like 1 or 2. What do y'all think? Y'all think I'm right? What do you think? You think this is accurate or what? There it is. Yeah, I think I'm right. Seen a lot of these situations too. There are a lot of. This is the reality, right? Is that I think that there are a lot of girls that are out there, and
he is rich. Like, he probably lives in Boca Raton, Florida.
And they are always looking for a way to be a victim. They are.
Oh, okay.
And I think that it is especially true for people that are not already part of a victim class. So
oh my God.
I see, especially, like, this is just like a random white girl. So she's looking for a way that she is oppressed. She's looking for a way that, she can, take part in the shared trauma with other people on the internet. I think it's fucking pathetic. I do. My trauma. She wants to fit in. Yeah. And I know this might be kind of an unpopular or politically incorrect take, but I think it's fucking true. And I see it all the time. It's insufferable to me. Absolutely fucking insufferable. getting a $5 million settlement, having your dad pay $18,000, $12,000 a month for child support, and then calling him a deadbeat dad that ran off on you. Get the fuck out of here.
Look at it, advertising shit to me. We'll do news when Jack gets back.
Quota of being a disappointment. I don't even. Oh my god.
He saved that all from his computer chair. I know, right? Oh, look, it's that guys. It's that one guy. What was I calling him?
Asked, but there are levers
What
Biden
was I
hasn't
calling
used.
him
Oh,
last
let's see.
stream?
What is this?
The White House has escalated its rhetoric pretty sharply last week. Mr. Biden said Israel's conduct of the war was over the top.
This guy is one of my favorite interviewers. He just like doesn't give a fuck about who he's talking to and just steamrolls them. Have you seen this guy interview Ben Shapiro? It's fucking hysterical.
There are a lot of innocent people who are starving. He said there are a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop. Can Mr. Biden make it stop?
Well, we have I don't want to call him Mr. because I've lost him.
Banning abortions after a woman has been pregnant for 6 weeks.
This is the same guy, right? Or are all British people the same to me?
Is not a return to the dark ages. What's your answer?
My answer is something called science. Human life exists at conception. It ought to be protected. Now, back to my question to you. You purport to be an objective journalist. BBC purports to be an objective down-the-middle network. It obviously is not. It never has been. And you, as a journalist, are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the dark ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it. I just
Really?
asked you a question.
And I asked you a question. You failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book, why don't you read and critique the book? If you want to critique me, you can think whatever you want of me.
Why don't you just
frankly,
try and
I don't
answer
care.
the
I don't frankly
questions?
give a damn what you think of me since I've never heard of you.
And I've never heard of you until I briefed myself for this. But that's not the issue. You have a
Then
new
why the hell
book
are you
out,
interviewing
and
me,
it's an interesting book. But my point is, your book claims
Well,
that
it'd be
society...
nice if you would quote it from time to time.
Your book is, well, actually, I've done so several times, and I'm about to do so again, if you would let me just finish the question. Your book
frankly, I don't
claims
think
that
this, you know what?
society
Honestly,
is turning
honestly,
its
sir,
back on Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah,
What are
considering
those
what
values?
it
was this
What are the
exact
values
bit.
it's turning its back on?
Some British guy in the BBC.
You know, I'm not inclined to continue an interview with a person as badly motivated as you as an interviewer. So I think we're done here. I appreciate your time. Sir.
All
Thank
right.
you so
Well,
much.
thank you for your time and for showing that anger is not part of American political discourse. Now, Mr. Shapiro, we'll say goodbye.
There's like a whole thing on there. They're like, he's like, he starts being like, "Did you say that the Palestinians deserve to live in squalor?" And he's like, "Well, if you go on my website."
So much
Same
respect
guy,
for
right?
him, Netanyahu there, who seems to be
You've lost respect for him.
long time ago.
Or
But
is this a different
nonetheless,
guy? Are these different guys?
seems to be calling the shots, and he and his very extreme right wing. I wouldn't even say conservative because that's a legitimate place to be in the.
Oh my God, Nancy! Holy shit! Even when you're oh my God, it's like you have a mandatory quota of being a disappointment. I don't even. Oh my God, I love American liberalism. You know, I think the Dems are often pretty dumb. I don't think they're so dumb that they haven't known this entire time what Netanyahu is. Like, I think that from the word go, the Democrats probably understood that Netanyahu was a genocidal lunatic, but they didn't think he would actually go through with it. They thought it would be like all the other conflicts, you know, the the Intifadas or whatever, where there's like conflict and suffering, sure, but like it ends and it pulls back. I think they deluded themselves into believing that it wouldn't escalate to this point, where now like the IDF is on the brink of invading Rafah and pushing 1.4 million Palestinians up against a wall Egypt is building, and and given that, maybe they're like adjusting their rhetoric a little bit, not that it means much at this point.
The world of thinking on the spectrum, but right-wing, radical right-wing cabinet. So I would hope that hearing from a friend of Israel, as Joe Biden has always been, and all of us have been, that he would respect the lives of the...
He straight up said that. He said the discourse, the politics and the streaming and the discourse will not stop. He literally was like, stop defending me. He literally wants people to not defend him so people will stop talking about it sooner. And he can just move on with his life. He realizes that everyone who defends him on something that's indefensible is like bad for him.
The people who are innocent collateral damage in this war.
But there are levers that Biden could use, which he hasn't used. There are levers which previous presidents have used when Israel has, in their view, crossed the line.
For example?
Go back to 1956. Eisenhower threatened sanctions if Israel didn't pull its forces out of Sinai.
Eisenhower. Oh, come on. Eisenhower? Can we pick like this century? Eisenhower was this century. Well, I mean, it was 100 years ago. It's technically a different.
Reagan, held up delivery of fighter jets over Israel's action in Lebanon. George Bush Sr. blocked loan guarantees because of settlement building.
He did. I was there the day that I
Yes, I remember that historical event because I am ancient and I have been here forever. Thank you. Oh, Eisenhower? I remember him when he was but a little boy.
Well, you're going back to 56. I mean,
so these levers are there, aren't they?
Well, there's some, but the president has said something about the.
Oh my God, we got to get Nancy out of here, guys.
He has said something about the settlements.
That's it, really. Master statecraft from somebody who's been doing this for ages. Fantastic. We'll talk about what he said. He said something.
But saying and blocking weapon supplies, for instance, are very different things, aren't they?
It's not. It's a path.
It's a path, Hey, listen, man, saying something, that's a thing. You could. That's a thing you can do to say something. We're saying things now. Maybe it's not so bad. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Yeah, here's the thing that was said. Thank you for the link. Reuters. U.S. says Israel's new settlements in West Bank are inconsistent with international law. This is actually a pretty...
It's crazy. Is that like... I mean, that's not even like that far. It's literally like 1K every day from as far back as this goes. I bet you these ones are probably after H3 did a stream on them or something. The higher ones. That's crazy.
Like, obviously in...
Was it over horsecock? I think... I think the worst part about it is that other people were getting pedo-jacketed more than Vosh, who are like, like Vosh doesn't care if he gets pedo-jacketed at the end of the day. It seems. I mean, he does now. Now he's telling people like, hey, don't bring, and you can still make horse jokes. based on his own logic, he is.
With regard to the whole, ongoing genocide thing, it seems kind of small potatoes. But yeah, this is and so basically, what's happened here is that a little while back, the Biden administration placed sanctions on some of the more outwardly violent and active West Bank settlers. These are people who are literally like going town to town in the West Bank with armor and guns and like harassing, hassling, ousting, displacing, Palestinians. And the Biden administration.
No, okay, Vosh. The entire admin, even like Blinken, all of them have been like very clear and said multiple times. It's not just the sanctions. There's stuff that happens after that. Like the ICJ is specifically looking at the settlements right now, and the Biden admin has agreed with the ICJ ruling on this type of stuff and the ICJ opinion on this type of stuff.
Sanctioned like, I don't know, a dozen of these people, of the louder ones. And in spite of this, these settlers have been getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in online funds, some of which is presumably coming from the United States, which is illegal because they're sanctioned. Like, $140,000 for Yinon Levy for allegedly assaulting Palestinian civilians in the occupied West Bank, unauthorized settler outposts from over 3,000 donors worldwide. Those contributions may be putting donors, crowdfunding sites, and the financial service firms that process the payments at risk of penalties for violating U.S. sanctions.
There you go. See?
Yeah. Sanctions means...
Bro, they're literally gonna freeze those assets. Like...
Sanctions, right? So...
If Libs of TikTok gets her fucking Stripe taken down, I think they're gonna fucking maybe police sanctions.
I guess we'll see what the fallout is from that. But after those sanctions were placed, I'm pretty sure that like literally the other day, thousands of new settlements have been approved. Or sorry, thousands of new residences have been approved in the West Bank, like following this. So basically, Israel and the West Bank settlers are continuing to openly defy even the weak.
Yeah, I mean, that's streamer brain. I think they're all like that. They don't have the like time to actually go through and like look at all the stuff. And also like he's so arrogant that he won't let other people make his opinions for him. So like he won't at the end of the day listen to experts on the situation. Just like Destiny won't.
Milquetoast condemnation the Biden administration is willing to offer them. So, following that, now Blinken is
I just said this.
Coming out here and just flatly saying that these new settlements are a violation of international law.
They are.
So that's
always
wacky.
said this.
Speaking at a news conference during a trip to
You literally said our position hasn't changed.
Trip to Buenos Aires. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the United States was, quote, disappointed in Israel's announcement of plans for building new housing in the occupied West Bank, saying they were counterproductive to reaching an enduring peace. Yeah, man, that's what Israel's going for here. That's definitely the vibe. They're also inconsistent with international law. Our administration maintains a firm opposition to settlement expansion, and in our judgment, this only weakens and doesn't strengthen Israel's security, Blinken says. In November 2019, Trump's Secretary of State,
My favorite
Mike
part is like when they literally, especially Vosh, he'll literally read an article that's like giving him the information to like contradict his narrative, and then he like disagrees with the article, but like does it in like a way that he doesn't even actively like notice he's doing it.
Pompeo announced that Washington no longer viewed Israel's settlements in West Bank land it captured in the 1967 Middle East War as inconsistent with international
Look at
law.
his targeted advertising is it's selling him tear dye.
Reversal of 4 decades of U.S. policy. So
it's very clear. It's very clear that it's a violation of international law. So they've always said this. But that's the thing, is that they tell Russia not to invade Ukraine, Russia still invades Ukraine. Like, people think that the United States just says stuff and fucking, like, they just point their scepter and fucking shit happens exactly how they want it. Like, it's one country in a world of 200 or so countries. it might have the biggest slice of the pie in certain areas like economics and military. That doesn't mean shit.
So America disapproved of the West Bank settlements for decades, and then Trump's Secretary of State said, actually, we're fine with it now. And now that decision has been undone. It is actually a pretty big deal to directly undo Pompeo's precedent on this, because it indicates not just like milquetoast condemnation, but rather an active opposition to, like, active work being undone, I guess, bad work nonetheless, but still. So it is meaningful. It's not entirely insignificant. It's just, did you see Mossad tweeting that Yemeni 9-year-olds are little Houthis and are not innocent? Oh, it's my little Hamas joke, except real. This isn't actually Mossad, right? This is just an account called Mossad Commentary.
Yeah.
Do you consider them innocent? And look at these little baby Houthis. Houthilets. Houthlets? Houthlets. Houthlings. Exactly. Is that a Ghostbusters cosplay? It did kind of look like it, didn't it? Yeah. Joe Biden's administration has opposed further expansion of settlements and counterproductive peace. Recently imposed sanctions. Right. So I guess between this and Nancy Pelosi saying she doesn't like Netanyahu, this is an indication that there's some move that's being made towards distancing themselves from the actions of Netanyahu that they were aware of and have fully supported and continue to support in many ways.
People were telling me that to follow Mossad commentary and stuff. It was very funny because I always report neutrally on things, right? So when October 7th happened, I was like documenting the atrocities and shit and like talking very neutral about like, like this is Hamas's strategy, this is Israel's strategy, like being really upfront in that. But a bunch of Zionists started following me and like they were telling me that this is a great source. It's like it's a meme page, right? And I was like, okay. And then I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck is this person talking about? None of those people like show up anymore for me.
Ways up until this point. What are you going to do, huh? What are you going to do? Optically speaking, there is no way to distance yourself from this at this point without like incredibly severe action. Like we're like not even at this point, even sanctions would not be sufficient. I mean, sanctions against the state of Israel, not just against some of the more violent West Bank settlers. Like
I wouldn't disagree with that. I think Clinton was very serious about it though. So I think especially in comparison to Quinton, it's all been weak, very, very weak. And what's funny is the Jared Kushner plan though. Like Trump is just like, we don't even have to count him. We're really just looking at the Obama admin compared to Clinton, and obviously Clinton was way more forward on this. But if you also look at the decisions Obama was making, it was a very liberal hawk, right? Like it's going with like, oh, we can just put special forces all over the globe. We can just drone strike wherever we want, and it won't count as official wars. So I can see why Obama really wasn't too hard on Israel, because his policy was so hostile to human life, and Israel is also hostile to human life. I think, Clinton, he kind of fucked up with the Balkans. He could have acted sooner there, but I think Clinton generally was also Rwandan genocide as well. But I generally think Clinton's interest was more in being a peacemaker, especially considering that the USR was ending and stuff. Yeah, right. And like that's the thing is, it's like people were so anti-Arab Spring because there was a lot of stuff about how the Muslim Brotherhood were taking advantage of it. For sure. But I mean, we'll see what the reporting is about the current accords going on. The also another big issue is Hamas, right? Like Arafat at least represented Palestine, and he could be coming to these things. And are you talking about Muslim Brotherhood? I'm not sure too much. Ace would know more because he's way more versed on the Arab Spring than me. But it's just funny Muslim Brotherhood would come to power because of like how Egypt's history has been like very anti-Muslim Brotherhood for like 70, 80 years or so. I don't know. Anyway, I think that Palestine not actually having a figure who can negotiate on an authority that represents Palestine has been a huge detriment. And as we know, Israel was part of the reason why Hamas comes to power. Like, they purposely put Hamas in there. They wanted Hamas in there because they knew that if Hamas was in there, peace would never come. So they think there's a lot of factors there, but I still do agree that Clinton was the most serious out of like the modern presidents.
You would have to commit. And I don't know if they're willing to commit that hard. So at this point, like, what the fuck is the point of even distancing yourself from Netanyahu? Like, are you going to do anything? And if not, then what's the point? Like,
Yeah.
You know, it seems like an incredibly milquetoast effort being made to launder your own behavior, to distance yourself, to, you know, it's, I don't know. They don't have a spine. They won't do shit. Oh, no. Well, my point is, at this point, I don't even know if having a spine would be beneficial.
I mean, both. I mean, not even just both, but the United States and Egypt specifically have really shown where they can actually put leverage down with Rafah. But it's different because I think we need to keep in mind October 7th and compare it to how nationalist America was after 9/11. And I'm not excusing genocide here. I'm just saying that with the White House, it's going to be harder for them to make statements because it would be like making statements after 9/11. That said, after 9/11, as unjustified as the Iraq war was, I compare it to what Israel is doing in Gaza, and it's like nothing. Like, one is a war, one is a genocide, you know?
Think about it. If the Democrats pivoted like all the way over to the correct position and became like openly opposed to Netanyahu and Israel in every conceivable way, up to the point of like
100%.
military intervention, that wouldn't be like to their favor politically. They've spent too long cultivating support for Israel and their followers. So like, what the they do, right? Like, it seems like it's too late politically. I'm not saying they shouldn't. It's morally good of them to oppose what Israel is doing. It's just like Jesus. The Israel lobby is too powerful. I want to be careful with the language because it's not really the Israel lobby. AIPAC isn't powerful because of Israel. It's powerful because of conservatives. Israel is just the wedge issue that they use. It's the same way that like the abortion or the anti-abortion lobby is powerful, but it's not being led by
It's also,
fetus.
it's not just the Israel lobby. You have the fucking evangelicals, right, which are part of the abortion lobby. Like,
you know,
yeah, right. But this is the like Al Qaeda was literally like, "Hey, we're gonna do 9/11," and then somehow that happened. Still, like, the American intel network is fucking like worthless. They even like going back to their foundation, they never got a clear picture of what the Soviet Union was like until the wall fell. They're failures.
You know, it's something being fought over as a symbolic battle that actually means other stuff. Much in the same way that like your average Republican politician does not give a about abortions, and they have their mistresses go off and get illicit abortions all the time. You know, what they care about is control of women and everything that implies, like socially. It's not really about the fetuses. And likewise, you know, there are tons of like white nationalist American conservatives who think Jews are going to hell and only care about Israel insofar as it fulfills a biblical death prophecy. You know, it's not really about Israel. I would go so far as to say that like cynical weaponization of Israeli power as a way of fronting broader conservative issues has extended into Israel itself. I mean, do you think Netanyahu is like a devout Jew? Do you think he gives a I don't think he gives a like, you know,
No.
Israel isn't just incidentally a Jewish
literally
state.
hate
It's
their own
the Jewish state, you know? You'd
No.
think that
It's the Zionist state. Like the Orthodox Jews there, they hate them. They fucking beat them just like they're Palestinians.
Netanyahu would have to be pretty like religiously aligned for that to make sense, but I don't think he is. I think it's all pretty cynical, you know? How does Israel get destroyed in the Christian prophecy? It's a rapture thing. That the Jews need to occupy the Holy Land in order for the rapture to happen, something like that. The details, I mean, it's biblical prophecy, so people like interpret it this way or another, but that is often how it's perceived. Yeah, Basically, like, they all get sacrificed. They all get, like, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhooded as Jesus returns. It's bullshit. It's not canon to Christianity. It's all bullshit. Who cares? What matters is what people interpret. I don't think any of it's real. Will you ever do a charity stream to donate to you into RWA? I keep saying this, and it feels really grim to have to keep repeating it, but I understand why people ask the question. The reason why there haven't been any charity streams is because, given the situation in Gaza, it's very possible that no amount of money given to any organization will meaningfully
True.
stop or help. Like,
True.
you can raise a bunch of money to a charity org, but if they're prevented from entering, or they just, like, the resources they need are
Israel will just
blocked or
take
whatever
money
else,
at this
I don't even
point.
know what it will do or what it can do. And I don't want to have, like, a charity stream where it's like, yeah, we're going to raise a bunch of money. Like, I don't know if it'll do anything, you know? When we raised money for what happened in Ukraine, it was for something that was very, like, direct and actionable, which was helping refugees leaving the
Hey, speaking of which, we have fundraisers going on right now for people in Ukraine. You can see them going across the bottom of the screen. You can pause it, type it in. There's, this money is going directly to soldiers. Some of these soldiers don't have social media, so they have trouble fundraising for themselves. So if you want to help directly with some mortar teams and recon teams who are essential in this war, especially with how low artillery is at this point.
country. That's something that, like, an NGO can work on and help directly. I can understand that. Like, it's difficult, but it's work that can be done. What can an org do right now in Rafah? Like, genuinely, aid is being blocked. If they could just, like, if internet money could just allow aid to enter the Gaza Strip, then they wouldn't be starving right now. It's grim,
Epic, bro.
This is where I get all my information from. Okay? This is what I give a shit about. I woke up this morning and the first goddamn thing I saw on Twitter were ad-sponsored posts from the one and only Liver King. Why not wear a shirt that seems unhygienic? Wear a shirt.
Not the word.
Even pathogens
Yeah,
know better
it was
than
funny.
to mess with Liver King. It's
Needle
not
King.
unhygienic. It's a public display of invincibility. I don't take showers. Hair nor beard has ever been washed. Haven't brushed in over a decade. And I hardly wipe. The consequences? This is what you look like if you
Bro,
hardly wipe.
You need to clean
hair
your
and
asshole.
skin. At
You gotta-
46 years
look,
old, my
bro.
skin has held its.
Look, bro, there is no culture out there that's not like clean your feet and your asshole. Okay, they're very clear about this shit.
You dirty bitch!
Clean the shit out of your butt, bro.
Gross.
And then bro, imagine if imagine working out and on the bench after this guy, right?
Yuck.
And there's, like, shit, there's literal human shit on the bench.
Oh, that's I like this because his whole thing is like lying and boasting, but he knows he looks like shit, so he can't like, I have the skin of a young man. He has to say it's held its own. That's not a compliment I would ever want delivered to my skin. Like, oh, your skin is holding up. Your skin is holding it together. Hair has retained native color and no visible sign of recession.
Liver King, Needle King is so gross to me. Like, when I see him make videos, I literally have to block people who are posting it just to prevent, because people will start sharing that post. So if you post a Liver King video of him eating testicles or something, that's why you're blocked.
Maybe the skin hair microbiome shouldn't be with. Maybe they don't take too kind to harsh chemicals and endocrine derangement.
Look, bro.
Maybe it's the testosterone
You don't
pumping through
need-
your body,
bro.
the anabolic steroids.
Just fucking use water on your ass at least. Okay? Just rinse the shit out of your ass.
Saying namaste here. I saw that in the video. Looking good, man. It came out that
We gotta stop this wiping your ass is gay shit, okay? Stop. Girls can smell that
Want a
shit when they
strong
go down
jawline?
on you,
Health-
bro. Imagine smelling somebody's asshole, shitty asshole from the front when you're trying to suck a dick that's already gagging down your throat, right? You have to be fighting two different gag reflexes, okay? Let's give it up for women.
the teeth and gums do these things, or else or else there will be
Queens.
consequences
Absolute
just from your
queens.
shrinking jawline.
That's just how I got it. Again.
You can't see your
Right now.
jawline.
See my
Start chewing. Incredible.
the jaws and the teeth mechanically. See my jawline? That's just how I got it. Again.
We can't see your jawline. You have a beard.
King. You need to work out the jaws and the teeth. Mechanically load them. If you find a block of ice, eat it.
Do not break your teeth.
You don't have a block of ice. Anything else that you could think of? Find something. Chew on a bone. Just
No,
mechanically.
do not do that. Do not do that.
Mechanically load all the teeth.
Really
The
bad.
centrals, the canines, the incisors.
We've literally evolved. Like, look at some stuff about teeth, right? So the reason why our teeth are crooked is actually because we don't eat bone and stuff anymore and don't chew on hard stuff.
Okay.
So like our mouths have evolved to be like more like soft and like brittle. And that's why our teeth
Crazy.
grow crooked now. So like
Interesting.
people who like ate bones and stuff had straighter teeth.
A lot of people talking.
So Jack, you want to see the most
fuck is
American
that
thing to
thing?
ever happen?
Yes.
And a lot of the time, it's because of how ridiculous or bold the item in question may be. For instance, you could think all the way back to around 2009, 2010, when they released the Double Down sandwich. Then a few years later, in 2020, released some sort of creation that most people have forgotten, where it was 2 donuts with a piece of chicken sandwiched in between them.
Is his arm small?
And KFC, it appears as though they've done it again. They have reinvented everything.
Jack has
Because
never
there were
seen
2
Review Bra. Yeah, that's what I'm determining now.
things in this world that
Guess how he got his name Review Bra?
I have no clue.
Gym bros were passing his videos around.
That's hilarious.
constitute everything: pizza and chicken. And that's it. There's nothing else. And they said, guess what? You thought you might know what's up. You thought wrong. Because KFC has just premiered their new Cheesa, as they call it, which essentially is chicken pizza. You could essentially get, or what you do get essentially, is 2 white meat chicken fillets. Then the chicken is topped with a zesty marinara sauce, mozzarella cheese, and pepperoni. And you have the fried chicken, their famous fried chicken, and it's topped like a pizza. And now it's pizza from KFC, or should I say done KFC style. This is the
In
first time it's
Australia?
ever been
Hold on,
released
pause
here
it.
in the United States.
In Australia, they did a thing where they had a burger that was just 2 fried chicken patties with like bacon and cheese in the middle.
Yeah, that's the Double Down.
It's fucking gangster.
That's the Double Down. Yeah.
It's so good.
But is it any good? That's what I'll be finding out.
I know, it sounds pretty good. Looks pretty good.
And there it is, the Cheesa.
I'd eat the shit out
You
of
can
that.
see it's chicken as the base.
It's
and then
not
it has
proper
the
pizza etiquette!
marinara sauce atop, mozzarella cheese, and pepperoni. And again, this is the regular size one. This is what you'd be getting for around
Chicken
$12.
pizza. Yeah, still no
What I'm
movies
going to
about
do
Karl
next
Marx.
is grab a piece of Cheesa. Find a. This looks like a decent piece right here.
Oh my god, you can edit, please.
And you could get a closer look at it.
I'm so hungry.
So it's their extra crispy chicken, I should mention, and topped with the marinara sauce, cheese, and Daronis, right as they like to call it.
Uh-huh.
Is it any good? So what I'll be
Oh my god,
finding
just
out
fucking
momentarily.
eat it.
Bro, he's got to make a 10-minute video
So-
somehow out of all of this.
Gimmicky or not, it's got people talking, but let's find out what it tastes like.
He's got a timer,
The
literally.
Cheesa from KFC. It's going in.
You have more than enough to hire competent hankers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
First of all,
He's definitely got a timer there. Don't just keep eating it for a whole minute, bro.
I just
There's
paused
an
the
edit.
camera just so that I made sure though you could see the first bite. So I tried it out.
You
as can
famously
see.
said that
It's
the
very
that the
interesting.
name Fredo was like the N word for
When I
Italians.
was seeing the reactions to it primarily, they were mixed. There were some people that were saying, you know, this looks promising.
I would turn this
Other
off
people were saying,
immediately.
I don't know about this. You know, it's especially KFC, right? It could go either way.
I
And
would
then
skip
there's a
to where the
third group
food is
that sort of
shown,
said, you
and
know,
then I would leave the
this
video.
thing is just wrong. This is one of those things that doesn't even have a right to exist. Yet here it is, this
Wrong.
this monster of sorts.
Delicious.
And how dare they? They went too far. KFC did. You'll get some people saying that. I didn't know what to expect going in, because the last time I had KFC and did a review of them earlier in the year, my experience was not good at all. The quality
Australian
of the item
KFC is
that
king.
I got at the time, these wraps that they had, was
American
abysmal. It was
American KFC
absolutely
sucks.
horrible. And that left me feeling a little apprehensive, because even looking at the picture, it seems like it could go either way.
There's so many
And,
better
the picture
options
might
in
make it
America
look
for
a little
chicken.
undercooked, and
Especially if you're in
all
the
of
South.
that. So I didn't know what to expect. And I didn't have my hopes up, to be honest. Burger King did an item not quite like this, but
Burger King.
they had their Italian-style chicken sandwich that they've re-released over and over again, and it was horrible. And a lot of these fast food places really struggle with the marinara sauce for some inexplicable reason. So I didn't really know what to expect going in, but you know what? Despite
know
how
what?
tacky this item is, despite how gimmicky it is, despite how absurdly ridiculous I find
Uh-huh.
the name to be, and the fact that I can't even say it without laughing, Cheesa, right? It's actually not that bad. I have to be straightforward. It's not that
So Burger King had a thing called an Italian chicken sandwich. So it was a chicken parm sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Not Italian.
bad. I was expecting it to be a whole lot worse than it actually is. Number one, the chicken. The chicken quality this time around, I'm pleased with. I really am. There's a good amount of it. It's juicy. It's very tender, very flavorful.
This is awful.
And
this is like nails
it
on a
still has that
chalkboard.
crunchy,
He's given a great
crispy
review.
exterior that you most definitely can taste. And I do like the sort of contradiction that it poses compared to, again, just that sort of succulent meat. So the chicken quality, I am very happy with. And being that it comprises the base, there's a good amount of it. And of course, you are
playlist?
tasting that
This
iconic
is on the playlist, yeah.
KFC chicken in every single bite. It's
All right,
not
where are-
overly
where are
greasy.
we?
It's not overly oily. It's not saturated in oil or anything. So that's good too. So the chicken quality, I am totally fine with. The thing that pleasantly surprised me the most was the marinara sauce.
I see nothing viewed.
As I said, a lot of these places, the marinara sauce, for some reason, they really struggle with it. And it just tastes like this just
And then we
cheap,
can go into whatever
watered
case you
down
want.
garbage that's either straight out of a can that's probably been sitting on a shelf for years, or it just
Whenever you're ready, you can.
you
take
either
over.
can barely
Mhm.
taste it, or it's like got this weird sourness to it. And I've had that sort of experience so many times with fast food establishments. This, on the other hand, is actually robust. It's flavorful. It does have this nice zestiness to it. And I must say, that zesty note of the marinara sauce actually does a pretty good job, I think, moderating out what might otherwise be the saltiness that this item would possess. Because the pepperoni, totally standard pepperoni, exactly something that
Oh my god, get me the fuck out.
12 minutes of that, bro. He's
Jesus
so good at
Christ.
making videos over 10 minutes. Oh, we can't see. Okay. The top 5 stories from Reuters.
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 Riotas.
2 stories about Palestine, huh?
PM resigns.
Mhm.
Okay. No, no.
Oh,
no,
another.
no.
Wow, crazy. Another.
Hey, no,
Israel
this is
related.
the immolation. This is
I
the
know.
immolation.
It's in there. All Israel stuff at the top.
Mm-hmm.
What's this one? Okay.
Funding government.
That's definitely in there. What's number 5? Oh,
South
this is
Korea's-
in there too.
Ah, South Korea protest.
I got all 5 of their top stories in there.
Epic.
I'm the best. We can. These are just
illegal devices like this.
fillers.
Whatever. We'll go with this and we'll move on.
Does he want to know
Turning
about
into
it?
a seriously-
This
Yeah.
has been in here for weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How old is that
Big
video?
problem on our streets.
Let me see.
The simple
2
switches
weeks.
can transform
Yeah.
semi-automatic handguns into a fully
Ooh,
automatic
nice.
weapon. And we're told they're behind a sharp rise in machine
The
gun fire
switch.
right here in the Twin Cities.
Chris
That's
Arafsky
epic.
shows us just how easy they are to get, why they're so hard to stop.
You can
and
3D
what the man
print
who
them, can't
invented
you?
them
Yeah,
has to say
yeah.
about it.
Epic.
ATF Special Agent Pete Vukovic shows us what the Glock
Boo.
9mm pistol
All the
five
homies
rounds
hate the
semi-automatic
ATF.
fast as I can.
is designed to do. But with a simple modification,
Going hot.
this is what the Glock can do.
Most
Scary.
things I've ever fired. It fires so
Scary.
quick I can't control it and react to it.
Nice.
Yeah.
That small metal piece is called an auto sear. It's better known as a Glock.
I love.
sear. The little
It's so
size
funny
device
that they're making this out like to be. It's more scary. It's a machine gun now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it's got the
Yeah.
switcher on it, bro.
Uh-huh.
This
Yeah,
is actually
machine
going to
gun.
save lives because the people who want switchers already hold the Glock sideways, right? This is going to
Yeah.
save lives.
Turn
Bye,
an
Fudge.
ordinary pistol into a fully automatic machine gun
Catch the news
capable
tomorrow.
of firing 20 rounds
Yeah.
in a second. The switch by itself is legally considered a machine gun, unless you get approval from the ATF to manufacture weapons for military and police.
Lol.
Possession of one can land you up to 10 years in prison.
Pop, pop, pop.
Throw
and
an
then it was like
extendo in there.
rapid fire.
Scenes like this are becoming more common.
The shots went into the apartments and busted their lines, their pipelines, bro.
This is a map of Minneapolis.
Oh my
and
god,
this
that was epic. Can we get that guy? Can we get that guy again as a soundbite? We'll try to remember him.
You are incorrect. Guns are cool.
Yeah, guns are cool, especially when they're auto seared.
Yeah.
is every reported shooting in this
Lines, their pipelines. Rapid fire.
Scenes like this are become 10 years in prison.
Pop, pop,
Just
pop.
remember.
And then it was like
Hang on.
rapid fire.
Just remember when you cut this, you got to grab this soundbite clean. Place a marker.
Scenes like this are becoming more common.
The shots went into the apartments and busted their lines, their pipelines, bro.
This is a map of Minneapolis, and this is every reported shooting in the city last year. Each symbol you see represents some
You didn't
form
get
of
the
a gunshot
clean
fire.
one.
According to the Minneapolis Police Department, while overall shootings have gone down the last 2 years, automatic gunfire continues to go up. In 2020, the city's shot spotter system detected 16 instances of automatic fire.
Was that all of it? I swear there was more.
No, just him going bop, bop, bop.
Military and police, possession of one can land you up to 10 years in prison.
Pop, pop, pop. And then it was like rapid fire.
Scenes like this are becoming more common.
The shots went into the apartments and busted their lines, their pipelines, bro.
This is a map of Minneapolis.
That's going to be a great
That's
one
what
if
you
we
wanted?
remember to
Yeah.
to cut that. That's going to be a good one.
Automatic fire. Last year, it picked up 257. about
Yeah,
5 per week.
because
You
you
see
can
this
also get decorative
how many
different kinds of
juvenile suspects?
switches, right? How many have they killed more, or have there just been more automatic fire incidents?
English, please.
Captain Matthew Steffens heads the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Division.
The gun we know of through testing had been fired 2 days prior in a shooting where another juvenile was struck.
He says the Sheriff's Office recovers about 2 Glock switches every month. MPD finds about 1 every week.
It's just going to keep going and firing, and
Sought after for bragging rights as much as their chaotic firepower.
with as long as we've now been talking about these, how is it so easy to go on the internet and find them for sale? How?
Just how easy is it? In about 15 minutes, we
That's
were
what
able
you
to
need
find
there.
That's epic.
The
The 50
extendos.
round mag. Fuck
The
yeah.
extendos, bro. That's what you need
Sick.
for it.
Epic.
Now that
Also, we did an episode on guns. If you want to watch it,
We have multiple episodes
I think
on
it's
guns.
I think it's episode 39. We also have episode 43. No, 30. No, what is it? What's Dustin's one? 34.
How do you just
I don't know.
recall these numbers?
There's gun ones. There's 3
Go
of them. Watch them. There's one where I explain how Australia's gun laws are actually a lie. Go for it. Lots of content there.
Illegal Glock switches marketed on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok,
Nice.
and Pinterest. The ATF says
Epic.
most of these are machine milled or 3D printed overseas
Epic.
and imported discreetly in, say, like this video, a toy connector kit.
Nice.
Some are marketed as keychains or airsoft parts. Others make and sell them locally. This man, Benjamin Zwack, was convicted of 3D printing
Epic.
Glock switches and selling them
Boo.
as a gun store employee in Savage. Aaron Cato was indicted in 2022 after investigators say they
Boo,
intercepted a
fuck the
box from
police.
Taiwan marked as stainless steel thermos. Inside were parts for 10 Glock switches. In court
Nice.
documents, Cato also admits to 3D printing the devices as well. But there's an even easier way to access the switch market. Google it.
Glock switch for sale.
We showed this to Will Pinoque,
And here's what comes up.
the ATF special agent in
Fucking
charge for the Twin
snitch.
Cities.
Buy Glock switches online. Glock
Snitch.
switch for sale. There's just this open market
Snitch.
here on page 1 of Google.
It is shocking, but it's not a surprise. Even though they're being marketed as a keychain or something
Snitch.
that can be used in a erector set,
Snitch.
it's illegal to possess it,
Snitch.
or purchase it, to
Snitch.
manufacture it. It's illegal.
Snitch.
There's just so many
Snitch.
out there. It's really hard to get in front of.
Snitch.
We asked Google why it allows these websites on
Snitch.
search results in the U.S. In an email, a
Snitch.
Google spokesperson said, quote, "We are largely guided by local law when it comes to removing pages from our results and hold ourselves to a high standard in complying with legal
Snitch.
requirements," end quote.
So they basically said it's on Congress to do that.
I'm only laughing
Oh,
they
it's the
oppose everything that
Klobuchar.
they've tried to do,
Snitch.
when it comes to regulating them. And I think that time is ending.
Senator Amy
Boo.
Klobuchar co-authored a bill last year
Worst.
that would require the Justice Department, Homeland Security, and Treasury Department to work together to stop
Boo.
machine gun conversion device trafficking. The bill has not made it out of the Judiciary Committee.
This isn't about so many legal gun owners in Minnesota who have every right to have a gun. This is about someone violating the
Club.
law.
That's what's
criminal
up, bro.
level offense. Yet it persists because it's available on the internet.
There is one more opinion on this that we were curious to hear.
The fire selector system
It's
came
2B. though.
to this world through my hands in 1987.
Jorge Leon invented the Glock switch
Jorge.
in his home country of Venezuela.
Nice.
He patented it in
Based.
1998
Venezuelan
in the US, selling
invention.
it to military and
Fuck
police.
yeah.
Today, his invention has been copied and illegally distributed around the world.
I don't feel happy. I'm honest to you.
You
I
should,
don't
bro.
feel
That's
happy.
quite
What
a
do you want to do?
fucking-
What do you hope to do?
I
Quite
would
an
like to
achievement.
get a quick solution for this problem worldwide.
Leon believes government crackdowns on these illegal switches are necessary. He also believes the long-term
yeah.
solution is for Glock to alter their pistol design so switches
true,
can
they
be
could
used
do
in
that.
future models.
They can make a change, a quick change.
That's actually
and then
very
they
true.
can
What did he
start
say?
With a new generation of pistols.
Glock can make a change to their handguns so they no longer work on them.
Hmm.
But someone will make a fix to that. And then there's an even bigger market because now everyone wants new ones.
That does not allow fully auto firing.
That's
Chris
sick.
Arepsky, Care 11 News.
That's awesome.
Leon tells Chris this was the only interview he's ever given about.
That guy had the
That's
hardest.
the only interview
hardest-
the Glock switch guy's ever given, bro.
That's
You-
that guy that dual
Do you know what
wielded
the
those
club is,
handguns.
bro?
No idea. He
It's
had
the worst. It's the worst
hardest
gun in
dick.
GoldenEye. It's a Scorpion. But it's like it's so bad. Like every pistol is better than it because it's a fully auto 20 round
Mm,
machine gun, but it's so inaccurate that it won't hit anything.
hilarious.
And their
That guy,
fire rate,
after
is
firing
shit
that,
too.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your
Love-
peepee is
Sick.
gigundo.
They give the enemy to use, so that way you don't get hit as much.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, dude, I'm that's the first I've heard of that concept, but it makes sense.
I
So,
mean, yeah.
where do you see like what is the biggest
This isn't news.
fundamental problem that you see in law enforcement?
Go to the news. This isn't news. This is
A
filler
Tails After
stuff I
News
told you at the
exclusive, a
top.
lawsuit filed
This
against
is
a group
news.
of judges. The
This is
lawyer
filler.
for Fort Wrecker Companies alleges
We already had an hour of filler. Yeah, this is close enough to the actual start. This is the last filler in there.
It's Chinese New Year, Year of the Dragon. It's just a happy time, especially we need.
You know what
A celebration in San Francisco.
Glock also does?
Make shit handguns that nobody should buy.
No. It's their other
YCZ.
business.
Their
other business.
I think you told me, but I can't remember. It's something funny. Something weird.
Leaders and community members gathering to kick off a week of festivities.
The 11 o'clock news on
Don't tell.
Fox 2 starts now.
San Francisco getting ready to host hundreds of thousands of people for the
Don't
Chinese
tell
New Year
Bosch about
parade.
this,
Hello again,
okay?
everyone. I'm Julie Hayner.
And I'm Mike Meeback. Tonight, the city held its official Chinese New Year's celebration at City Hall.
Glock Horse Performance Center. Glock Dream Boy
That's
available
right.
in fresh and frozen semen. They sell horse cum. Is that awesome? Don't tell Bosch.
A traditional line dance kicked off tonight's event with dozens of people in attendance. KTVU's Amber Lee joins us now here in studio. And Amber, an exciting night in San Francisco, and it's all leading up to that big parade.
Okay.
You don't care about culture. We're not watching this whole thing. Just get some highlights from the State Department.
Yeah, we'll wait for the formal process. Hypothetical that's going to
So some context here. Apparently, Navalny was days from being released in a prisoner swap.
No shit. Interesting.
I'm telling Bosch. Okay, bro.
Refrain from commenting on any aspect of negotiations to secure the release of anyone around the world.
We don't know if it's true. We don't know if it's true, but this is like.
Is there any authority under which the U.S. can make a determination that a non-U.S. citizen is a wrongfully detained?
No, but I took Alex's question to be: can we try to secure the release of people who are non-U.S. citizens? Which of course, well, maybe I misunderstood. Which of course we can, but the wrongful detention statute only applies to U.S. citizens and other U.S. nationals.
Yeah.
U.S. nationals, right? Of which he was not. Go ahead. Yeah.
FBI, FBI overblowing. That's what I think too. I don't think that but that's the narrative that we're also going to look at and report on. Is just that, like, I agree that there's nothing showing that this is true or remotely true. It's the new Hillary Clinton sent one email to stop Africa thing. You know?
Yeah.
Going to speak into either internal deliberation.
I also saw something. I didn't check if it was true or not, or if it was just like a joke going around about Gherkin. So, what did something happen with Gherkin? Is he dead too? Because that would be based.
Held overseas. As I said, we had long called for Alexei Navalny's release.
Cop out.
I'm just not going to speak to our conversations with any of our diplomatic partners.
Okay, next part. We get it. He's not going to talk about if this is true or not, which means they probably did talk about it at one point.
I do not believe a word. They're such lies.
Why took the administration 3 years to sort of make that point? Was that something that you guys believed at the beginning of the administration and somehow decided to wait, or you landed at this decision just last week?
So I'll say two things. From a policy point of view, we have always been clear that we believe settlements.
She's single now.
Okay. Settlements bad. Got that. We know that from the State Department. This isn't something we need an answer to.
That was established then and so on. Plus, you guys are.
Settlement program is inconsistent with federal law. I find that to be a very clear, international law, of course, but very clear.
She's currently yelling at Russian libs for not yelling, loving her. Has been enough.
Obviously, I was not here, but I can tell you our intention now is to be very clear about what we believe. Go ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned 1978 because there is a lawyerly or legal definition that was established then and so on. Plus, you guys are signatory to all the UN resolutions, 242 and so on, that basically say the settlements are illegal. So I don't know why we
talking about settlements. Okay.
Have to reassert or.
All right, well, let's move on. Don't care about the State Department. As usual, nothing interesting is coming out of their mouths because it's the same people asking the same questions they know they won't get answers to.
On Twitter. They're saying there appears to be some charring on the ground right next to the gate. This after a man set himself on fire outside of the Israeli embassy there in Washington, D.C. A fire official told him that
he's an anarchist
down as well.
I did know that, yeah.
But I thought anarchists couldn't be in armed forces.
Interesting, right?
on the ground in Washington, D.C. David, what are you seeing? And maybe do we know more about
Bro,
the
are you
identity of
standing
this
in front
individual?
of the scorch marks where a guy died?
Yeah, Andy, good to be with you tonight. No word right now about the identity of the person involved. As you mentioned, we were just told that he was transported in critical condition.
what it
I mean, we
looks
already
like.
know
Life-threatening
his
injuries at last
identity and all
check.
this shit.
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to see how local Fox News reported on it.
He does remain in critical condition. I'm going to step out right now. We're going to give you a look at that
Oh,
chart. that you
this is so dark, bro.
What the fuck?
were referring to. This appears to be the spot where this fire did happen, where it was set by this person who, again,
Yeah, that's just probably charred skin and shit. Yeah, no biggie.
and according to authorities, lit himself on fire right here in front of a gate at the
Dude,
Israeli
he was-
embassy. Now, it was just
His
before
clothes
1
were
o'clock
gone
this
and he
afternoon.
was black
Jesus.
when they finally got him out. Hey, did you see the video? That
No.
Talia ended up posting a censored
No,
version
I
of
haven't.
it.
No.
Well, so he just says like, I'm about to engage in a form of extreme protest, and then says free Palestine and lights himself on fire and saying free Palestine, and then eventually stops talking. But when they finally get the extinguisher on him, he's black, because I've seen it uncensored, because he created a Twitch account and live
no
streamed it.
shit.
Yeah. So
Crazy.
The thing is that another cop literally has his gun drawn while they're putting him out with fire extinguishers.
Epic.
And
Love
so like
cops.
that's the
Cops are great,
commentary.
aren't
It's
they?
like pointing a gun at a man who's killing himself is like
Yeah.
the most American thing ever.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
When DC Fire responded to this call, DC Fire and EMS says that it was actually uniformed Secret Service who extinguished the fire. DC Fire also told Fox 5 here in Washington that it was an adult male that was transported again to an area hospital, critical condition with life-threatening injuries. Now, the latest update is that he does remain in critical condition, and
He's dead.
immediately
He
after this
died at
happened,
9
DC
p.m.
Police's explosive ordnance disposal team was actually dispatched to examine a car that was potentially connected with the man, but indications are there was no additional
They also
threat out
investigated
of
his
that car. I
home.
can also tell you we've been at the scene here for a couple of
His
hours.
what?
We did see a
They investigated his home as well.
Did they kill his dog?
If he had one, probably.
vehicle that was towed away. I've reached out to DC Police as well as the U.S. Secret Service to see if there's any update on whether that is the specific vehicle that's connected to this. We have not heard back on that. So certainly a lot of developments, a lot of details that we are still working to learn, and we will be sure to stay ahead of this story here as the Fox local affiliate in Washington, D.C., Andy.
Yeah, not very a common story there out of Washington, D.C.
Okay, chat, what do we think about
on fire? And I do have to ask you, because
self-immolation
if people
for Palestine?
For Palestine specifically?
No, the specific case of self-immolation for Palestine specifically.
Okay.
How do we feel about this? My thing is just like I don't see how anyone is like is going to change their minds over like, you know, like nobody's going to change their minds. Like you're either going to, if you're already pro-Palestine, you're saying he's a hero. And if you're like, and like that's the thing, is like how ghoulish it's been that like, people have been like, wow, people are killing themselves over something that's not even happening, like doing genocide denial after, and it's like, shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
I've seen that, yeah.
But yeah,
It's
also the fact that it's while peace talk negotiations are going on as well. Like if you just waited 3 days, it might be over. Well, they're supposed to. It's supposed the peace talks is well a week from now, or supposedly when they'll start. We'll see about that, though. I have doubts, obviously.
Obviously.
Is Representative Andy Ogles Republican? Let's see.
Yeah, and I think he's about to tell you about as much as
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, exactly.
No evidence of that. I've seen the footage, and you haven't.
I've seen the footage.
You've seen footage of
shredded children's bodies. That's my taxpayer dollars. I'm going to bomb this kid.
So I think we should kill them all. If that makes you feel better. Everybody, watch.
Jesus fucking Christ. Alrighty.
For 20 years. Israel's been attacking Palestine. Israel is an occupier. Palestine was there before Israel. Your naivety doesn't make it true. Please. There's a genocide happening right now. They're starving.
Okay, hot take. The sad thing. Yes, this is true too. There was another self-immolation and nobody talks about it. I guess because it wasn't live streamed, but like it was like in September or something. You're absolutely right. I completely forgot until you said something. Yeah. This is the second one.
Well, how did nobody cover that?
Well, it wasn't just that. He's part of the armed services as well.
Yeah.
It's not just leaving in the USA. Is that he felt especially guilty because he was like in the armed service.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine also just because it was in November, because it happened after October, obviously.
Yeah.
I think because it might have been so close to October that it kind of got overshadowed by like the will they or won't they invade Gaza thing going on.
Shame on you. You have no heart. I was turning off water and power on pregnant women going after Hamas.
Should trip him. I mean, it'd be assault, but I mean, I'd vote to acquit.
He's a pro-life candidate. Shockingly,
he's also.
I remember the last big one that was the last big one was a climate change one. There's been multiple climate change self-immolations here.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all.
I think there's been 2 of that though.
In front of the ICJ about the occupation and imploring the ICJ to uphold international law.
Honorable judges, the state of Palestine appeals to this court to guide the international community in upholding international law, ending injustice, and achieving a just and lasting peace. To guide us towards a future in which Palestinian children
unknown female, December 1st. A protester self-immolated outside the Israeli consulate in Atlanta, Georgia, following an act of extreme, what officials describe as an extreme political protest.
Crazy.
Palestinian flag was recovered at the scene, but also, there's one here in like 2021.
Okay.
That's in Israel. And the guy who did it said he fought in the war in Gaza. And he suffered from, it was the government's treatment, Israel's government treatment of disabled veterans. So he had PTSD and killed himself. Here's one in 2021 in Germany against the detention conditions of Ashkelon.
No shit.
Ukraine, there's one in 20. According to the security guard in the their motives remain unknown. She died on the spot. The one in Ukraine. They happen a lot. I remember one happened in the Navalny protests, not the recent ones. Bro, this one from 2018 is because he was an incel. Epic.
Not as demographic threat, in which the identity of the group to which we belong.
Oh look, bro, it's Jimmy Jizzo. Shit again, bye. Okay, Jimmy Jizzo. He was already in here before. You missed it. He walked away and he came in and he said the same thing. And it's like, bro, okay.
Say a lot.
Bye.
I don't know why they feel the need to tell you.
He just keeps coming in and doing it. And then he goes, you won't post a link, and then leaves. It's like, I'll post a link, bro.
Well, you know what I say to that?
I'm fucking better than you.
which we are all entitled. A future in which no Palestinian and no
There's a guy who
Israelis
nailed
is
his
killed.
sack on the red square. That's fucking awesome.
A future in which two states live side by side in peace and security.
Good luck.
The Palestinian people only demand respect for their rights. They ask for nothing more. They cannot accept nothing less and nothing else. The future of freedom, justice, and peace can begin here and now. It is within your power to give the clearest statement possible on what the law is, what it requires, and what it means in practice for all members of the United Nations. We
Wow,
trust
that's got
in
really
your
dark
wisdom,
from talking about
your
horse
fairness,
only a
and
few
your
minutes
dedication to justice and the rule of law. And I thank you very much, Mr. President.
News.
One democratic state, rights for all. That is what needs to happen. I can't even imagine the emotional toll of seeing your countrymen and women and children going through a massacre, being victims of genocide.
I think that's just them talking. We don't care. Next.
All right, let's take a call.
Hello, this is Mitch from Houston.
Mitch from Houston. What's on your mind?
I love this shit, bro.
Hey, I guess this is somewhat of a,
because so
I don't
you
know,
remember
galaxy brain take, but
you remember the fucking the rocket that hit the parking lot, and it's still being debated, right?
Where?
In the beginning of the war, before the invasion,
Yes.
in the
Yes.
hospital parking lot, right?
Mhm.
And so, like, you remember I was talking to you about how forensic architecture made this report, right?
Yeah.
And like how they were damaging the credibility of the attacks that Assad participated in because they were essential for proving those. And like I showed like how the guy who was doing it in like Gaza is like not credible, right? And they're like ruining their reputation and shit. But like this is just about how forensic architecture made a report on how it was a JDAM and not a rocket.
Mm.
When it's like, come on.
What does it matter?
Yeah, for one, what does it matter? And two, it's not a fucking JDAM.
Yeah.
They say like this airburst theory.
It's fucking stupid.
when we were looking at the hospital bombing from early in the Israel's assault, the Al-Hi hospital.
Yes, there's been some new information that's come out about that. Go on.
Yeah, I saw Ryan Grimm posted something about it.
Yes.
Anyways, it reminded me of everyone's favorite topic.
Not the best source.
The early COVID, when people had these death tolls that were, a couple 100,000 maybe, and people were, in the maybe more reactionary media were all aghast, like, oh, we couldn't possibly reach that high. It's not that big of a deal. And at this point, we're past 1 million deaths, and nobody seems to even comment on it. And the same thing with the hospital.
That's a great analogy.
1 million deaths
Right.
where?
So like when we did this rocket investigation, right, we were the main thing we were using is audio, right, to create we used basically a Doppler effect field, right. So we just aligned different trajectories that look visible in different shots, including ones that were confirmed false, right. The ones that were confirmed this is just a countermeasure type thing, and so the Doppler and audio effects were some of the first evidence, and then when everyone saw the impact crater, it was kind of everyone knew exactly what was going on.
Where they bombed this hospital, and now it's gotten to the point where civilian infrastructure, especially hospitals, have been completely. I mean, there's nothing left as far as I know. I mean, and it's not even commented on. This hospital that we said, it's impossible that Israel would bomb a hospital without good reason.
No.
And now it's to the point where
no
one even says
the
anything.
main reason it was debated was because Israel has bombed hospitals before and lied about it. That's the main reason we did not. This is not Israel actually put out false evidence in this case on this one. We had to discredit them first.
It's just how it is. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, what?
Yeah, I mean, we'll say something here. We'll put this up because you are on point here. This is an analysis that was done by Forensic Architecture, and they've had a good track record in the past where they do these kinds of wartime forensics. This is the thread that was released and the research that was released over the weekend, I guess on Friday, actually. Our latest findings in the Al-Ali hospital blast using 3D trajectory analysis, we dispute the Israeli military's claim that the hospital was struck by a misfiring Palestinian rocket from a salvo of 17, with most of the damage caused by unspent rocket propellant. Our analysis shows that all 17 rockets traveled 1.8 to 2 kilometers at 500 to 630 meters per second and stopped flaring at 1 kilometers altitude, 4 kilometers west of Al-Ali, according to an aerospace expert.
We already did all this tracing with Doppler shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is just like with like different people coming in and doing it again.
Figures indicate that all rockets would have finished burning their propellant whilst
Did they
still
go to the site? That's
in
the thing.
mid-flight.
That's been my opinion since the start. Is like the majority of the evidence points to a malfunctioning rocket, right? That's where a majority of the evidence points. That said, if there's no bomb fragments, like if Hamas didn't clean up the bomb fragments and actually let the investigators in and let journalists in, like, then, you know, like, how do we know? If it wasn't you, where are the fragments? Why would you move the fragments and clean up the site before you let investigators in? That's the issue. So there can be no conclusion here. But forensic architecture, like, has done other things that wasn't conclusive, like when the fucking the chlorine attack on that apartment building in Syria. Forensic architecture was essential in helping us figure that out. Like, they're the ones who pulled up and saw that there was like a fence indent on the shell after it gets rotated, right? So they were the ones that were able to determine that it must have fallen in there because of the fence imprint, and were able to like piece together the fence. Like, they were essential for that shit. But I don't know about this. Like, we need actual fragments as well, even though there wasn't stuff to recover in that attack either. We can be.
These recent findings follow our previous analysis, which debunked claims made by an Israeli spokesperson about 2 videos he alleged showed the rocket responsible for the hospital blast. The devastating explosion at Al-Ali Hospital has come to epitomize the information war surrounding Israel's post-October 7th invasion of Gaza. Using our 3D model, we will continue to track the dynamic airspace over Gaza to challenge key pieces of Israeli disinformation. So we still don't have a smoking gun that indicates that it was an Israeli.
All they said is that the 2 photos that a spokesperson claimed that we already knew were wrong were proven wrong by them. Do we understand how this is not like an actual update and report now?
Yeah.
Israeli bomb, but this is yet another
Israeli spokesperson, though. Now they're misleading people because they made other claims. San told me it was a JDAM, so they have to be
claim about that
to identify a JDAM.
That particular explosion.
Can you identify a JDAM?
Yeah.
The outset of their assault on Gaza, where they've now, as you say, Mitch, they have destroyed or damaged every hospital in the Gaza Strip, and they clutched their pearls at that moment. Even that original case, the information that came out, the forensics make it clear that they were not being truthful about the information that they released. And if you recall, they released audio that purported to show the Hamas attackers plotting this hospital false flag or whatever.
Something been fabricating, literally.
But we had a literal language expert that we work with who's an expert in Israeli and Arabic. So his father is Israeli and his mother is Palestinian from Gaza.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah. And so he was saying that the guys in that video didn't have Israeli accents. They actually sounded like they had accents that are from like the like Iraq-Iranian border region, right? Which would be consistent in outside fighters.
Yeah.
And he said that if it was a fake audio interception, it's one of the. He says voice acting as well, right? Like, so he said it would be one of the best fakes that he's ever seen.
Interesting.
And the whole point, the whole debunking point for this is that they don't have Gaza accents.
Yes.
Correct. And if you listen to them, they aren't familiar with the area, which is consistent with them being foreigners who are brought in for these operations.
True.
So, like, the thing that people think they're debunking about that evidence isn't what they think they're debunking. That said, Israel's committing genocide. So at the end of the day, who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
Not just that things that were wrong. Yeah, literal hoaxes.
That was disproven within hours, and they had to take it down because it was just not actually what was being discussed. I mean, they're so.
The calendar.
What do you mean?
So they go into the hospital basement, right? Because they made a digital simulation of the tunnels that are supposed to be underneath the hospital. And they go to the hospital. He goes over to a calendar. It's a handwritten calendar, like it's on white paper and written with pen, right?
Okay.
And he says this is a terrorist sign-in sheet. When the terrorist starts their shift, they sign in. At the top here it says the operation against Israel that started on October 7th and stuff. And like immediately, people who could read Arabic were like, "That's a fucking calendar, bro." So was the audio authentic? We can't determine that. All that I'm saying is that our language experts said that the accent is not consistent with Gaza. It's more consistent to the region of Iraq and Iran, right? Where you would have that type of Arabic accent.
Yeah.
So we're talking about you can have connections between like Hezbollah factions in Iraq and stuff like that. And we know that outside fighters did come in for this.
Yeah.
And there's just a lot of things pointing to its authenticity. That said, like, I think Israel, on the other hand, does really shitty propaganda, and it's really easy to see through. So I think that's one of the ones where if it's like, if the propaganda is like really well done, coming out of like Israel as evidence, I think that has more credency than their usual shit, you know? They're just, I don't know.
They're quantity over quality with the propaganda, but as you say, everyone took it at face value and moved on.
Because they just want an object to point to. It's not actually about rationalizing about it. It's like, oh, look over there.
Right.
In my opinion, that bombing was when most people, at least international audiences, kind of held their breath, like, oh my God, like, what are they doing? And, you know.
Are we done? We're moving on. We're moving on.
Forensic architecture.
Reports out of Saudi Arabia claiming the Hamas terrorists have softened their demands amid discussions over a hostage release and ceasefire deal.
Okay.
Those reports stating Hamas is no longer
100%. Haqqani Network was involved on October 7th. Like, that's the whole point. So, like, this is something that if you go back and you watch like my Gaza analysis and coverage, is what we're saying there is that the people who went into and did the most war crimes were more than likely outside fighters. These are Nazi tactics. We learned this. The Nazis learned this in the Holocaust. They learned that if they rotate and make sure that they don't know the prisoners, then the Holocaust would be more effective because people refused orders. This is why we use police from outside cities. That's why Euromaidan brought in police before they did the shooting. Like, it just goes within basic strategy for, you know, maximum destruction campaigns is not have people who are familiar. Should I expect Israel to get involved in Afghanistan? I don't think so. Just like, I don't think they care that the Haqqani Network was there. At the end of the day, Hamas is Muslim Brotherhood and so are the Taliban. So there's that entire connection there at the end of the day. So it could be chalked up as simple as that.
From Gaza, but instead asking the IDF to leave some major population centers and allow displaced Gaza residents to return home. Hamas also appearing to accept an initial truce rather than a permanent ceasefire, at least initially. All of this comes as Israel has sent a delegation to Paris for talks that appear to be progressing, according to several officials that are out there. Again, those reports coming in out of Saudi Arabia. I do want to talk about the latest developments here, so let's bring in Avi Melamed, a friend of the show, a former Israeli intelligence official, and the founder of the Inside the Middle East Institute. Avi, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us and break down some of the latest headlines.
Hello, Josh. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Of course. Well, first off, can we kind of talk about this report that is now circulating saying that Hamas is kind of softening its demands? What is your take overall on that report?
Well, we should look at the report cautiously, even though I would say there may be some base to those reports. I think there are a couple of reasons that support that. I think that there is a growing pressure on Hamas, both internally and from the environment, like the Gaza people, and from the region Arab states, to become more flexible. And we have to remember also that the Israeli military pressure is mounting on Hamas. Israel made it very clear and very decisively that if there is going to be no advance or no progress in the whole negotiations, Israel will launch a massive ground operation in Rafah. I think so. All in all, looking at all those components, I think there is, and I'm saying that consciously, there is some base to evaluate that those reports are reflecting something accurate.
I want to talk about the Rafah offensive here. Is that essentially still imminent? It's been discussed over the past several weeks. Netanyahu has said it is going to happen. So at this point, is it really just a matter of when?
Well, it is imminent. It's not necessarily to say that it will take place. I would say that it mostly depends upon the progress in the context of the deal with Hamas vis-a-vis the issue of the Israeli hostages. If there will be a momentum, if there will be a progress, we could see it's very likely to evaluate that Israel will hold for the time being this planned ground operation in Rafah. But again, it all connects to the issue of the hostages. I think it's very important to emphasize Israel is determined to bring back all the hostages one way or another. And in that context, Rafah and the issue of Rafah is yet one of the major cards Israel holds in its hands to achieve that objective.
We heard from Netanyahu as he did unveil his initial thoughts, his initial plan for a post-war Gaza and who will govern it. What do we know so far about that initial report?
Well, apparently the idea is, roughly speaking, going along a couple of guiding lines. A, involvement of Arab states in re-establishing stability in Gaza Strip. B, making sure that Hamas will not be any longer able to continue to rule Gaza Strip. Another major thing, I think, in that plan is that Israel will hold the security control over Gaza Strip, at least for a preliminary or beginning of some period of time. And one of the interesting things to look at is
some period of time.
Currently, that program does not really include the PA, the Palestinian Authority, as the factor that will reclaim sovereignty.
All right, move on. We got to
burn through this, even though it does not necessarily exclude such a scenario down the road. These are, I would say, the major guiding lines of Netanyahu's.
Boring.
Israeli Defense Forces confirming the death of another Israeli hostage.
The military says 19-year-old soldier Oz Daniel was killed October 7th, the day Hamas attacked Israel, and his body was taken into Israel.
Until now, Daniel had been listed as a hostage thought to be alive. ABC's Rena Roy has the story.
As Israel keeps up its barrage in Gaza, ceasefire negotiations are also underway.
The Israeli War Cabinet considering a proposal to try and move civilians out of Rafah in southern Gaza, where more than 1 million people are now living. Israel planning on launching a military operation against Hamas in that densely populated area, but aid agencies warning of a potential catastrophe if the Israeli military moves in. This resident of Rafah saying, "We're told it's a safe area, but there's daily shelling. You can see damaged buildings across the area and rubble in the streets, injured people being evacuated." Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying a military operation there could be delayed if a new ceasefire deal can be reached with Hamas. An Israeli source telling ABC News that Israel has now agreed to an updated framework which would include a 6-week ceasefire and the release of 40 hostages, including the elderly, injured, and sick. In return, Israel would release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and the IDF would redeploy but not withdraw its forces from the Gaza Strip.
But there's still been no word from Hamas on the deal. The Biden administration
says
a major military operation in Rafah
Is Hamas
should not
aware
proceed
Israel
unless
is a
there's clear
nuclear
and
state and crazy
executable
enough to
plan
use
to
it?
protect
Hamas
civilians.
doesn't care. Hamas doesn't care. Hamas aren't the ones being killed at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
The U.S. officials say they have not yet seen. Rena Roy, ABC News, New York.
Thank you.
The battle plan for Rafah is on the table. Once the fighting begins, Prime Minister Netanyahu predicts that the war in Gaza will wind down in a matter of weeks.
Well, plans for another hostage deal are underway. Even so, there will be no deal, Netanyahu says, until Hamas backs down from its crazy demands. CBN Middle East correspondent Julie Stahl has more.
Huh?
This morning, Palestinian Authority Prime Minister Mohammed Shia submitted
Oh,
a
the
resignation of his
transition,
government amid pressure to shake up Palestinian leadership under 88-year-old President Mahmoud Abbas.
Good.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Fox News this morning that it's not enough.
No, well, first of all, I think that's musical chairs. They haven't had an election in the Palestinian Authority for 17 years, so they're just shuffling chairs. But the
ironic. You're one to talk, bro.
De-radicalization. They have to stop teaching their children to become terrorists. They have to stop paying terrorists based on the amount of Jews they kill.
The U.S. says an outline is in place for a new hostage deal. It reportedly includes releasing 30 to 40 Israelis in exchange
what
for a
exactly we're talking about here. So some motivation. I've said this. If you look at like we did 3 Gaza specials in the there in the LTech playlist, but there's the Saudi deal, right? The Saudi deal ultimately was going to be a good thing for Palestine. So I that might have been a motivating factor, but as far as like their motivation, I think that Hamas's motivation is I think they're radical enough to actually believe in like the total destruction of Israel. Like, I don't know. Like even the Hamas leadership seemed unaware that the attack was going to happen. So it was clearly happening from within like a command cell within Hamas.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say like what that person's goal is and how radical that person is. Like there's so much unknown about it. It's not like 9/11 where we know everything at this point.
Yeah.
Like what don't we know about 9/11?
It was obviously an inside job.
It's like, yeah, inside job. Well, here's all the evidence that the government ever had public. So
pause in fighting and hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. On CBS Face the Nation Sunday, Netanyahu says there can be progress only if Hamas backs down from its delusional claims.
Hamas started out with just crazy demands, and it's too soon to say if they've abandoned them. If they come down to reasonable.
Some of the videos I saw. So like one video I saw was clearly guys from Gaza. So they all had the polo shirt, like these were all, it was like the Unk Brigade, right? It was all these uncles who have the polo looking shirt, like all had nice shirts on, right? And like they're like being really nice to like an old lady and stuff. Like they're being way more humanizing than other people's are. And then you see like that one migrant worker that they like kill with a fucking like trowel, right? Like they like smash his neck with a fucking like farming tool. So it's the contrast. The shit that I've seen is horrific. I've seen a lot of stuff that hasn't like, so like the whole thing, I say this all the time, where like Sam Cedar will be like, where's the rape? Where's the video of the rape? And it's like, you think that they circulated that shit on X? Like there's videos out there. There's a lot of really, really bad videos out there. But the fact is that there's also videos showing the opposite, like going in an actual major terrorist attack against Israel, and you still have also things where people are being nice. And you could say, oh, that's part of the psyops, like they wanted to show both sides and stuff. But then like also like, for example, the music festival, from what I've seen, they didn't know the music festival was happening, and it was supposed to launch the day before, like anyway, when the music festival wasn't happening or something. And so when they stumbled across that, like we don't know what kind, like some of these guys had maps, some of these guys just were like going in and like hit bases. Like we don't know how independent the orders would be between the cells and what certain cells were foreigners and told to do this and that. There's just so much there that, but I think still a majority of the fighters like killed civilians, but did it with like just bullets, and shooting them to kill them quickly, and not some of the more like atrocious stuff. Like only a small percent really did. I think killing civilians is bad, but I wouldn't call it an atrocity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Situation, then yes, we'll have a hostage.
In Geneva, hostage family member Ayelet Samarano is addressing the Future Beyond UNRWA summit on Monday. Her 21-year-old son Yonatan's lifeless body was kidnapped by Hamas terrorists, one of whom is believed to be an UNRWA social worker on October 7th.
The thing is that we've seen some stuff, right, where civilians saw that the wall was breaching and they went through. But I think Scott was the one that told me that those people were still part of the attack and they weren't civilians.
Okay.
But that said, I think Scott is in the hostage negotiations for the side of Israel. So I don't know if that has influence on his opinion, but considering he was in the Doha talks and has done other negotiations, I kind of trust him as a source when it comes to stuff like that.
revelations that at least 12 UNRWA workers took part in the attacks on October 7th, and more than 1,200
Yeah, we don't
UNRWA
know that.
staff belong
That's
to
just
Hamas or
allegations.
Islamic Jihad.
Yeah.
Netanyahu said Israel must achieve complete victory in Gaza, including taking on the last Hamas stronghold in Rafah. This morning, the IDF presented the war cabinet with a plan for evacuating
They
Rafah
have to
civilians,
complete their
as well as
genocide.
operational plans for the battle and for sending humanitarian aid.
Once we begin the Rafah operation, the intense phase of the fighting is weeks away from completion, not months.
I do
weeks
think
away
it's
from
interesting
Netanyahu
because
says that Israel will finish the war forced upon them by Hamas on October
oh,
7th.
of course there's China and stuff, but like this is so direct, right? Like, and like even in Serbia, they were saying no, like they deserve it, right? They weren't like trying to hide it. They were saying it's not a genocide, they deserve it. But like it's so weird for them to just being like it's not happening while it's happening. I think most genocides are carried out, and the people who carry them out are like, yeah, we're totally killing all these people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
America do? What would America do, Margaret, if you faced the equivalent of 20 9/11s, 50,000 Americans slaughtered in one day, 10,000 Americans, including mothers and children, held hostage? Would you not be doing what Israel is doing? You'd be doing a hell of a lot more.
Julie Stahl, CBN News,
I think we know exactly what America
Michael
would
Oren
be doing.
is
We've seen
with
them
us
go
now.
to
He's
war,
the
and we've
former
seen Israel go to
ambassador
war,
to
and
the
they're
US.
very
So,
different.
It's very different.
Israel be going to war and making Russia look good sometimes.
Let's get right into it with the negotiations. On one side, you have Netanyahu saying the demands are unreasonable and delusional,
I put this box out,
and yet
knowing
you have a
that Charlotte
delegation at the
themselves
table.
in
So
it,
what's
and
the
I think one
likelihood of an agreement?
Right now, I don't think particularly high. Listen, it's not just about Netanyahu. The conditions set by...
No, we don't care.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we've got a breaking news update just into us here on the war between Israel and Hamas, with President Biden in just the last 15 minutes suggesting that a deal for a truce, a temporary ceasefire, could come very soon. Listen.
At least my national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. My hope is by next
Come on,
Monday,
bro. You're talking about genocide while you're eating an ice cream cone? Come on, Biden.
An ice cream cone when he's talking about that. He's actually at 30 Rock. We'll talk about this in a minute, but he had a separate appearance. The pool of reporters that always travels with him is traveling with him. They had the opportunity to ask him that question. That's why you're seeing that image there. It is a big deal.
The
The potential for
while I was criticizing it. Wow.
ceasefire in Gaza is a big deal because of what we have seen during this war. The negotiations
like
now that
an
have gone on for
old-school
weeks,
deal.
varying levels of optimism over whether they would actually come through. And now this news from the president. To be clear, we don't have many more details or any more details other than what the president himself has said, like how long it could last, what it would look like. Because just today, the Israeli Minister of Defense pledged that even if Israel does agree to a temporary ceasefire, it'll keep fighting until all the hostages are freed. I want to bring in Aaron Gilchrist, who is live for us at the White House here. And Aaron, listen, this is the president very publicly choosing to lay down this marker, this timeline for when he thinks there could be this significant development with a ceasefire.
Ceasefire does happen, right? So like there's been lines set, right? Each side has definitely set. This is the closest we've seen to both sides actually presenting something, right? And we're not even talking about these talks behind closed doors. What we're talking about is Israel making the demand to have the hostages freed by Ramadan or they'll invade Rafah. And everyone on behalf of the Palestinians making the demand that Israel cannot go into Rafah. I don't think, and even Egypt, especially Egypt saying we will attack if you do that. I think that's the pressure that needed to be put on by Egypt. And I think people who want to be mad at America need to put a lot of that blame also onto Egypt and actually criticize Sisi for being a military dictator, but always being a pussy when it comes to being like the shit that military dictators need to do. He's always being a pussy about it. Okay. Like he could have made a difference in Sudan as well. And he didn't because he's a pussy.
So did he say on behalf of the civilians we'll defend them, basically?
Yeah. Egypt made a demand that if they go into Rafah, they will attack Israel.
Interesting.
And it's Egypt. So this is an old rivalry.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's done something that we haven't heard any other leaders in his administration or any other government really do, and that is give.
Erdogan said something.
Yeah, it's like it's not like there's like a thing going on, like the Arab League or something. There's like meetings going on, and Erdogan is like leading it this year or something.
Okay.
us a day, not certain, but a day that he believes there could be some resolution to the effort to get another ceasefire in place. And so I'll take a sort of a step back here and kind of pull at a few threads that have been coming together over the last several days. We know that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was on television here in the States yesterday and talked about the possibility of a ceasefire deal, saying that
come on, get ice cream cone.
The American, Qatari, and Egyptian teams in France over the weekend to talk about this deal. We knew that the
Qatar,
contours of the deal
Qatar is literally just a state that exists to do terrorist
that there could be
negotiation.
a ceasefire deal, a deal to release hostages, but that the Israelis needed to take Hamas's additional demands. Israel, the prime minister, needed to take those demands back to his cabinet to discuss and to talk about whether they would adhere to some of those deals. Prime Minister Netanyahu said on television yesterday that he felt like Hamas was being unrealistic, to put it nicely, in some of the things that it was demanding, and so he wasn't saying for certain
that's
that this is
a hard
deal that would come
question.
together. But we did get indications from the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, that the contours were in place.
They
and that
have
the work
been
was still going to be
different
happening.
in a lot of wars
Out the final details of
because
to see something
in the
come together that
past
will allow
they were
for
actually fighting
pause in the fighting
conventional
and extended pause in
militaries.
the fighting. There had been talk about the potential for 6 weeks of a pause in some of the fighting, and of course a release of hostages and an effort to get more aid, food, medicine, and things of that sort.
Well,
into
kind of
Gaza,
have, because they did take Egypt territory.
For
They took a
months
little bit
now.
of
The
Syrian
Palestinians
territory,
there who've been suffering
but
for months now.
it's a
while this
different
war's been
type of
going on.
scenario
So this
in
first
Gaza.
finale, as you said,
I would say
indication
they've always
that
been
we could
like
be in the
this
final
when it
days of the
comes
deal
to
coming
Gaza,
together.
though. I don't know how much of that could be heard.
We'll just say it again. I couldn't hear any of it, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should have paused it. Duh.
Well, I said I was walking away and you decided to answer a question.
Well, I was dealing with the chinchilla, so I probably didn't hear you. I think he just got stuck in. He's about to get stuck in the box, by the way. Yeah. Anyway, Israel in the past has been fighting conventional militaries, but it's always been like this in Gaza.
As the president said, possibly by the end of the weekend.
But you make a good point, Aaron, that it has been weeks, right? Days, weeks that we have seen top administration officials, even though they haven't spoken publicly about it. I'm thinking of CIA Director Bill Burns, for example, who we know based on our reporting has done some traveling for these negotiations. It's not like those folks are holding press conferences, right? The National Security Advisor revealing much behind the scenes about where these negotiations for a ceasefire stand, which is why the significance of what we're hearing from the president matters. You've got about 130 hostages still being held, even as there are these also questions also about this pledge from Israel on what happens in Rafah there. Israel has said that by the start of Ramadan, if they don't see movement on some of this stuff, that they will potentially go in on a ground offensive there. It's a place where there are a lot of civilians. Civilians were told to go there and shelter. I mean, this is a real, it's an inflection point, it seems, in many ways for this war.
Yeah, I mean, 1.4 million roughly is the number that we're hearing Palestinians in Rafah right now, and those people would need to be removed from harm's way. The Israelis have said that they are working on a plan that would allow for the evacuation of civilians in Rafah. Our reporter on
Nice.
Dan, they literally hit him as he passed in front of another car. That was. The United States would never take a shot like that. Not in a million years, bro. That's crazy. There's little cars next to the car that they hit too.
Yep.
How could you be more reckless with a strike? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you couldn't wait 3 more seconds?
Yeah, literally. Where he swerves off would have been way better.
Literal, like, it could not have been worse. Like, it's Jesus.
High explosive.
Christ.
High explosive. Not even slap chop.
Well, they don't have them.
No, I know.
Only the CIA. By the way, I'm not sure if we played it, but the guy that the CIA must have been behind it, but the Iraqi Hezbollah guy that they bombed, right? Jake from Popular Front shared it, but it's so funny because of how he goes out like Doc Brown.
Really?
Yeah. I'll find it for you really quick. But yeah, we found out he was most likely killed with an R9X, which means the CIA did that strike.
Oh, no shit.
The Israeli military says its air force has struck targets of the militant Hezbollah group deep inside Lebanon. Hezbollah has been exchanging fire with Israeli troops along the border since the Israel-Hamas war broke out on October 7th. Hungary's parliament has ratified Sweden's bid to join NATO, ending more than 18 months of delays. Unanimous support among all NATO members is required.
Okay.
There you go. Sweden's in. Next.
So this is from Popular Front. He says that CCTV footage has been really showing the moment that the guy from Kataib Hezbollah was killed U.S. airstrike. The strike likely used an R9X. So he gets hit right here off screen.
That was epic.
They hit him right on the top there.
That was epic. What a sound. At night too. See that? No collateral damage. How about that?
That's the most collateral I've seen though because of the fire.
Yeah. That's insane. Imagine seeing someone get knocked off on the street at your work. Wild. All right.
YouTube's gonna clap us even though it doesn't actually show anything.
All right. Moving on. Sick sound. Awesome sound.
You can tell it definitely went in through the roof. Just blending him up right now.
All right, now to new U.S. airstrikes in the Middle East. The U.S. Central Command saying 18 Houthi targets in Yemen were hit overnight by U.S. and allied forces. ABC's Mary Alice Parks is following the developments.
Gio, good morning. This is the fourth round of these strikes, but Houthi rebels in Yemen so far have only escalated their attacks, fueling fears of a wider war and begging the question,
damn,
what are
bro,
these strikes
that's got to be like the gayest shit
Overnight,
I've
the U.S.
ever
and UK
heard,
launching
ever.
yet another round of punishing strikes on Iran-backed rebels in Yemen. The Pentagon saying warships and fighter jets hit 18 targets, including underground weapon storage facilities, attack drones, radars, and a helicopter. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying in a statement the U.S. will not hesitate to take action to defend lives and the free flow of commerce. For months now, the Houthi rebels, armed by Iran, have been targeting ships in the Red Sea, a costly disruption to one of the world's most launched the first wave of these strikes to try to halt those attacks. This latest round overnight, now the fourth. But the Houthis show no signs of stopping, instead vowing to escalate their attacks, which they say are in protest of Israel's war in Gaza with U.S. support. Among the dozen of Houthi attacks now, one of their missiles successfully hit a British vessel carrying fertilizer this week, leaving that ship taking on water and creating an 18-mile-long oil slick.
The Houthis are creating an environmental hazard right in their own backyard.
Now, in addition to these major strikes, last month the U.S. was.
You're the reason already one of my headphones doesn't work on one side. And just try to chew the other side, the cord on the other side.
Cheeky cunt.
He's a terrorist. This is promoting.
Joe Rogan
violence.
had.
Huh?
This is promoting violence right here.
Kid Rock on his podcast. Now, Kid Rock, of course, is known for being, 1990s, late 90s, early 2000s rock artist. But in recent years, he's known for being like a big time MAGA guy. And he really tries to lean into and play this role of like, who, me, bro? I don't even give a fuck, bro. I'm a rebel. Did you know I'm a rebel? Did you know that, like, I look at society and I'm like, hey, society, how about this? How about this, bro? I don't even care. Did you know I don't even care? That's what I do. I'm the guy who doesn't care. Like, that's his whole thing. It's like, he's so rebellious that he perfectly fits in with 50% of the population who are extremely conservative and is part of like a mainstream cultural phenomenon, right? It kind of reminds me, I don't want to be an asshole here and take a shot at like the goth kids in high school or whatever, but it sort of reminded me of that. Like, I'm going to rebel by dressing exactly like my 17 other friends and acting exactly like my 17 other friends and listening to the exact same music that they listen to. And like, it's like, at some point, you're not part of a counterculture. You are your...
Okay, we don't care.
Kyle's such a loser, bro.
Dude, he spoke for 7 minutes.
But since he's not in that position, it's, who gives a fuck?
Already so much fur kicked up my nose from him.
Oh, man.
We don't have him back. Clock starts now in fucking 24 hours. We're going to start bombing motherfuckers and killing fucking civilians. 30, 40,000 a fucking time. So you civilians better fucking pack up and fucking get these fucking motherfuckers and you go against Hamas. You fucking go against them.
Yeah. Yeah. The grandmas, the toddlers, the infants, the 12-year-olds. You go get your weapons that you definitely...
What the fuck did you put on the list? This is horrendous.
Bomb you back.
Okay,
you said Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I thought you...
Enough.
Fucking bombs.
nuclear bomb people.
Oh, dumb.
That's the real problem.
Out of them. Someone's going to learn.
Yeah, but
you gotta get your ass beat hard enough.
You can't just nuclear bomb people.
I didn't say nuke 'em.
Nuclear bomb you back.
No, I didn't say
Okay, you
nuke
said
'em.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I thought you meant like
no,
that.
I was saying just the brute force of strength used in those.
Just use the conventional weapons to genocide them. Just do that.
Oh my god.
We got to teach them a lesson. We got to teach them a lesson. Ich bin von Schlagenwagen Hitler. I mean, what? Like, again, this is the logic of Hitler, right? This is the logic of Hitler. You're all guilty. Whoever I'm going to scapegoat, you're all guilty. I'm coming to kill all of you.
Even a conventional bombing campaign. If you want to do that somewhere, they can do that to your place. And this is what we have to
fuck
avoid.
around and find out.
Yeah.
Are you not listening to the words that are coming out of his mouth? Are you even in the room? Do you have so few brain cells left that you can't comprehend the very basic thing that Joseph Robinette Rogan is saying?
Until someone launches nukes, and then we have our civilization is over. The world, as you know it, ceases to exist. There is no more electricity. Whatever tools you have are things you find, and a small percentage of us are going to make it to breed
which
and
of
then
these Nazis
make
to
new
support.
kids.
They're
Go out
both
into the world.
pretty good options.
There's very few people that are going to live, man.
That's like me and you could probably
maybe, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So, hey, man, in an apocalypse, I'll figure it out. Yeah, your soft ass who's been partying at Mar-a-Lago with geriatric billionaires for the past couple of years, pounding.
All right, I'm done with this. God, he's horrible.
The FDNY says one person was killed and 17 others were injured.
Let's get right to Fox 5's Ashley Rodriguez at the scene. And Ashley, firefighters say that this was particularly challenging with a number of people trapped on the top floors.
This was an absolutely terrifying afternoon for the residents out here. We saw people hanging from windowsills, hanging from ropes, hanging from their fire escapes. They had no time to escape their apartments before the fire tore through the third floor apartment and it trapped everyone above it. And you can see on the fifth and sixth floors, the windows completely blown out. That's how powerful this fire was. You know, it's just shocking. As you mentioned, not everyone survived. We just heard from the mayor during a press conference who showed us video of the dramatic rescues by firefighters as residents tried to
I know what you're
jumping
thinking.
from the windows,
Like,
some falling.
why is this
Firefighters, the
random
real
New York
heroes.
story on the feed? Well, listen. There's an interesting angle to this, all right? You just haven't gotten
to the
to it yet.
ground or others hanging from their fire escapes. Firefighters rushed to the roof to throw down ropes, trying to rescue those who were clinging to the ledges. It was pure.
You know what ACAB doesn't include? Fucking firefighters. Actual heroes.
Panic. The flames erupting around 2:15 this afternoon. Witnesses told us thick black smoke wafted through the buildings, apartments, and hallways, filling the neighborhood as large flames could be seen from the street. Firefighters arrived within 3 minutes. They found flames burning through the hallways, and they found people lying unconscious in their apartments. We spoke to some who were stuck inside. You can tell that there's soot all over his face,
Epic.
and then others who
Alex
watched in horror
Linsky radicalized you. That's epic.
down below. Take a look.
We got up from the fire escape, real steep stuff, and like I'm trying to make sure my roommate is like, and myself are not like tripping and stuff. I mean, this is like straight vertical, like fire escape, and like we're all kind of like disoriented. It all happened in a minute.
You can see all these people like waving out of the window. I don't know if the smoke was too much, but they were on the windowsill and they were trying to escape. But it's like all the way on the top floor, obviously, and then someone like got out of the window and they were hanging on to the window, and yeah, I saw one person, I guess they couldn't hang on for long, and they fell to the ground.
Crazy.
So during the press conference, firefighters saying over and over again just how challenging this fire was to fight, and now it is tragic. One person was killed. 4 others are in critical condition at this hour in the hospital, but a total of 18 people
One
have to be
person
taken
died.
to the
I wouldn't
hospital
say
from
killed.
this scene. The concern now is switching
Killed
over to what
implies,
to
like,
do
murder.
with all these displaced people because they cannot go back inside.
Where's the angle?
Bro, look. This is they haven't done the investigation yet. It's a 2-part story. That's just the first part.
Okay, where's the second part?
Right. It'll autoplay. It's right
Now,
behind
the
it.
cause still under investigation, and firefighters tell us they should have an answer to that by tonight. We will update you at 10. Listen back to
Here
you.
comes the update.
All right, Ashley, thank you for the update.
But first, breaking news, the FDNY just confirmed the cause of a deadly fire in Harlem is something we report on all the time, a lithium-ion battery. That fire killed 1 person and injured 17 others. The flames forced people to jump from their windows as first responders performed rope rescues to pull people to safety.
That's pretty epic.
Eyewitness News reporter Janice Hughes outside that building in Harlem where people are still trying to pick up the pieces and find a place to stay tonight. Janice?
Good evening, Joe. And as you mentioned, we are seeing way too many of these lithium-ion battery fires throughout the city. Now, I did have a chance to talk to a few residents today. They were here trying to assess the situation, and they tell me that they know delivery workers live in this building, and they see their bikes out front.
Delivery
they talked to one resident.
No shit.
The delivery hustle is causing these fires, right? So they have these lithium-ion bike batteries, right?
Yeah.
So those get stolen.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to bring them in at night.
Yeah.
Which is causing the fires. It's all
interesting.
Shifting because of this whole hustle, like fucking culture from these fucking app companies that want to fucking push this shit on you, right? To be like, oh, it's all delivery now. That's all you work whenever you want. It's your hustle, king.
Works for me.
Camera. He didn't want to be identified, but he does say that more needs to be done to make sure apartments are safe if people inside are using lithium-ion batteries for their e-bikes or scooters.
City definitely should do something about it because there's a lot of bikes around here and delivery people, and I cannot blame them because they do their jobs. But it's not safety, I would say, because those batteries not belongs to inside apartment.
Soon after climbing out of the fire escape in his room on the 4th floor, Dashan said he heard rumblings that an e-bike battery was to blame for the blaze inside this apartment building. The FDNY now confirming a lithium-ion battery is what sparked the fire that left one person dead and 17 others hurt. When help arrived, people were hanging out of windows and fire escapes of the 6-story building. Firefighters ultimately performed 3 rope rescues. So this is the damage pretty much. A much calmer scene Saturday morning as a
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Told you, bro.
Very, very interesting.
I always got the best stories from New York.
Today, students held a peaceful walkout at a Tulsa, Oklahoma high school, and this was in response to the death
so there's
of
a Hill thing in
LGBTQ+
here.
student next.
I didn't look at what they said, but it's going to be this whole thing about how the new evidence that came out proves that mainstream media was wrong, and like saying that this was like motivated by this or that. Remember when I said to you, we don't know exactly the story, so make sure when you use your vocabulary, you're not making like accusations like murder and stuff.
Yep, I specifically didn't say it.
Yeah, so mainstream media didn't make those allegations.
Yes.
So they're sitting here being like, MSN, wrong again. No, Twitter jumping the gun. And who cares if they are? Because ultimately, bullying, like they were defending themselves against bullying because they were bullied a lot. So whether it was because of their gender or just because of bullying, I thought we were supposed to care about kids not being bullied, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, the superintendent said that their safety.
This sign right here, stop the bullying. At the end of the day, this is what happens.
Yep.
Benedict, who died one day after a fight in the school bathroom.
This is all happening just one day after police released surveillance video of the altercation, which shows Nex walking into the girls' bathroom. A faculty member soon follows, and then the fight is broken up. It's unclear if the fight actually contributed to Nex's death, though. Cause of death has yet to be determined. Our Maria Villarreal joins us now. Maria, we see there the students organized the walkout, demanding action following Nex's death.
Dude,
what exactly
it's so
are they
funny.
calling for?
Kids are getting so, and you know who I actually blame for this? Greta.
Okay.
I think kids have gotten more radicalized because of people like Greta, right? So kids are more often to do these types of like actions where they're doing these protests and walkouts. Like there was tons of, we brought it up before, but the schools had their own marches inside the schools for Palestine.
Yeah.
Good morning from the EU. Dave Chappelle .mp3. Did we mention Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh yes, I did. I was saying that
I don't
Twitter
give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Oh wait, we're supposed to not be covering her.
And is there any timeline where we can find out how this death occurred? I mean, that's the biggest question right now.
No.
You know, it's interesting, Kira and Terry, the district attorney's office in this area just sent out a statement not too long ago talking about asking the public really to give them time to continue their investigation. At this point, they feel there's been a lot of passion on both sides of this case, a lot of frustration as well. We saw that obviously in the walkout video that you just saw happening there in that town. Obviously, this happened earlier today. It was a peaceful walkout. And really what students
peaceful walkout.
for is a full investigation.
Imagine an unpeaceful walkout in a school.
What
What would that
at
be
the
like?
school long
No clue.
before the death of this
I'd like to
particular
see it,
student.
though.
So they obviously want accountability there. They want things to change in their school.
We just want the word out that this isn't okay. Our children are scared to death to go to school every day, and something has to stop. And hopefully the school board will take it seriously because our children are dying. They are dying.
They don't care. They assigned Chaya Raychek to the board, so they don't care.
So obviously there a call for accountability and transparency. But right now, so far, the school district has stayed pretty quiet about all of this.
Can't have a
and
ceasefire
Maria, it's
until
so
the enemy
important,
is eliminated.
to get the answers right in this
Whatever,
case,
bro.
because as you
Jesse
found out,
doesn't
talking
decide
to
you.
people are scared. People's emotions are running high. What's next to determine the cause of death at this point?
Terry, so we know that a preliminary autopsy was done, and then also the results of that was released, where we saw that they don't believe at this time that the trauma.
Okay, it was a preliminary. Okay. Still independent autopsy, please.
From the actual fight was a cause of death. However, that is not an absolute. And in a lot of these situations, we see because the public is so adamant about wanting some sort of answers to be released, the police definitely give out what they can, or for that matter, the medical examiners give out what they can in the moment. But that is not an absolute. That is not them saying that they have an absolute cause of death. So as of right now, we also know that the Owasso School District Owasso School District was actually served a search warrant. And
the Lebanon shit is in
local
here.
police department.
Like it's in the docket to report on.
Where 137 photos were taken.
To give context to what he's saying here, Israel basically was like a ceasefire in Gaza doesn't include Lebanon, so it's like Netanyahu's still going to keep his war going. He's just going to do it in Lebanon now.
Jesus Christ! It needs to be stopped.
You get in that box. You trap yourself in that box.
Two swabs inside the bathroom, all in conjunction with this investigation. So that clearly shows us that the police department in this case are far from being done in their investigation, which also means we don't have a cause of death. So I'd imagine we're going to see a little bit more investigation here. Timeline, you can never tell in these situations. They want to take their time, but they also know there is heavy pressure from the public here. So again, I think with all eyes on them, there will be full transparency, hopefully, in this case.
All right, and we know you'll be on it. An important case. Maria Villarreal, thanks very much.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
Shut up, George.
Be nice to George. Here we go.
Death of 16-year-old Nex Benedict. Now, this story has gotten a lot of interest. It's very sad. This teenager dying after an altercation in a bathroom at their school. The teenager was alleged to be non-binary, but it is now not at all clear that the death was related to what happened in the bathroom or injuries sustained from it. And new video calls into question a lot of the details that have been circulating in the mainstream media about the death, including, frankly, whether the...
See this, guys? This is called not journalism.
Oh, I mean, this is why we almost never put these people on here. I mean, fucking
awful.
Brianna Genocide Joy. Fucking
non-binary, whether they had a relationship with the attackers, and what was, in fact, the ultimate cause of death. Now, this following video is from the nurse's office where Nex Benedict was sent after being involved in an altercation with 3 girls. Of note, Benedict is referred to as a girl in the video with no pushback from the teenager, though the teenager's friends say that Nex Benedict prefers they-them pronouns. Benedict actually claims to have started the fight with the girls in the bathroom by throwing water at them. Let's take a look at this.
So they just up and decided to just start messing with you.
Yeah, because of the way that we dressed.
Okay,
that's epic, bro. Nurses office.
Video from the hospital.
Nurses office, guys. In Oklahoma. Okay, bro.
This is the hospital, everybody.
That's clear standard of journalism they have going on here to call out the mainstream media on this one.
You didn't do anything at all at any point in time that would have, even a couple days ago or even a month ago or anything like that.
I don't know these girls.
Okay, all right.
We were going to stack chairs, and after we stacked chairs, we went to the bathroom.
Okay.
And I was talking with my friends, they were talking with their friends, and we were laughing, and they had said something like, "Why do they laugh like that?" And they were talking about us in front of us. And so I went up there and I poured water on them, and then all 3 of them came at me.
Pouring the water because I'm trying to get this in my mind so I see
I had a water bottle.
Thank you. That's exactly. Where did you get this water? Was it a cup you found? Was it your water bottle?
It's my
your daily water bottle you carry.
It was a plastic water bottle.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you squirted them with water, or threw water on whatever it was. Okay. Then at that point, what happened?
They came at me. They grabbed on my hair. I grabbed onto them, I threw one of them into a paper towel dispenser, and then they got my legs out from under me and got me on the ground, started beating the at me.
Okay.
And then my friends tried to jump in and help, but I'm not sure. I blacked out.
I will absolutely do a report. If that's
Yes,
what you want,
I want
I can get, okay, but I'm just letting you know. The other party wants to do the same thing. She's going to be, the assault will be on her as well.
Now, later on in the video, Benedict claims they didn't know the girls they were fighting with, and additionally, police reported that a preliminary investigation into Next Benedict's death was not a result of physical trauma from the altercation, and that the cause of death is pending until toxicology results, other testing results, are in fact completed.
Following Benedict's death, many public figures and LGBT advocates spoke out and demanded justice. Vice President Kamala Harris tweeted out, "My heart goes out to Next Benedict's family, friends, and their entire community, to the LGBTQ+ youth who are hurting and are afraid right now. President Joe Biden and I see you. We stand with you, and you are not alone." LGBT advocacy group Human Rights Campaign sent letters to the Department of Education and the Department of Justice asking for a full investigation.
What was bad about that statement by Kamala Harris?
Benedict's death. This really does feel
She
like
said, all
a
she said
tragedy.
was sorry to the family and all you.
No, I
peers
mean,
out
it should
there,
have come
we
from
understand that you're
Biden.
upset about this, and we hear you.
It should have come from
okay?
Biden. It should have come from Biden.
Who gives a shit? The whole
That's what I
point that I'm
reckon.
saying is that Kamala Harris didn't say anything wrong there.
Oh yeah, no, it was just a typical public statement.
18-year-old who's lost their lives that has been politicized prematurely.
Meanwhile, Donald
by a number
Trump,
of parties.
the day
I know. I
after
think
the
there's a
riot,
good
commented on footage shot by fucking Elijah Schaffer, right? And the context of the footage that Elijah edits, right? He mistakenly puts in footage in his reel that I investigated and got a hold of, where this guy literally had a fucking sword and was like antagonizing people, right? And he went after a child with it, right?
Okay.
And so people started fucking him up.
Okay.
And if you watch the actual video that Elijah shoots, a guy runs up who had nothing to do with it, white kid, right? Had nothing to do with it, has a rock in his hand, right? And runs up and smacks the guy in the side of the head with this rock. And he's also carrying a fresh case of sneakers that he just stole, right? And then after that, people are like, "Oh shit," and the kid's just gone. Like, I did a slow-mo thing showing the bounce off the guy's head and stuff, being like, this is why. If they also rob him after they take his shoes,
Okay.
right after he gets knocked out, the only person who hits him again after that happened was the kid he attacked and cut the hand of with his fucking sword. It's like a little kid.
Yeah.
Right.
And he kicked him again.
Trump saw Elijah Schaffer's footage that literally was claiming that the guy basically died because he got drunk, and Trump commented on that. So if we're gonna fucking be mad at presidents saying something so milquetoast, come on, who are we kidding here?
a good faith reason to want to extend one's condolences to a family, and particularly when someone's a member of a marginalized community in a state where, frankly, that very community has come under target. This is, Oklahoma, where Raya Chaddock of Live Up TikTok has recently been appointed to this library position. There's some concern about whether or not there's
that was weird.
The stochastic terrorism happening, where people feel more inclined to attack verbally or physically members of the LGBT.
It is stochastic terrorism.
Scholastic terrorism.
By definition, it is stochastic terrorism.
Plus community. But in this instance, it's not super clear how this child even identified, much less whether or not this altercation had anything to do
really what they're
with
arguing
her
about?
identification, her gender identification.
Right. Much less whether Next Benedict, frankly, was just a victim in it or also a participant. I mean, it sounds like.
Oh my god!
And this is a common school experience.
Sure. Imagine it's being this much of a piece of shit. This is insane. I'm moving on.
Right, and also it's also how the community feels about this. Context of this whole situation matters because of how people feel about it, right? It doesn't matter necessarily about what facts are facts here.
Yeah.
Because most of the story is just how people are already scared of this thing happening.
Mm-hmm. And then it's growing in frequency.
16-year-old school student died following a fight.
Could be louder.
According to the Independent,
Next Benedict, who identified as non-binary, got into a
This
fight
is
with
loud
three
as it
girls
gets.
in the
Move
school
on.
restroom.
Can't hear.
School officials say that they
Literally
were
can
all
hear
in the
nothing.
restroom for less than 2 minutes.
Leaders with the
Good
Rainbow
morning.
Youth Project say they've seen a huge increase in calls coming
Could be
from
louder.
Oklahoma.
This is
Typically,
loud
we
as it
take
gets.
on
Move
average
on.
87 crisis
Could
contacts from
be.
Oklahoma per week. Just since Friday, we have taken over 300. A very large.
It's only short anyway. It's as loud as it goes.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They just don't mix their shit. They have it still mixed
Yeah.
for TV and not YouTube, so it's quiet.
Despair, fear, sadness.
Bro, what the
all-
fuck? Why is everything
love,
silent?
all of those emotions are going through our head at the same time.
Nick Barrow.
What are you talking about? I don't know.
Quiet
Turn
as
your
hell.
headphones up.
I did.
And his stepbrother Brian Hendry are in the Caribbean as authorities continue.
This is shit.
No, that's the only
What?
story we have on that, though.
Shock,
I think
despair.
there's two. I thought
fear,
there was two videos on
sadness,
this.
Hope, love, all of those emotions are going through our head at the same time.
Nick Barrow and his stepbrother Brian Hendry are in the Caribbean as authorities continue to search for their parents. Kathleen and Ralph have been married for 27 years and have spent more than a decade sailing around the world.
They loved immersing themselves in different cultures and meeting people and spreading their love wherever they could.
That's what makes it all the more shocking that something like this could happen. Kathleen and Ralph set sail from Hampton, Virginia months ago, along with other members of their sailing club, the Salty Dog Association. The couple was spending the winter in the Caribbean. The family's been told by investigators the inmates likely escaped last Sunday and hijacked the yacht on Monday. Investigators told the family the couple's possessions were scattered around the boat and there was blood throughout.
Having that safety and security taken away from them abruptly and have them attacked and where they live is just, it's unimaginable.
The tragedy sending a ripple of concern across the sailing
Should have had a
community.
gun.
Nick and Megan O'Kelly are fellow cruisers who knew the couple.
There's a real tight-knit fabric in this community. And so when this news came out, it spread like wildfire.
Yeah.
People are just incredibly shocked and devastated by this.
Right now, those inmates have only been charged with their original crimes, which included robbery, and one inmate who was also charged with rape. Though the family's been told the suspects will soon be charged with Kathleen and Ralph's disappearance.
You'll never
Bro,
meet more beautiful
should have
people.
had a gun. They were in the Caribbean.
Yeah, they came from America.
Yeah, you
Stick
can't
a
just
gun in
bring
your butt.
guns. You can't smuggle guns into other countries. Are you crazy?
It's not the country. You keep it on the boat. It's in the water.
They still dock, bro. Who's this? Who's what?
Good evening. I'm Rachel Richardson. Thanks for joining us at 6. First up tonight, we're
Thanks for
following new
joining us
developments
at
out of Taylor
6.
County after a Campbellsville University student died yesterday. LAX 18's Caleb Barnes spoke with the county coroner about the ongoing investigation.
New developments are coming out of a death
Coroner.
investigation in the small community of Campbellsville. We have now learned Josiah Kilman and Charles Escalera were both on the Campbellsville University wrestling team. According to the Taylor County coroner, Kilman was strangled, and police say they have charged Escalera with murder.
Mr. Kilman's body was transported to the state medical examiner's office in Louisville for an autopsy. Preliminary results from that did return.
It was a wrestling match to the death.
And they are showing that the cause of death was
Remember we had
asphyxiation
that
by
story
manual
about
strangulation.
Taco Bell murders.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point in time, the investigation is still ongoing.
Saturday afternoon, police released an arrest warrant for Escalera after their investigation ruled Kilman's death suspicious.
Our office obviously was notified, and it was through the investigation that
Really
we
textbook
deemed the death
stuff here,
suspicious.
you know? And like that's
a little bit later
and
on.
honestly, you should stay on the textbook. You know, or like Fox News would do better if they stayed textbook.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the time.
Yeah.
We released to the public that we were looking for a person of interest due to findings through the investigation.
Police say Escalera was located in Greene County after a farmer saw him in a
Same
barn.
levels,
Obviously,
too.
this is a small town.
Right? That's the same levels. It's his voice is not giving louder decibels than this guy's voice, but News still edits. News still does it from decibel points instead of left because it's for TV.
Yeah.
And a lot of people know each other. Campbellsville University is a huge staple in our community, a good Christian college. And so people obviously have been extremely shocked and saddened.
Cook, who was a former student at Campbellsville, remembered moments where college students passed away, but he couldn't recall police charging a student for murder.
You know, one of the most challenging things about being in this line of work is we see a lot of death. And we see, obviously, life taken from everyone from infants all the way to elderly adults. And life is always valuable, and life is always...
Pretty good package. Whoever edited
More
that.
details coming out tonight about the death of an 18-year-old at Campbellsville University in Kentucky.
And that's about an hour and a half
See,
southwest of
they got
Lexington.
the tablets. They're trying to be fancy.
Josiah Kilman was found unresponsive in his dorm room on Saturday. He
Same-
was transferred
same
to a
shot.
local hospital where
Same
sadly he
shot.
died. According to the Taylor County
Same
coroner,
shot.
Kilman was strangled to
Same
death.
shot.
Police have now
They're
arrested
probably
and
just
charged
running that guy's
21-year-old Charles Escalera with murder. Investigators say that Kilman and Escalera were both on the university's wrestling team. Escalera was taken into custody after authorities received a call of a man who was acting suspiciously inside a barn.
This is a time of hurting for our campus, and I'm
The
grateful
bow tie, really.
and
You
must
chose the
extend
bow
my
tie
gratitude
for
to a
this.
community all around us.
That's a choice.
Wonderful
It is a choice.
counselors, faculty,
So many
staff,
cuts died
coaches,
from COVID. It's wild.
and
Not
most certainly
enough.
students who have loved on each other well over these last 2 days.
Police say they do
I wasn't
not
gonna
have
say
a
it.
motive just yet. Now,
Is that how it edited?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, can we go back and see what the fuck just happened there? Who edited that? Was this
police say
live?
they do not have a motive just yet. Now,
It must be edited live to YouTube.
What the fuck was that, bro?
Charles Zeke Escalera appearing in court for the first time this morning, accused of killing 18-year-old Josiah Kilman. Police say they also added a burglary charge in connection to the home on the property where he was found.
Students at Campbellsville University returned to class today after a weekend of grief. LEX 18's Caleb Barnes spoke to the community today as they try to heal from the campus tragedy. He has tonight's big story at 6.
They also had
The
tablets.
sun
but at
shone
least they're
down on a
reading
somber
their
afternoon
prompts.
at Campbellsville University as students returned to class. Just a few days after one
Did
of
you
their
hear that?
classmates was murdered.
I didn't cut the
Sunday
audio
night,
out.
the students
Yeah.
came
She
together
kept
for a
talking
time
and the
of prayer
package
and
went.
healing.
A lot of people really meant what they said and the prayers that were coming out of each person. So I believe that everyone in Campbellsville really had hard for him, and it feels a tragedy not only that the family feels, but just the atrocity that happened that night.
It's actually really good just seeing everybody just come together after like a tragedy like that.
Bro,
'Cause,
is
I mean,
that?
Dude,
you
the
hear-
lowest
it's just
third's
something
going
crazy
nuts.
that happened. I didn't
Do
really.
you hear
pay
the
It
attention to
shows their
skipping?
name for about half a second. Yeah, I do.
anything like that.
Not
happened here, but,
easy,
like,
bro.
It's just
Every,
mind-boggling, but
these people edit
everything will
every
get
day
better.
for a living. and
Josiah
still have
Kilman
that
was a
type of
freshman wrestler
mistake,
from Montana.
right? It ain't
Those who
easy.
knew Josiah spoke of him with high regards.
He's strong in his faith. He was a light in every room he walked in. I can't put a percentage
Every
on
Christian
it, but I know
person says the same shit.
I know,
Have you
right?
noticed that? It's a light that they were a light every time they walked into the room. They were the center of attention. Fuck off, they were. Was everybody? I doubt it.
that he knew, and people felt like they knew him all over that campus.
Ren Judd leads the college ministry at Three Trees Church, where Kilman attended and had a special connection to Josiah.
Same shot.
He was bold, told people about Jesus, told people about what was important to him, his faith.
Had
and,
Jesus help him.
This looks like the same location the cop was.
He goes
in.
beyond like good character. He was a special guy.
During this difficult time, Judd
Same
has seen the
shot.
tight-knit Campbellsville community grow even closer, and he hopes that this bond will last.
Yeah, seeing the altar
Also
full
got that audio
yesterday
cutting in
morning,
there.
and people
Mm.
just around him praying. It's
There's another one there.
been
That click.
unifying for the community for sure, and hopefully they don't forget too quickly.
Judd relies on the faith shared by him and Kilman
What?
to
Couldn't
get
hear you
through
because
this
the
season.
audio click.
I don't know how you make it. I don't know how you
You
go
got the
through
wrong
things like this without
encoding
that.
going out.
I think in these times, it's the things that you don't see that are working in the background, the things that are working for that greater good that pull us together and hold us upright.
Damn.
You know, when we feel
This
like
one's so
falling
much
down
worse
and
to be edited.
a
Isn't it
puddle on
crazy
the floor.
how different
Taylor
just
County,
one
Caleb
local
Barnes,
news
LEX
station
18 News.
can be, right?
The reaction to this campus murder.
And it's like they're all using the same shots, doing the same story.
All right, let's get to the main stuff.
Well, it's all main stuff. What else is in there? I haven't looked.
That's not main stuff.
College student Laken
What are you
Riley was
talking about?
murdered, allegedly
This is the
by
main
this
story
illegal
right here.
migrant from Venezuela. He entered the country in 2022.
Uh-oh.
Brandon Joe joins me now. Brandon, Venezuela is no longer accepting flights of deported migrants. So what happens to him?
Well, this shows where we're failing, where Biden fails extensively. He does not have a plan for the future in case things like this happen. The State Department has the right to negotiate agreements with other countries. So that we
what
can
about
send
You see
people
the flag behind him?
You skipped this Bronx story.
Yeah, because I'm trying to hit the stuff in the title. Because I don't think we've done a single one.
Oh, what are you talking about? We haven't done Nikki Haley. That's the next thing we got to transition to.
To those countries. He also has the right to put more pressure on Mexico to accept these people back. So there's a lot that the State Department can do, but that's
imagine
to look to the future.
Imagine what would have happened if the Republicans didn't kill the border bill.
Medicine.
Come on, YouTube. This is such a cool story, though. That's like really quick. If YouTube would cooperate.
Unfull screen it and full screen it again.
Will be tuition free.
Literally none of them knew what was going to happen.
How about that?
All their tuitions are paid for, right?
That's cool.
A billionaire fucking angel investor paid all the tuition. An
incredible surprise today for students at Montefiore's Albert Einstein College of Medicine. $1 billion donation will provide all of that free tuition for all of those students.
A lot of mouths just jaw open, can't believe it. The donor, a former professor at Einstein. Her donation will go down.
Someone should start a study and see how much better they do.
Ever to an educational institution.
Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg is live in the Morris.
There we go.
That'd be really interesting.
Back to the dark shit now.
Happen if a country refused to take their citizens back.
You remember this guy who yells at us?
It's just that Biden
You've seen him before.
To do what's necessary to secure our borders.
See the flag behind him?
Biden got a deal with
It's
Venezuela.
got the green line.
If they would hold free elections, we could get their oil and we'd give 800,000 of them special treatment to come to America. That deal is completely broken
It's already
down.
a blue flag, right? No red, right?
Mm.
There's no red. So it's already a blue and white flag. And then it's also got a green line. What's the green line?
A border patrol, I guess. Military.
Guy
Maybe
who's racism.
Yeah. Any of the above.
Because of that deal. This is a disgrace for the Biden administration.
It is. And Laken Riley's death falls directly on Biden's hand because he's allowed this to happen. Again, he has not looked to the future. He has not.
The green line is for federal
what would potentially
agents.
happen if a country backs out of certain agreements. If they don't follow through
Firefighters.
we always have to recognize
Fed.
that if we enter into
Orange
an agreement
is
with another
Sarge
country
and
and they
rescue.
fail to uphold their end of that agreement, what are we going to do? And that, again, it's where he
Yellow
fails.
is security
He doesn't
guards
play
and
chess
tow
cards.
truck drivers.
What's the state of play on the border right now?
Gold is
I'm told the
emergency
numbers crossing down.
telecommunications.
Is that accurate?
Okay, guys.
Gray is corrections officers.
Uh-huh.
Pink is
Gay, all of them.
emergency service or any branch of armed services. That one's debated, I guess. Oh man, now these are multicolored.
Mm-hmm. There's too many of them.
You can also do. They're getting to the pride flag territory at this point. Look at this.
I was about to say.
This one is it's both lines, and then this one is like this looks more like a pro-black thing. You know, it's almost those colors.
It really does approach the level of sort of gay flags.
Yeah.
Just, just stop. Just
neon brown is ice. I think it might have been. Let me check. Is there a brown one?
That is not accurate when you compare apples to apples. We don't compare January to December. We compare January of 24 to January of 23. And when you look at January of 24, we were up 12% in
Oh my God, what a fucking asshole.
We set a record in 23. So we're on pace for another record in 2024. Every single year that he's been in office, we have set records for apprehensions. We've set records for gotaways. We've set records for deaths. Everything that is bad on the border, we continue to set records under this president.
If he wanted to, the president could cut the flow right now with executive orders.
This one claims that the thin brown line is for the people who do water and sewer cleaning service.
Want to lose that large base of support that wants open borders. When you look at his underwater,
oh my
polling,
God!
Yes, he's very underwater, but
I
that
found something even worse.
Of the people that approve of what he's doing, that is his base of support. And if he goes against that base
No,
of support, they don't
oh
show
my
polls.
God,
he has no pathway.
bro.
And the government.
There's a Canadian and British version. Why would you do this?
That doesn't.
Why would you do this?
There's an Australian version too.
Oh God. Desecration
Brandon, John,
of
thank
our
you very much indeed for
sacred
joining us. We
flag.
do appreciate it, sir. Back luck.
We do begin tonight with the border. President Biden planning to travel to the southern border Thursday. Now Donald Trump
Immigrant
planning
crime.
to travel there too on the same day. Migrant
You hear that?
encounters
The girl
reaching a
was
record high in
murdered by a
December, the numbers dropping
Venezuelan
some
illegal
since
immigrant.
January.
Jack.
Yeah.
President Biden will head to Brownsville, Texas, making his second trip
That
to
makes
borders
it
since
all
taking
more
office.
more of a
The
story,
president is
right?
considering taking executive action on his own to
Brown person murder white woman must be bad. Must mean
Well, he was
story.
illegal. Well, I see. You see how I
Whoa.
pretext that story with another murder that happened that nobody cares about.
Which one?
I think what's
Which
important.
one? 7 of them?
Though I think what's important about this story is that, again, the fear behind it, not the illegal immigration fear, but she was killed when she was out running,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And so, like, I just saw something today where it's like report shows that like girls literally can't go. 2 or 3 girls get hit on while they're running or something like that, you know.
Mm.
And so that's what I think is the serious part about this is like women and feeling safe in their own neighborhoods, like not getting killed when they go out for a run. I think that, but of course, what the angle that Fox News is going to take is that he was an illegal immigrant with a fake green card.
Tough and asylum restrictions. The president now blaming Republicans for killing a sweeping border bill from Republicans and Democrats in the Senate.
Just now
ABC's
started
Wade Scott
blaming
tonight, leading us off.
Tonight, the White House announcing President Biden will travel to Brownsville, Texas this week to address one of the most pressing issues on the minds of voters, the surge of migrants at the southern border.
It is pressing. More people.
Browntown.
Oh,
Fucking
crazy.
Browntown.
I watched this thing from TLD, Too Long Didn't Read, that news channel, the British guys. And they did this report, and it was like fears or something from the Munich Security Conference.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just figuring out what it is. I'm looking up the index. So I'll let you know when I have it.
Okay.
In his second trip to the border as president, Biden planning to meet Thursday with Border Patrol officers, law enforcement, and local leaders.
And our laws and our resources haven't kept up with our immigration system, and it's broken. And our politics has failed to fix it.
The president now considering taking executive action to address the crisis after House Republicans failed to pass the most sweeping border security bill in generations, a deal hammered out by Republicans and Democrats in the Senate. That effort collapsing after pressure from Donald Trump, who wanted to block Biden from scoring a win on the issue Trump wants to run on in November.
And you look outside and you see all of the horror. You see millions and millions of people coming across the border illegally.
It turns out Trump will also be at the border on Thursday.
What?
A
Yeah,
trip that had
dueling
already been
borders.
scheduled before President Biden announced his plans.
I was planning to go Thursday. What I didn't know is my good friend apparently is going.
Trump now with a virtual
good
lock on the
friend.
Republican nomination, coming off a 20-point win in the South Carolina primary.
I have never seen the Republican Party so
I got the
unified.
index now. So this is like this is October to November 2023, right? So the top up here is, so they add all the scores together and what each of these countries were polled to fear. So as you can see, China doesn't give a fuck about anything. India doesn't really give a fuck about anything. And then the lowest fears is the European Union, the United States, and coronavirus.
Okay.
Right? But at the top here, extreme weather, forest fires, climate change, destruction of natural habitats. So mass migration is here in like place 5, right? And France and Germany are the most worried about it. So then this one is the newest one, I think. Oh, this is the change in index, right? So it shows you where the biggest changes are. Radical Islamic
What's
terrorism.
the first one for Italy?
For Italy up here. Yeah, there's this extreme weather because of the floods and shit, right? So this isn't climate change. This is just extreme weather, to be clear. Let's see if there's another one in here. Oh, here's another one. So citizens' perceptions on other countries, if they like them or not. So Russia is at the bottom. Russia is the least liked. France is apparently the most liked. Germany, Italy, Canada, United Kingdom. Where's the United States? The United States is pretty low. Look, Ukraine has a 90 for the United States. That's the highest number in the survey.
Yeah.
I would like to see what that number is now. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
No fucking way he'll be president. Biden
Never been
or
like
Trump.
that.
Don't underestimate the power of stupid.
But Trump's Republican rival Nikki Haley says the results in South Carolina show the Republican Party is far from unified. Haley acknowledging that though she lost 40% of the voters, backed her over Trump.
The biggest takeaway, I think, coming in after South Carolina is you look at all the early states, and Donald Trump, as technically the Republican incumbent, did not win 40% of the vote.
Haley pushing ahead to Super Tuesday with a warning to her fellow Republicans.
I'm giving you every red flag I possibly can about the direction that the country's going in. Now I just need people to hear it.
So let's bring in Rachel Scott live in Washington tonight. Rachel, back to the.
Okay. Okay.
The two leading candidates in the 2024 election are making a trip to the southern border on the very same day.
Both President Biden and
Battle
President
border.
Trump in Texas on Thursday.
Border
President will
showdown.
head to Brownsville, where he will meet with Border Patrol
I hope
agents,
he
law
ambushes
enforcement
Trump
officials,
and tries to
local
debate
leaders.
him.
Trump will
That'd be
deliver
funny.
remarks in Eagle
Dude,
Pass.
if he swings
Coming in
dick
CBS
on
News
Trump,
Chief White House
right,
correspondent.
and he goes after him at the border and swings
would be
dick on
pretty
him,
baller.
and Trump is running away from him.
Yeah. That would be very funny. It's honestly not a
That
bad
would be
idea.
Such a good move.
It's not a bad idea.
Nancy Cordes, and Nancy, they will be hundreds of miles apart. But walk us through what both Trump and Biden have planned for Thursday at the border.
Right. It's kind of a wild split screen moment, Nancy, although I guess not that surprising when you consider that immigration is going to be one of the biggest issues in the November elections. And these are the two frontrunners for their party. So let's start with President Biden. His team announced today that he is going to be in Brownsville, Texas, near the Gulf of Mexico.
We're going
They say
down.
that
I'm
he
going
is
down
going to meet there
Browntown.
with local officials, with law enforcement, with Border Patrol officers. He's going to get a sense of what's happening on the ground, and he's going to use the opportunity to push House Republicans to support a border deal that he cut with Senate Democrats and Republicans several weeks ago that House Republicans declared dead on arrival. And then the former president, President Trump, is going to be about 300 miles away in Eagle Pass, Texas. And if that location sounds familiar, it is because that is where last month the governor of Texas ordered the Texas National Guard to
Jackson
essentially
Nikki stand
up
so.
to and box out
Hey.
the Border Patrol, keep them out of a
Don't go
public
that far.
park where there were a lot of migrants coming across the border and being processed. And that led to this very strange standoff between the Border Patrol and the Department of Justice, really, and the state of Texas over who controlled that park and the right to process migrants as they came across the border. So the former president is going to be there. Pretty clear why he chose that location. Most likely he will talk about why he feels that the governor of Texas did the right thing amid this continued dispute between the federal government and the state.
And speaking of which, to put it mildly, Nancy.
Okay, we're over it.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to
Conference
just start by restating the obvious. The impeachment investigation essentially ended yesterday in substance, if not in form, with the explosive revelation that Mr. Smirnoff's allegations about Ukrainian Burisma payments to Joe Biden were concocted along with Russian.
You what now?
The informant, they declared that he must stay in jail until trial, no bail.
Epic.
Intelligence agents, and it appears like the
virus.
whole thing is not only obviously false and fraudulent, but a product of Russian disinformation and propaganda. And that's been the motor force behind this investigation for more than a year.
And the FBI, I mean, Chris Wray didn't want to let us have the form because he said this guy was such a valued source. Somebody's asked the FBI, really? This is your valued source? If he's now some spy, I mean, holy cow. So it doesn't change our facts.
They're
Hunter Biden
so
makes a
now
call.
what they're saying is
Governor
they're
Archer told us
linked
he made a call to
this guy to being a Russian spy inside the FBI, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're not letting him go, because now it's getting to a much further charge that this guy's going to get fucked with now.
Mm-hmm. Espionage.
Do you think Nikki will pardon Trump? I've been saying that I think Biden should pardon Trump if anything like that happens.
Fuck
at this point, I really don't care anymore. I'm like, you know what? It might have been a good move before, but now, honestly, like, I think before I was just looking at it like it was the insurrection, and I didn't really actually think about the depth of like hundreds of felonies that he has right now.
Yeah, no,
But-
fuck him. He needs to stay in jail for a long time.
I don't think Trump will go to prison.
No, he won't. He'll get house arrested to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
his dad, to Joe Biden, And then 3 days later, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine and conditions the release of American tax money on the firing of the prosecutor applying the pressure to the company that Hunter Biden sat on the board of. Those facts, they don't change regardless of what this confidential human source has said.
Russia hoax. What part of it is the hoax? Is it the war in Ukraine? Is it the death of Navalny? There's not a Russian hoax. There's been a series of efforts by Vladimir Putin.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
God. Oh, God.
Well, NBC News seems to think that new revelations about an indicted
It
FBI
looks like
informant
he's plotting
have
to do
retroactively
that.
justified their treatment of the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was widely suppressed by the media after numerous intelligence officials said that it resembled Russian misinformation. Let's see if we can follow their logic. The indicted FBI informant is Alexander Smirnov, who allegedly hid his close connections to Russian intelligence and lied about Hunter and Joe Biden's business dealings in Ukraine. Smirnov told the FBI in June of 2020 that executives at Ukrainian energy firm Burisma had previously paid Hunter and Joe Biden nearly $5 million each.
Also,
Smirnov claimed that one executive justified the
Can we
payments
just
to
think
have Hunter
about this for a second? Like, if Biden was going to commit a crime, bribes and shit, the main thing that politicians actually go down for, that would be the one we think was going to actually fucking happen. Come on. He's smart
Biden,
enough
quote,
to not
protect us
fucking do
through
that
his dad
shit.
Yeah.
from all kinds of problems. Prosecutors are saying that Smirnov only did routine business dealings with the company in 2017 and made the bribery allegations after he, quote, expressed bias against President Biden while Biden was running for president. Now, Democrats quickly called for Republicans to drop impeachment proceedings against President Biden, with Congressman Jamie Raskin saying that the investigation was, quote, over. Take a look.
And I wanted to just start by restating the obvious, which is that
We
the
just saw
impeachment
this.
investigation essentially ended.
Okay, moving on.
So Russiagate, he's saying Russiagate is fake.
Security Council is often
this is actually
Yeah.
dope, though. This guy,
able to act on the
honestly,
most-
hate the UN. This is probably my favorite leader of the UN that I've seen.
Yeah, he's all right.
The Security
for the
Council is
UN,
often
you know?
deadlocked and able
It's
to
like
act on
it's
the
like
most significant
Bill Gates
pieces of
is my favorite billionaire, you know? Like it's because it's like sometimes he does good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Unlike the rest of those scumbags.
security issues of our time. The Council's lack of unity on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and on Israel's military operations in Gaza following the horrific terror attacks by Hamas on 7 October has severely, perhaps fatally, undermined its authority. The Council needs serious reform to its composition and working methods. Tens of thousands of civilians, including women and children, have been killed in Gaza. Humanitarian aid is still completely insufficient. Rafah is the core of the humanitarian aid operation, and UNRWA is the backbone of that effort. An all-out Israeli offensive on the city would not only be terrifying for more than 1 million Palestinian civilians sheltering there, it would put the final nail in the coffin of our aid programs.
So basically, that's an ultimatum. It's basically don't fucking do it or we're pulling out completely. What was the other thing that we wanted, Haley?
I'll say is,
Yeah, there's some more Haley stuff
you know,
we
the
can look
biggest
at and then
takeaway,
go
I
to the
think, coming in
shutdown
after
after.
South Carolina is you look at all the early states, and Donald Trump, as technically the Republican incumbent, did not win 40% of the vote. So what you are looking at is something is shifting, and this has been happening for a while. Look at the Michigan Republican Party. I was
Good
here
camera
campaigning
work,
in
guys.
2012 for people running for office. Michigan was a bright light. They were winning races up and down the ticket. They had passed a right to work law. Everything was great. And once Donald Trump came in 2016, they've now lost the governor's race, the governor's mansion. They've lost the state house. They've lost the state senate. The party is completely divided. And that's not just Michigan. We are seeing
So you're
that all
not
over the
you're not
country.
stopping?
The Republican Party is fully divided.
You're
and
not
you now have
dropping out?
factions. You can't win a general election
Guess not.
if you don't acknowledge the 40%
John was right
of
again. I even
who are
was
saying,
telling
"We
people
don't
are
want
saying
Donald
she's
Trump."
going to drop
Yeah.
out before
And you
South
can't do
Carolina.
that
And I
if
said,
you've got
we'll
Yeah.
see what
a
happens
candidate
after South
who says
Carolina.
anyone
That
who
will
supports
actually
his
determine
opponent
how
is
soon she
barred
drops out.
permanently
Yeah.
from MAGA. That's
Of
not
course
the way
she's
you elect.
right. But
Now,
like
to
I
my
said,
Republican
if
fans,
Donald Trump wasn't in here, like she could be way more real with her rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Trump just was out of the way, she would probably still look like one of the strongest candidates.
Yep.
Divide the party more. I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Fuck him. Destroy it. Throw it into the fire. And that's what I love about
I'll
her.
say this.
That's the main reason I back her right now. She's destroying the Republican Party, which is based. I mean, Trump already destroyed it. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's the fascist party now.
there are a few things we need to be looking at. The first thing is electability.
Honestly, I'd take her over Pelosi.
3% of the vote in the early states. If you have a candidate who can't bring in independence, if you have a candidate that is driving people out of our party,
Pelosi's racism affects me more than her racism. Her shit about how slavery is like not racist, whatever Nikki was saying back then, is way worse than anything Nancy Pelosi does. And that has to do with her showing how not racist she is.
that he's losing. He's shifting policy. Republicans used to be about fiscal responsibility. Republicans used to be about smaller
Here's where I was
government and
wrong.
less spending.
Here's where I was wrong. As I said from the start, Chris Christie was an op, right? Chris Christie is representing someone else's interest. And I said, I think Chris Christie is going to help transition to DeSantis being the front runner. Because I imagine that the establishment was set on DeSantis when it wasn't really that's the case at all. So I guess that what I was wrong about was Chris Christie was actually an op for the establishment and Nikki Haley is the establishment. So I knew Christy Creams was fake from the start, though. I'm so ready for Speaker of the House AOC. She's from a strong district.
$8 trillion out of the $34 trillion, $8 trillion in debt in just 4 years, more than any other president. He's not once talked about fiscal responsibility. And since what have we seen? Republicans and Democrats are now.
The thing is, it all depends on her money.
Taxpayers are getting the short end of that.
If she's not like the Kochs pulled out, right? That's one of her primary funders is the Koch brothers. They pulled out. So it depends on how much she does. So like I think Bernie literally never dropped out of the one race, right? You technically could have like still voted for him up until like even over Hillary or something. Like I think he never technically dropped out in certain places. I'm not sure though.
Policy on national security. It used to be that Republicans cared about peace through strength. Now we don't see that anymore. Now we see Trump siding with Putin, a tyrant, a dictator who killed his political
I agree with
opponents,
this
who arrested
100%.
journalists and
AOC
hold them
really
hostage.
knows how to play the game and knows where her district is and know what she should be saying for her district. And it's really funny when the Code Pink comes in to harass her and stuff, and she goes, "Okay, listen," you know, like everything is based about AOC.
Continues to say that he wants to destroy America. And you've got Trump saying that he would encourage Putin to invade our allies. This isolationist.
All right, we get it.
Donald Trump is
Let's
putting
move
over
on
the
to
party
government shutdown.
is creating a scenario that puts us further in
She's staying in. We get it.
war, not preventing war. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends. After 9/11, we needed a lot of friends. And then you're looking at the fact
Oh, cringe.
that Donald Trump is now turning the Republican
9/11
Party
mention.
into his own playpen. Look at what's happening at the RNC.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
she
the
just
pressure
mentioned
is
the
growing
RNC.
tonight on the
We'll
House
look at
Speaker.
that. One of those. One of the RNC stuff.
Micah
down
Johnson
here.
with the possibility that a third
It's
of
right
the federal
after this,
government
isn't
could
it?
shut down as soon as Friday, impacting departments like the Food and Drug Administration and Veterans Affairs.
God
Now,
damn.
Johnson is working to find a bipartisan compromise that at the same time won't alienate the most conservative Republicans.
Johnson.
Republicans and Democrats right now blaming each other for this impasse. Now, at the same time, there is the real possibility that the government could shut down in its totality just a week later. Now, the 4 congressional leaders will meet with President Biden at the White House tomorrow. It's also important to point out that this spending showdown has led to a delay in acting on that supplemental aid package, which is designed to help both Ukraine and Israel. Lester?
Thanks for watching.
Pelosi hates
Lawmakers
AOC
in
because
Washington
she's a threat. Pelosi is honestly one of the best speakers as far as she wouldn't bring something to the floor unless she knew she had the votes, right?
Yeah.
She didn't really play games. She didn't fuck around. She had like an iron grip over the house.
Are 5 days away from a partial government shutdown. If Congress does not reach a funding deal, part of the government will shut down Saturday morning and the rest will shut down the following weekend. Rebecca Castor has the latest on the intense discussions underway.
With senators back in Washington Monday and the House on vacation until Wednesday, the pressure is on for lawmakers to reach a deal to prevent a government shutdown.
Why is Congress not doing their job
in passing a budget.
It's the fourth time since September that funding the government has come down to the wire. If lawmakers don't act soon, departments including Veteran Affairs, Agriculture, Housing and Urban Development, Transportation and Energy, and Military Construction will shut down on Saturday.
This country survived a civil
war
that
are important
to the American people and it needs to get done. It,
Until then, Republicans and Democrats are playing the blame game.
We're doing our job. We're following the law and trying to do our part. But it's up to Schumer, who's killed every endeavor we've tried to do, be responsible about spending this year.
She's got a hell of a jawline.
Yeah, that's how you know she's a vampire.
Johnson has to decide what he wants his legacy to be. Do you want to actually serve?
All right, next.
President Biden will meet with top congressional leaders tomorrow as lawmakers work to avert a potential partial government shutdown by Friday's deadline.
He looks lost.
The president hopes to break the deadlock over aid for Ukraine and Israel that stalled in Congress. We will bring you team coverage from our Capitol Hill correspondent Scott McFarland and Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez. So let's start with Scott here this morning. Scott, walk us through what to expect from this meeting. Can the two sides
That's
reach a
exactly
deal by
why
Friday?
they hated her. It's because of how good she was and how
because the
effective
clock
she
is
was.
ticking toward Friday. Typically here in Congress, you need to have a bill that's formally introduced, perhaps on its way to the House or Senate floor 72 hours before a deadline because of all the parliamentary techniques and all the rules that are in place.
Fourth
is
time.
72 hours before this deadline, this Friday night partial government shutdown deadline.
Fourth time it's happened
According
just
to our
in the
latest
last
reporting,
few
there was
months.
some backsliding during the negotiations over the weekend. Something stalled out because the Democratic leader of the Senate and the Republican leader of the U.S. House both said there are problems with these talks and the other side is responsible for them. Keep in mind, this is not the first government shutdown deadline since September. This is the third government shutdown deadline that we have approached in September. The March 1st deadline there, that's for about 20% of the government, including the Department of Transportation, military construction, and the WIC program for women, infants, and children. The March 8th deadline is for basically everything else, including the Pentagon itself. They are playing with some very dangerous stuff right now as they approach a government shutdown deadline.
The
And
government's
Scott,
trying to
you
starve
spoke
me.
with the CEO of the National Military Family Association. What did she say about how military families feel about another potential shutdown?
They're really concerned about the interruption of pay for service members. Yes, in previous government shutdowns, the military has been somewhat set aside, and they've avoided that issue, but there's no guarantee that happens this time. What's more, if there is a delay in paychecks, not just to service members, but for the tens of thousands of federal workers who beginning Saturday morning could be furloughed, it really causes trouble for those workers, and it causes trouble for
Border Patrol.
attendants on the job, on some of the posts in federal offices.
I mean,
across
why
America,
wouldn't they?
there's no paychecks.
Why
Sometimes
wouldn't
the
they want
workers
to
don't
make the
show up.
migrant
It
crisis
becomes a real
worse
issue
and then
now.
blame it on the
TSA checkpoints,
do
Customs
those
and Border
things to make it worse and then blame it on the Democrats?
Yeah.
It's wild.
Checkpoints
It's good
after
politics.
that March 8th deadline. A lot of people concerned about impacts on their wallets and on their jobs.
And Scott, some Republicans want to hold President Biden and future presidents accountable through this thing called the Summit It Act. Explain what this is and why it's being proposed.
Yeah, the Submit It Act is a bit of saber rattling where they're going to try to require through this legislation, which will not pass, that the president submit a formal budget before he be allowed to give a State of the Union address. You can
He
see where they're going
corrected
with
her,
this.
and she
There's
was like,
ongoing
"Oh, I'm
concerns
going to
about government
remember you
spending,
did that right."
deficits, and President Biden is about a
Did you
week and
see
a half
her
away from giving
tone?
a State
She
of the
was
Union
like,
address here at
Yeah.
the Capitol. Republicans are almost issuing a pre-buttal to the speech,
You better
issuing
watch
some
your
amount
back.
of blame to the administration for the deficits and the budget issues by
What is
demanding
that about,
he
a
submit one
prolapse? Oh,
before he
propose.
appears here. It's legislation with a message, not a chance to become law.
Okay, lots to follow here, Scott. Thank you. And now let's bring in Nancy Cortez at the White House with more.
Oh my God, they're always out at the White House. Always out there. Go home.
All right, here's a story that unfortunately has a familiar ring to it. The federal government is again on the brink of a partial shutdown.
All right, so Congress has until Friday to come up with a fix. If not, billions of dollars worth of military construction projects could be in jeopardy. New at 6, Mike Gooding has details.
New at 6.
Man, what
the
a
fiscal
great
year
sting.
24 defense budget includes $16.675 billion for military construction and family
Could be
housing
left
programs.
guy.
That total includes several big-ticket
tell
items
this
in
is an
Virginia,
old school team
including
who edited
$61
this
million
together.
for the new Special Operations Command Operations Support Facility at Joint Base Little Creek. Those projects could be endangered when the first of two continuing resolutions expires Friday, unless Congress acts. The Pentagon press
Crash
secretary
cymbals.
today did not want to speculate about what the immediate impacts of a
Speculate.
shutdown could be.
Obviously, I don't want to get into hypotheticals at this point. You know, we'll
How will we
certainly
deploy our Burger Kings out
continue
of the
to
back
work
of the
closely with
planes
Congress
if
and hope
there's no government?
that there is a budget passed. I'd refer you to OMB for any potential ramifications on the U.S. government. But needless to say, we will certainly hope that a budget is passed.
The Senate reconvenes Monday and House lawmakers are back on.
Okay, we got the picture.
As Congress returns to Washington this week,
Oh,
partial lapse in government funding is
Could be louder, Mitch.
without action by Friday, the country would face needless disruptions
Don't
to
freeze, bro.
agriculture, transportation, military construction, and essential services at the VA.
How's this guy
So I'll say
represented
the
in the
outfit,
U.S.
what I've said
government?
every time
Bro,
Congress is
he
faced
is an icon.
shutting down
right?
railroads
Like
harmful
it's
to the social
gerrymandering. That's how, bro.
and it never produces
Nobody can beat
positive
him in
outcomes
Kentucky.
on either policy or politics. What's more, a shutdown this week is entirely avoidable. The Senate passed full-year appropriations for each of these important areas 4 months ago, and our House colleagues have produced full-year legislation of their own. We have the means and just enough time this week to avoid a shutdown and to make serious.
My man, you are painfully fucking boring. Let's do something fun.
I think I'm okay. This isn't what I looked at. I put two
Donald
bots
Trump
on already.
last night. Nikki Haley, the only other candidate, real
look
candidate
this
for the Republican, nominee consideration in South Carolina, her own state. He beat her by 20 points.
Kentucky's longest-serving senators, all right, include Wendell Ford, 1974 to 1999, and Mitch McConnell, 1985 to present.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I forgot the other guy who's in there is Rand Paul. Kentucky literally has the worst Senate seats, bro.
Going to lie. Pardon me for my infinite and limitless copium, but he won 60-40, and I don't actually think 60-40 is that much for Donald Trump. I know
Mitch
that Nikki Haley was in her home state here,
the longest-serving party leader in Senate history.
Right.
Still, yeah, 20 points isn't a lot considering what the point difference has been in the past.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now. Never been like that.
Donald Trump has won his fourth straight contest of the Republican nominating battle for 2024.
Why are you recording this in a kitchen? Hello?
His last major remaining Republican rival, Nikki Haley, says she's not ready to drop out after losing her home state of South Carolina.
We'll keep fighting for America, and we won't rest until America wins.
I am dumbfounded by the this horrible jacket, or sorry, yeah, that she's wearing. What is this? Why is the buttoning point like at nipple level? What is this gigantic? What is this? This is insane. This is like some Hunger Games like shit you'd see from people up in the arena. What?
Haley came in second to Trump in a contest that has occupied much of the political sphere over the last couple of weeks since other contests in New Hampshire and Nevada.
At a party
For Haley,
and she's like,
she's continuing to make her
like,
argument
"Wait,
that as
we
the
need
last
you to do
major
this."
remaining candidate facing Donald Trump in this primary, she
He's
wants
like,
to offer voters in the
I'm at a
states
party.
In the club,
Like,
yeah,
just do what
AP
you
journalist,
can.
like doing a line. And
Nobody
then going out
else
to the
is
hallway
available.
for the bathroom
Can't
at the
hear you
club
over the video, bro.
to quickly record this out and like text it at the editor over at AP offices.
follow an option instead of what she's called a coronation of Trump as the nominee for this fall's general election.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Why are there seams that are running down the front of the jacket?
Oh
at the
my
sides
God,
like this?
Bosch, move
And
on.
I don't know much about women's
bro.
fashion, so maybe there's some like trend or culture or history that I
That's
don't
it. We're
understand. But like,
sending him to
look, it's
Glock.
weird. She's been greeble.
The job he was born for.
Now we're moving the fuck on.
RNC shutdown. Best of us on Malding.
Chill, all right? Twitch has ruined my fucking life, all right? Twitch is ruined my goddamn life. Let me shut this stream off. It's not funny. It's not fucking funny. You guys are ruining this experience for yourselves. If you want to come in here and you want to fucking debate me for like 5.5 minutes, good. That's great. Whoa, what the fuck? Dude, why does this keep... Fuck off, stop laughing. God, dude. Dude, there's something wrong with my fucking mouse, dude. The crazy liberal feminism or the white feminism that we all fucking rail against, rightfully, that goes over the top, that like screams at people for like opening up their legs, and yet for some weird reason, none of us have turned to Nazis. You dumb motherfucker. Poggers. Like imagine turning into a Nazi. Stop sending me the same fucking link over and over again. I've seen it like 1,000 times. Please stop sending me the fucking Dennis Prager. You're underestimating us, Dennis link. Please, I swear to God. Yes, the left want men to lose their penis. Please. Jesus Christ, dude. I know, dude. I know. I saw it. Holy fuck. Omega lol. Omega lol me. Internet, right? That's really funny, right? Like it's a really funny,
Bro,
it's a really funny
imagine
concept
going on a
where,
date
like,
with this
everyone's
guy
making
and
fun of
he's
me,
talking about
like,
Omega
everyone's
lols
having
and
fun.
poggers.
Except it's because I have to use a hotspot, you fucking dipshits. Fuck me, man. God, people are so fucking stupid. It's just
Why are you
I'm
gay?
like, I'm done. I want to quit. I want to fucking quit. I want to quit because everyone's so
Fashion
fucking
boss
stupid.
is so
Democrats are fucking stupid.
annoying.
Republicans are stupid. Everyone's so
Gay
fucking
man
stupid.
scene.
I'm not saying these people are bad, you fucking moron.
I'm saying that this person who was linked to every fucking wealthy person on the goddamn planet, who literally flew them around in his fucking private jet, who openly fuck little children.
Okay, Jack still hasn't seen that clip.
I haven't. Show me. Bring it up. Show me after this.
Okay, who openly fuck little children. One of those fucking little children from Mar-a-Lago was literally pictured with Prince fucking Andrew. I'm not a fan of Erdogan, you idiot. But you're wrong. You're just literally wrong. So poll the chat. Yeah, let me poll a bunch of morons on what their take is about a country they've never seen before. Absolutely incredible situation, right?
Oh, it's like Klobuchar.
Like nonstop. If you watched MSNBC, I'm almost saying this earlier in the chat. If you watch MSNBC
Bigoted
from 6
fucking
a.m. until
losers.
now, every single fucking moment is like Amy Klobuchar, Amy Klobuchar, Amy Klobuchar, Amy Klobuchar. Jesus fuck, dude. We get it. We get it, okay? We get it.
Oh,
you like Amy
it produced
Klobuchar.
an
Jesus fucking
overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Christ. I cannot believe the amount of coverage they're offering to the third place person who, I don't know, have they been voting for Democrats? Is that a thing that Republicans do? Why are they Republicans if they're voting for fucking Democrats?
Loving me harder, daddy.
Why is this a conversation piece? What are you, insane? When I read these takes. Okay, well, if fucking Twitter and Reddit are not real life
already.
I do.
Let me see.
They aren't, which I've been saying for a very long time, then why the fuck is it the only thing that they fucking talk about in regards to Bernie Sanders and his fucking campaign for literally the entirety of his campaign? Bernie Sanders supporters are so mean. Bernie Sanders supporters are so mean. They're so mean. They're so mean.
Here's a video from a homie. Friend of the channel reporting on it.
He needs to calm down.
I know, right? I don't know how he doesn't pop blood vessels and muscles in his neck like I do, malding all the time.
I am sure a lot of you guys are familiar with a Twitch streamer known as Hassan.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Hassan had an interesting take on stream today that has got a lot of people's feathers kind of ruffled, rather, myself included. I did have an opinion on this when I saw the clip kind of circulating around Twitter, and I thought this would make for a good topic to kind of talk about on stream, just to kind of give my brief thoughts or whatever. But let's go ahead and let's take a look at the clip that's been making the rounds. This is the clip here. We have this person, TC Brady, tweeting out, millionaire streamer Hassan Piker claims that
it's just so cool like that, where he literally is like, this is the source right here. This is their name. Like, make sure to credit them and stuff. Cool. Like, that's good. That's good. Like, good etiquette. We don't have that.
No, but also we watch fuckwits. So
yeah, well, yeah, that's why we never put on Tipster, because he's the shit.
Yeah.
Real job doesn't suck the soul out of you in the same way that streaming absolutely will. So it's another case of we have, somebody who's very successful and they have what many would consider to be a dream career. Okay. They're a professional live streamer and it's a pretty cushy job. That's not to say that streaming doesn't have its own, unique challenges. See, I have a bit of a unique perspective of this from the perspective of not only am I a streamer and a content creator, but I also have like a normal 9-to-5 style job, right? So I go to work, I do my thing, and then I come home and I kind of moonlight as a live streamer. Okay. I do my live streams. I edit up my, segments into videos, and overall, it's just kind of like
do your own editing too.
My streaming stuff is kind of like a side hustle that I do on the side. But I have this unique perspective of being able to look at life from the perspective of somebody who has like a normal 9-to-5 job, but also I can turn around and I can look at some of the things that content creators and live streamers
just say that I actually get
well. And it's not to say that like live streaming is as easy as job as everybody thinks it is. Nobody talks about the downsides of these careers. You have lots of people who dislike you. You have to deal with a lot of hate and pushback and stuff like that.
Even he stepped back from it. He said, because he said from the start, all the people defending Vosh, all they had to say is, I haven't seen the photo. Right? But like him and Keffels did.
Yeah. Keffels.
Yeah, Keffels.
No, there's just there's unique challenges that come with being a public figure as a live streamer. Okay, so it's not like it's not without its problems, right? But I think it's safe to say that okay, it's probably not harder than working a normal 9-to-5 job, and a normal 9-to-5 job can absolutely be soul crushing in a lot of ways. Okay, so but anyway, I'm kind of rambling at this point. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at the clip. Let's see what Hassan had to say here. So without further ado,
Play that shit.
Here we go. Tipster, whenever someone tells him to get a real job, well, actually, yeah, true. It do be like that. Because the thing is, like, whenever somebody's like a content creator, people automatically assume like that's their job. Like that's what they do for a living. That's how they make their money. And, you know, for a lot of streamers, that's not the case. You know, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes enough money to make this your job, you know, congrats to you. You know, it's awesome. You know, and it's the dream job. I can even admit
I broke it.
Have a normal 9-to-5 job outside of this, and this. Go ahead.
But a real job doesn't. Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired. But a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Hassan, you can stop at any time.
Yeah. Well, bro, you literally don't have to do 9 hours. You could do 3 and still be making millions, my dude. Like. I think Tipster
I wonder if he knows.
Streams for 3 hours.
Like, what a stupid thing to say.
Yes. I don't know how you can say that with your whole chest. Like somebody in the chat say, doesn't he stream like super long every day? I mean, he could just cut down his hours to lighten the emotional load since he makes his own hours. Sounds like an easy solution. Well, okay, I will say this in defense of Hassan in regards to that particular question. Hassan is a contracted streamer. So Hassan has to stream so many hours every month or whatever. And so because of his contract, he does have a certain amount of hours that he has to stream in order to fulfill his contractual obligations.
Guess what? I don't care.
Yeah, it's a contract. I'm taking the libertarian perspective here. Oh, there is a video.
But having said that,
okay. Hassan's response to everyone's outrage, right?
Mm-hmm.
If March is having
it, his response to the outrage, right? This is a 20-minute video. Oh, he puts his own context in here.
Yeah, real jobs don't suck the soul out of you, said by someone who's never had a real job.
I'll do one. I drink one drink. No,
this is him malding about people saying that he's a fucking loser.
Like I'm a asshole. You've been clip chimped and people are acting like you said streaming is harder than other jobs. There's no shot, dude. Oh my lord, dude. 367 comments. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't. This is what it is.
This is why my job is hard, because you're so mean to me.
Guess what, Hassan? You don't have to look at this. You can ignore them. It's quite crazy.
Like
you can literally ignore
streamer, okay? So that he can make money on his YouTube page or something. Like that would be insane.
Epic.
I mean, this sounds like a statement.
Let's get back to the news now. Now you know the context of Hassan having such a hard job. He also got an epic throat tattoo.
Let me find something.
Well, go back to the news. RNC chair resigns is where we were. And then we just have to do NATO expansion and then the international stuff. Yeah. Literally, like when I hear people saying that type of stuff, and the thing is that like I think everyone is entitled to feel drained and exhausted from working. You know, like, but also check your privilege.
A shakeup at the Republican National Committee as the organization is now looking for some new leadership. RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel announcing she is stepping down next month. She spent 7 years leading that organization.
I wore sleeves for you today, by the way.
After Super Tuesday
at the party's the guy who said you don't have sleeves?
Yeah.
The RNC co-chair also announced their resignation as well.
So on this Monday, we thought we'd let our viewers know the state of the race on the Republican nomination right now and where it stands as of Saturday night. Okay, so about not quite 6 weeks ago, we were in a frozen tundra of Iowa. Okay, just want to take you back there and just remind us what the results were.
I hate their little smart boards.
Nikki Haley won a singular county that night, Johnson County, by a singular vote there in Iowa.
One vote.
Some 6 weeks ago. Then we moved to New Hampshire. I'll call this up for you right here. 10 different counties. And Trump was dominant yet again, well over 50%. And this was the one county that Nikki Haley won. That is Grafton County. And she won that quite handily. reasonably speaking, when you talk about a race that is competitive. Then we went out to Nevada. Nevada's been a mess, right, between the caucuses and the primaries. Well, the caucus is the only one that mattered when it came to delegates. And Trump swept all 17 counties and won the entire state. So then we went rolling into South Carolina on Saturday night, and we were trying to figure out, well, can Nikki Haley do well in her home state? We want to show you among candidates in time, if we were to go back 8 years, right? A lot of candidates there battling it out. This was 8 years ago in Texas. Ted Cruz won his home state by 17 points over Donald Trump.
No shit, bro.
It wasn't much of a contest. 8
Come
years
on.
ago, right?
Oh, crazy. You mean the race where Trump was the fucking sleeper?
By 11 points. All right. But on Saturday night, after spending really close to about $15 million, Donald Trump was a 20-point victor over Nikki Haley. She did win 3 counties. And but that was it. After 14.
That's where all the uni students are.
Yeah.
$15 million spent. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, with me now. Sir, good morning to you. Nice to have you on. We had a lot of time to gather.
Hello, former.
And there seemed to be this question as to
bigoted
what is Nikki
fucking
Haley do
losers.
next.
Why are you
she's
gay?
Competing in Michigan tomorrow. But there was some talk as to whether or not she would be a third-party nominee or a candidate. Grady Trimble caught up with her last night in Michigan.
I don't know how more clear I can make that I don't want vice president. I have said multiple times, I am a Republican. I am not running as any other party or independent. And I will continue to say this is not about my political career. This is about the future of America.
Will you ever run as a third party candidate?
I've said no over and over again. I have no interest in a third party candidacy.
So then I asked you, I just showed you the numbers. What's the strategy, or how does this thing wind down?
I don't think Nikki Haley runs as a third-party candidate. She is a Republican. The one thing you do know after this Saturday election that the race is over. This is going to be between President Trump and President Biden.
This guy's got to be like
so
mad
the sooner
internally.
we focus on.
He has to be, right?
Like for years, he had this position being like coming to him. Literally, like it's like a monarchy thing, you know, and getting the chair sniped from you right when you obtain it.
On that, unify this party. I think you see all those movements happening right now. With President Trump lays out a rebuild, restore, and renew, I think he's going to have a very strong election coming in November. I think this is going
his
to be
vengeful
a
rhetoric
card on
is
what
definitely
President Biden
not
promised
going to
coming into office
overshadow
and actually
that.
what he did. The Democrats don't quite realize the damage they have done to this border, and it goes across the nation and people frustrated. The
I almost forgot he was a
where our
Republican.
standing is and foreign policy around the world. I think people remember what it was 4 years ago, the price of gas, their economy, and the safety and security they
We've
had.
heard
around
it
the world.
all.
I think it's going to be a big night for Republicans.
Boring. But
We have new CNN reporting this morning about a deliberate effort from Donald Trump's legal team to pit federal judges against each other, all in an effort to avoid going to trial before Election Day. As of now, the election interference case in Washington is on
You know who
hold
else does this sort of shit? Fascists.
Yeah. You mean other countries like fucking Turkey and stuff, you know? Like,
yeah.
Court weighs Trump's claim of presidential immunity. Now, on Friday, the judge in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case holds a crucial hearing on timing in that case, and the Trump team hopes it will set off a chain reaction that could last past Election Day. CNN's Caitlin Polantz is here for your inaugural appearance on the 7 a.m. edition of CNN News Central. Caitlin, what have you learned?
Well, John, Donald Trump doesn't want to go to trial. That's not new, but the strategy that he is going to be employing through his lawyers does appear to be something we're going to see play out in the coming days. So right now, Trump is set to go to trial in New York in the Hush Money case at the end of March.
Nobody wants to be president again more than Donald Trump right now.
Yeah, and that, if nothing alone, is the reason that he shouldn't be ever allowed near that office ever again. Anybody who wants or seeks power should be kept from it at all costs. At all costs.
Well, technically, anyone running would be that. So,
yeah, theoretically, but like this is another.
But it's more of he knows that he's fucked if he doesn't get that.
Yeah.
To about mid-May. Then the calendar's open after that, and there are 2 federal cases that are vying for the possible places on that calendar. There's the possibility that that January 6th case in Washington, D.C. could get back into the hands of the trial court and could be headed to trial, and then, of course, his Florida documents case. But just this week, his lawyers are headed into a really crucial hearing in that Florida documents case before Judge Eileen Cannon. They have a trial set for the end of May. It's very likely that that's going to get moved. So what they want to do is move it just a little bit, just a month or 2 into July, and then the possibility could arise because that case is so complicated with classified documents that it might have to move again. So it would essentially elbow out any other trial if it just has a place in the calendar and gets moved along through the summer so Trump would achieve his ultimate goal of not going to trial before the election. I spoke to a bunch of sources about this, and the ultimate goal is not just that he doesn't want to go to trial in these federal cases. He especially doesn't want to go to trial.
I agree. If we're voting on memes alone, Biden is still winning.
Before Judge Tanya
He answered a fucking question on a genocide ending with an ice cream cone in his hand.
That's during the last election. And what one of the people told me was the entire goal here is to ice Judge Tanya Chutkan, make it impossible for him to go to trial before her.
I think we call that a bait and switch, Caitlin, or the legal term might be Lucy in the football. Caitlin Polantz, thank you very much for your reporting on this. We'll talk to you again soon.
Okay. Joining us right now is CNN legal analyst Karen Friedman Agnifilo and former U.S. Attorney Harry Littman.
Oh my God.
Let's just dive
We need.
into
Oh my God, this guy,
Karen is
bro.
reporting. That
What
it's
a
all about
weird
the
looking
calendar and
guy.
it's kind of
Mouth breather,
the domino
motherfucker.
effect. If it gets a little bit pushed, it gets a little. This one gets a little bit pushed, trying to pit the judges against each other.
Oh my God,
essentially.
there's so
Does
much
this
going
make
on in
sense
this show.
as
Is this
a
really
strategy?
necessary
Yes.
for the news?
None
They
of this is
bumped
for
back
any
to a guy
of
just
this,
to bump
but
to her.
Does it make sense to you, Harry?
Yes, so it could. It depends what'll happen with the Supreme Court in the immunity appeal. But if they take that case, you're
Diddler.
looking probably at about a July trial back with Judge Chutkan. And really, you could say Lucy in the football. I think in basketball, the term would be a moving pick because the
I'm sick of these people
Really?
using.
Right? So you do a transit in motion, like you truck along with him. He walks over to the desk. He says,
I followed a little.
"What do you think about this, Kaylee?" or whatever her thing is, and then both of them smoothly transition to kick it to the fucking experts. Like that's just as complex, and it's not stupid like what they just did. Like what the fuck was that?
Voters, but in fact, Brett Baer is still under the delusion that Trump didn't win in 2020. That's Brett Baer's problem.
Yes, right, exactly.
What do you say to that female independent suburban voter who feels that way? To win her back? First of all, I won in 2020 by a lot, okay? You know that straight. I won in 2020. You know that. And if you look at all of the tapes, if you look at everything that you want to look at, you take a look at Truth to Vote, where they have people stuffing the ballot boxes on tapes. Or let's go to recent. Wait a minute. Let's go to recent. FBI Twitter. Let's go to recent. The 51 agents. All corrupt stuff, Brett.
Understand about
Wait, is Sam back? Yeah, Sam was only gone for a week.
I don't give a
That's
fuck
why
because Twitter's not a real
we
place.
didn't have any. But like we've also not been putting Majority Report clips in for a week now. It hasn't been.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't even producing, you know.
Yeah.
Like she was the showrunner. She was doing it all herself. Which it's nothing to slight her. It's normally they have two showrunners there to help build the show together, you know?
Bounce off.
Yeah,
each other,
Sam is not somebody. Sam, unlike Anna, actually creates his show and has opinions, and you can tell he's always. I like Emma too, but she is not great compared to Michael Brooks, of course. But also she's better than Anna because you can tell that both Sam and her have watched all the clips, have read the stories beforehand. They've actually done the prep work. It's when she gives her opinion and wants to debate callers and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear it from her.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear. Like she always has really, really stupid arguments that she thinks.
But they're always basic talking points too. That's the problem. They're not advanced opinions. They're just shit that she's heard, and she's like, I like that.
Plus, the real person who they should have put in that position is Jamie, but Sam doesn't like her because she's too communist for him. But that's why she would have been good there.
Yeah.
Emma's too liberal. Emma's too agreeable with Sam. They Michael Brooks was super far left, right? You need somebody far left enough to fill that spot. But because Sam didn't like her, she's not there. She didn't enjoy working there because Sam made it a hostile working place for her. There's one point where he yells
incidentally,
at her because
something
he misunderstands her. It's fucking hysterical.
Interesting that just came up there as Trump is like yelling at Brett Baer, and Brett's going, but Mr. President, you didn't really win the election. He says, you hear Brett Baer say the Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Because we were told repeatedly that the reason why Donald Trump lost the election is because we didn't get to see enough images.
He actually
of Hunter
won
Biden's
because of
penis
Emma and his
on
audience. Yeah, he definitely has to hold back some certain stuff. Well, you have seen them change their tone on Ukraine as well in response to the outrage because they were a little too pro Putin at the start.
Yeah,
and they changed their rhetoric real quick.
Yeah, that's what happens when you
meanwhile,
repeat propaganda.
Jamie can sit here and have opinions all day that I disagree with, and I'm gonna listen to her because she's fucking awesome. And they never had her on camera. She was always like in the back.
Quitter in the run up to the election. Now,
dick suppression.
There was a lot of
and don't forget about the crack.
The crack and the crack penile suppression.
Doesn't it make you feel like Dan from H3 also is the producer on this show? Same energy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's just. I think this is that part of that story is developing. We'll see more, but it's interesting that it just came up here.
Yeah.
All fair in the election, but that's cheating on the election.
You lost
the 2020 election.
I'm fucking better than you.
You take a look at all of the stuff ballots. You take a look at all of the things, including things like the 51.
Daddy, look at all the cheating. Look at all the
I'm
cheating.
fucking better than you.
Intelligence agents.
There were recounts in all of the swing states. There was not significant widespread.
We're trying to get recounts, real recounts.
There was widespread corruption. There was not a sense of that. There were lawsuits, more than 50 of them, by your lawyers. Some in front of judges that you.
See, I'm not the only one.
No, H3 is dumb, right? But their show is so well done. They are probably doing the most in the YouTube space. Nobody's got they are on the they're doing something else, right? They're not on level that's going to change the game or anything. But in the podcast space where everyone has a fucking podcast and knowing would we really want to just have Ethan all day, especially when his wife wanted to step back because she has kids and wanted to run the company on the other side for Teddy Fresh and stuff. He made really, really smart decisions to expand the company the way he did. So I enjoy his show for the production aspects, but also at the same time, it's been really bad lately because all it is them just having an entire episode of Vosh. And it's just come on, man, put memes back in here. Put the memes back in the show.
Pointed. Look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin has practically admitted it was rigged. Other states are doing the same right now, and it's continuing. It was a rigged
every
election.
potential case of voter fraud in 6 battleground states, and they found fewer than 475 cases.
You know why? Because they didn't look at the right things.
Okay. Are you going?
They were counting ballots, not the authenticity of the ballot. The ballots were fake ballots. This was a very rigged.
This is how you're going to tell that independent suburban voter.
No, we're off to winning an election, and I think we're winning very well. I like his I got a poll just recently. I have it here.
I know. And I watched the numbers.
Yeah.
Right. So Trump didn't answer the question. Fantastic.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Look at the other Kentucky guy. We've never sent that much money to any country ever. You can watch the first 30 seconds
There
of
is
that.
an infinite amount of money that can be sent. 170 billion is getting close to infinite. We've never sent that much money to any country ever.
Crazy. It's almost like Russia hasn't had a serious invasion we've had to prevent since the Cold War. You fucking idiot. What country? What country is the most powerful that we've had to back to that has been invaded? Where has it happened? Where?
There hasn't been.
Exactly. He's a fucking moron. We didn't even give that much money to East Germany or West Germany.
At least ask where it's being spent. Sure, some of it's being spent on arms,
bro.
Guns,
you have reports on where it's being
Some of it's
spent.
going to-
This is like I said, you only need 30 seconds of this jackass. We've already get what this one's going to be about.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I fucking hate him so much.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Sunday said that 31,000 of his country's soldiers had been killed since Russia's full-scale invasion 2 years ago. It was the first official tally of Ukraine's troop casualties in more than a year. At the end of 2022, a presidential aide reported that 13,000.
Even Ethan shouts him out as being he's I think Jack, you started watching him too, right? Too Lazy to Try. And Jack was like, I don't care what he has to say about podcasts. And I was like, nah, bro, he's the best. And so
I still don't care, but it's kind of funny to hear people shit on people every now and again.
I do he gives me all the highlights of these podcasts. I don't have to watch them. And he's a grass toucher, so he's talking about it from normal people's perspectives. But
I think that's why I watch it, because I like that, because that's the angle that I want to make the game videos from. So I kind of appreciate it.
Ukrainian soldiers had been killed.
H3 also talked about that
Zelensky's tally
interview very recently. I don't know
He
if it
talks
was on
about it
his.
a lot.
Well, he was just saying because I think he watched. He did it on his private stream that you have to pay for, and he was talking about how like people say that this interview was like worse than it was. I mean, Bill was really nice. I actually liked him.
Yeah.
He came back. We did a second interview.
Differs sharply from what the New York Times reported in August, when it cited U.S. officials as saying that close to 70,000 Ukrainian soldiers had been killed. The same report said that as many as 120,000 Russian troops had died during the war. Zelensky on Sunday told reporters that 180,000 Russians had been killed in the fighting. Russia does not disclose military losses, which it regards as a secret. Both sides regularly describe the other's military losses as vast. Battlefield casualties are a highly sensitive subject in Ukraine, which is trying to reform how it mobilizes civilians to join its armed forces after last year's counteroffensive failed to break through Russian lines. Zelensky said that plan had been leaked to Russia.
All right, speed run.
Yeah, the
Thanks, YouTube.
Next is just NATO, and then after NATO, it's just international stories, which are all like under a minute.
All right, that should finish us up pretty much
the
where we want.
the extra fun video at the end, you're not going to be able to get though because we had to take time in the beginning. We'll look at the Keep the Titty video next stream.
Yeah. Why? Where is this? Guided.
Oh my God!
Train.
What's funny is when they killed Navalny, the first thing I said was vaxxed. I'm sure they do.
И все, звука особого не было, прям такого. А потом все, утром проснулась и такой кошмар. По какой причине? Я не знаю, у меня родители остались без дома. Понимаете? Мы живем все вместе, работали все вместе, как могли. Ну, сейчас будем что-то дальше думать.
1 year later, we're going to see a war frontline video of her fucking up Russians. All right, speed run.
This is an historic day. It makes NATO stronger,
don't like this guy.
safer, and all of us more secure. It also sends a very clear message to President Putin that NATO's door is open. We have to remember that he went to war to close NATO's door. He is achieving the exact opposite.
She's
Finland is
speaking
already a
Russian,
member,
by the way.
doubling NATO's border with Russia. Sweden will now become a member, and Ukraine is closer to membership than ever before.
Great.
You can skip this one. Fuck State Department. We know what they're going to say.
Kérdezem a tisztelt országgyűlést, elfogadja-e a TPER 638-as számú törvényjavaslatot? Kérem, szavazzanak! Kimondom a határozatot. Az országgyűlés a törvényjavaslatot...
I can read those.
Can you? Because you know the language?
Igen,
No.
6 nem szavazattal, tartózkodás nélkül elfogadta.
Okay, they voted yes. Great. Farmers. Everyone got that? Sweden, you and NATO, they voted yes. We're all good. Great. Speed run.
Honk.
We would want them to be reasonable to us, to come with us for a day, to work on the field or with the horses or with the animals, to see that it's not
Just
very
keep
easy
in mind,
to
all
go
these
to the room
people
that they
who
have.
are normally like rich as fuck, right? And they use like migrant labor and stuff, even in Europe, right? Like farmers are like the business owners, right?
Yeah.
They want to act like they're regular people that don't make tons of bank. Yeah, that'll show them.
Is this in
Yeah,
France?
Brussels.
Same. Get wrecked.
Oh, fireworks! Roman candles. Wow, such a protest! Epic protest. You're showing them.
Great. Very
Epic.
effective.
Oh, now here's a protest.
Catalonia flags?
Honk, 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 honk.
El gobierno lo primero que tiene que quitar las trabas, tiene que quitar la burocracia, darnos facilidades y controlar los
Potato
productos que
farmer.
vienen de afuera, que tengan la misma sanidad que los que tienen aquí.
Vuvuzelas, bro. Oh
India.
my god, isn't this great?
This is
Here's some fucking classic propaganda. Putin fucking
This
carried shells
is
out of the
epic.
ocean, but nothing has this, bro. This is such a one-up on fucking Putin's shells that he pulled out of the ocean. Or no, they're vases that he pulls out.
Mm.
Damn. He's snorkeling down there to bless the thing.
Guinea's capital, Conakry, ground to a halt on Monday. Workers, including miners, beginning a nationwide strike in the world's second largest producer of bauxite.
In where? Guinea?
Oh,
Higher
bauxite,
wages.
bro! Holy shit!
What?
Bauxite. It's
I don't know what
it's
that
a
is.
resource that like people don't understand. Like
Mm.
everyone wants to look at the like cobalt, right?
Yeah.
But like bauxite is like so bad. It's
Fair
so
enough.
toxic.
And other demands. Conakry resident Lantanet Condé said the city had been brought to a standstill and that it was now up to the president to make a gesture.
Allow the unionists to come back to the table and
Oh, we get it.
discuss.
Next. Rainfall in Peru. Flooding.
So yeah, so toxicity from bauxite mining causes diseases. Prolonged toxicity can cause exenopathy,
Mm.
osteoporosis, anemia, and Parkinson disease, right? Because this is it's basically
It's encephalopathy.
encephalopathy. I've heard that before. I'm not sure what it
Mm.
does though. Right?
Yeah.
Gastrointestinal systems, cardiomyopathies, diabetes, hyperpigmentation. Like this shit is not good for you, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of illegal mining around it. So it's got high alkaline, but it's also like has like heavy metals inside it.
Mm.
So it's big on groundwater contamination. So
Mhm.
like the Rastafarians are like anti-bauxite because there's a big bauxite thing in Jamaica. I think Vice did a really good story about the bauxite there. But this is one of those things that's so slept on, bauxite.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Yeah, they use it to make like aircraft aluminum. It's like it strengthens aluminum. It like makes aluminum more like the properties of steel. It's really, really
Ah,
high quality
interesting.
aluminum if you use bauxite with it.
Okay, Peru floods, Amazon flooding. Right, next. Speed run.
The bauxite is the most important. Well, this is basically all. These are all like minute stories. So
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not letting them run for a minute because there's no point.
Trainee doctor Rio Okada is among thousands of
Korean
young
doctors
South
walk
Korean
out.
medical
These are the
professionals who
most.
walked off the job
This is the
month
most important
because
story.
they say
There's three
they're
of these
overworked,
from South
underpaid,
Korea.
and the government's not listening to them. More specifically, they're protesting a government plan to raise the number of admissions to medical schools, which officials hope can boost the number of doctors. After the walk-off began, hospitals say they've had to turn away patients and cancel surgeries, with several issuing red alerts on Sunday as they overflowed with patients. Junior doctors are a crucial cog in South Korea's highly regarded medical system, making up 40% of staff at large teaching
They're
hospitals.
regarded?
But
What
those
the
like
hell?
Ryu say the admissions plan misses the
That's
point
pretty
that
advanced.
officials first need to review their pay and the conditions they work under. Ryu says trainee doctors work more than 100 hours a week, making between $1,500 to
Jesus.
some $3,000 a month, including overtime pay.
That's
a first-year
nothing.
resident in the United
That is
States averages
nothing.
about $5,000 a month, according to American Medical Association data, while half the junior doctors in the U.S. work 60 hours a week or less. That's according to the Korean Intern Resident Association, who also says intern and resident doctors in South Korea work 36-hour shifts compared to shifts of
What
under
the
24 hours
hell?
in the U.S.
The current medical system in South Korea, which is a great one, is run by making cheap trainee doctors keep grinding.
Senior doctors and
Slave
private
labor.
practitioners have not walked out, but have held rallies urging the government to scrap its plan to boost medical student numbers, with hundreds gathering in Seoul on Sunday. However, polls show the general population is mostly in favor of the government's plan. Authorities have ordered the protesting young doctors back to work.
Of course, the
threatening
public is
arrest
more in
or
support of
suspending
getting the
licenses.
doctors back to work.
On Monday, the country's vice health minister gave them a deadline to return.
Next one. Hey, look, perfect.
Was that what they were about to go into? Was the
Yep.
Prime Minister saying this?
전공이 여러분께 간곡히 호소드립니다. 집단 행동을 즉시 멈추고 환자의 곁으로 돌아와 주시기 바랍니다. 위급한 환자분들을
Great.
등진하겠습니다.
When's the elections?
Don't know.
Just
지역에서는
I fucking love East Asian countries.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
Yeah. Okay, the next election is
Former
in
Brazilian President Jair
27.
Bolsonaro
3 years until the next one.
Okay.
So
So
this
why?
probably will not affect anything major politically.
gathered thousands of
Speaking
people
of
for a rally in
fascists.
Sao Paulo on Sunday,
Mhm.
a show of political strength amid ongoing investigations that could land him in prison.
They continue to
It's
accuse me
Brazil's
of a
Trump.
coup. Now the coup is because there is a draft of a state of emergency decree. A coup using the Constitution, have holy patience. A coup using the Constitution. I make it clear that the state of siege begins with the president of the republic convening the republic and defense councils. Did this happen? No.
The far-right former leader is being investigated by the police for an alleged coup attempt after losing the 2022 election to the incumbent president,
to
leftist
Brazil's
Luis
malign.
Inácio Lula da Silva. Bolsonaro's passport has been confiscated. He is
Wrecked.
accused of pressuring
Lula's
the
doing
chief to join
so
the coup attempt,
much
editing
better.
a draft decree to
Yeah.
overturn election results, and plotting to jail a Supreme Court justice. Supporters of Bolsonaro, a populist often compared to former US President Donald Trump, attacked and ransacked Brazil's presidential palace, the
This
Supreme
is so
Court,
funny.
and Congress, calling for a military coup on January 8th.
They
of
literally
that year,
just like
which
shut
was
it down
also
and
a
let
week
him in.
after Lula took office. On Sunday, the former president denied the accusations against him, claiming he is being persecuted. He also called for
That's what
amnesty
every
for hundreds of
fascist
his
says.
supporters who took part in the January 8th riots. The far-right leader gave his speech on top of a truck, surrounded by supporters, many of whom carried Israeli flags. Current leader Lula is in the middle of a diplomatic spat with Israel over comments in which he likened the war in Gaza to the Nazi genocide during World War II.
True. The
Bolsonaro,
Holocaust.
who said last
Say
week that the
the
leftist president's
Holocaust.
remarks were criminal.
The Nazi genocide sounds like the Nazis were persecuted.
Yeah.
Can't see.
I will
Couldn't help.
see what life will bring. However, I'm happy to be here. And I also
Austrian
thank
far-right
Qatar.
nationalists.
We would like
You
to
mean
express our
Nazi?
gratitude to the State of Qatar, to His Highness the Emir, His Excellency the Prime Minister, and State Minister Al Khulaifi for their strong support that made the return of Mr. Fritz possible.
2 more videos.
Cool.
We will provide whatever support is requested from Victoria. These are difficult times. And I say to people, listen to the advice of the authorities.
Listen to the
we
advice.
need to make sure
Listen
that
to
we,
the authorities,
watch
is what
and
he said.
act when that advice comes through. This is
He's pulling a Jacinda Ardern. We are the only legitimate source of information, which that reminds me, we need that soundbite.
Okay.
a very difficult time. And over this period, we've seen floods, we've seen bushfires, we've seen heat waves, we've seen.
Okay.
All right.
Lorena
This
Cruz
last one.
knows she's breaking the law every time she pulls water.
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking hell, Elbow, swallow your fucking food.
Swallow your food, yeah.
Underground
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
No running water for over a month. And the city, she says, still wants them to pay for the service. Lorena and her neighbors are
You
not
hear
the
that
only
though?
ones
She's
struggling
breaking the
for
law by
for
getting
their
water
basic
here.
needs. All
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Right? So there's so she's literally breaking the law to go get water because there's no water in Mexico now. Well, Mexico City specifically,
Yeah.
which is where
21
all the
million
population
residents.
is. Which
Mhm.
it basically means all of Mexico, right?
Mhm.
If Mexico City
Mexico
doesn't have
City's
water.
metropolitan area are experiencing shortages in part because of a severe drought. Mexico's capital gets its water from
All right, before we do that, I did find the clip, so let's just do that.
Yeah, okay, and then I mean, we can always finish with that too.
It's all right. I'll mark it.
I've been watching for some days, and this is not unique to New Zealand, that in the midst of what is a global issue, as you would expect, there are a number of rumours that circulate. I am present on social media, I see it myself. I cannot go around and individually dismiss every single rumour I see on social media, as tempted as I might be. So instead, I want to send a clear message to the New Zealand public. We will share with you the most up-to-date information daily. You can trust us as a source of that information. You can also trust the Director General of Health and the Ministry of Health. For that information, do feel free to visit at any time to clarify any rumour you may hear. COVID-19.govt.nz.
I don't know.
I swear she said we are your only legitimate source of information.
There's
but
too much
the
background
other
noise
one
as well.
was I'll see if I can find a better one. But I think that'll if nothing else, just that little bit in the middle where it's like we are a great source of truth or whatever the bitch said, I think would be a good one. But I'll keep looking.
We can look at the
Lorena Cruz knows
Rocky
she's breaking the
Q&A.
law every time she pulls water from this underground reservoir. She says it is a miracle.
Oh,
Hey
I
guys,
meant
today I'm
after
gonna
we
be doing my
finish the
187,000
Mexico story.
subscriber
Come on, man.
Lorena Cruz knows she's breaking. Director of the Consejo Consultivo del Agua, a civic organization promoting water conservation, says the reservoirs are at historic low levels, well below 40% capacity, and the aquifers are over-extracted. Part of the problem has been drier than normal rain season that typically run from May to August. And experts say the situation can worsen for the city built over a lake bed before the Spaniards arrived 5 centuries ago. Some experts warn the city could run out of water this summer on what it's been called Day Zero. Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador dismissed those claims, calling them an attempt from the opposition to influence the presidential election in June.
Oh my God.
Is working to get more water to the city.
I'm going to be shocked if this guy ends up ruining it for himself right at the fucking, like, your party has it all right now. Come on, bro. No, it's not true that we're running out of water. This is to frame me and make the competition look better. Somebody literally couldn't flush their toilet. You think they're going to believe you when you say that? Like, come on. He's so disconnected from people. It's crazy.
But frustrated residents have taken to the streets in protest, and many neighborhoods depend on water delivered by trucks. Some paid by the government, many paid by local residents.
Hasta 2,000 pesos cada pipa.
Maria Herminia Collins says each truck costs about $200, and it's just enough for 20 days of water for a handful of families, if they use it wisely and recycle, like using water from washing dishes to flush toilets. But the lack of rain is not the only reason experts say Mexico City is suffering from water shortages. A study by Universidad Autónoma de México shows that 40% of the water supply is lost due to leaks, some because of breakage of pipes during the frequent earthquakes,
infrastructure,
some because the city still relies on pipes over 100 years old.
No ha sido una prioridad.
Rodriguez Marquez says that instead of investing to improve the infrastructure, the money spent on water projects has decreased for many years. We contacted
spending it on a
Mexico's
fucking
National
train
Water
instead.
Management Agency, and they declined our request for an interview. They also declined to answer the written questions we submitted about the water supply levels and the state of the
where that video that we just watched cut off is right where she says it.
Is it clear though?
Now, the government
No,
will continue
I'm
to
trying to
ration
find a different
distribution
one.
and continues to call on its citizens to conserve the precious liquid, forcing residents to patiently wait for water to come their way or get what they need, wherever they can. Gustavo Valdez, CNN, Atlanta.
That looks like really clean water for getting it out.
Hey
of
guys,
the
today I'm
street
going to be doing my
randomly like
187.
that.
Yeah.
Do we believe she's 15? Who's putting this whole ARG on if she's 15?
I don't know. But we'll get this first. She's got quite a smile, doesn't she?
I've been watching for some days.
Have you seen her puppet in Splitting Image?
I think I have, yeah.
The source of that information. You can also trust the Director General of Health and the Ministry of Health. For that information, do feel free to visit at any time to clarify any rumour you may hear, covid19.govt.nz. Otherwise, dismiss anything else. We will continue to be your single source of truth. We will provide information frequently. We will share everything we can, everything else you see.
You can pretty much cut that anywhere, and that's perfect. That's great. Her only good contribution was that soundbite.
Hey guys, today I'm going to be doing my 187,000 subscriber Q&A. My last one was about 67 subscribers, so I'm a bit late to
Look at
this
this.
one, but it's
What the fuck?
What do you think of these puppets?
That's awesome. You couldn't have designed it better.
Number 1. Do you own any pets? I do own a pet. His name is Martin. Here is Martin. He's awake right now, but he shouldn't be. He's really stupid. He's a dumb little critter, a dumb little animal. Doesn't even pay rent. Say hi, Martin. Say hi. Or don't. Okay. This is why I don't like him. Okay, anyways. Number 2. What's your favorite part about Charlie Unicorn Candy Mountain? None. I do not like anything about Charlie Unicorn Candy Mountain because, quite frankly, I think that Charlie Unicorn is pretty annoying and he's ugly. All right, number 3. That's an annoying orange. I actually love annoying orange. I have a plushie of him right here, and he talks. He freaking talks. Listen. I'm not irritating. I'm annoying. I love annoying orange. All right, number 4. Haircut tutorial. When? Do you guys really want a haircut tutorial? Like this hair? I don't see the appeal. I think I've got to get a haircut professionally anyway. So, someday, maybe. Number 5. What year is it? I'm getting pretty tired of this question.
Yes.
Do you guys not know how to read a calendar? Are my fans incompetent? I don't know, but the year should be obvious. It's on a calendar. Have you seen one?
Come on.
Number 6. Do you like mayonnaise?
You gotta tell us
song.
year you're
It's an
living in.
okay song on the.
I'm so conflicted. I don't know whether this is legit or a character or
It's an
someone who's
I'm telling you,
actually
this
young.
is an ARG. It's totally
reckon?
an ARG. Yes. It's
Okay.
gotta be. It's gotta. Bro, have you seen some of her socials and stuff?
Mm-mm.
You gotta go to her after you watch this video. Go to her page. She has like a fucking web zone. I forgot what it's like, an old school like website. It's really like there's a lot behind this. You know,
It's
like
another puppy.
like the thing is like the way she's talking too is like she's nailing it to be from that period of time. Like the way she
Yeah.
just talked about her lizard and everything. So it's like she's either not 15 or she's like really well prepped by the person who's constructing and directing the project.
Yeah. Mm.
This album, I mean, it's not the best, but it's certainly up there. So, and I'll give it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Number 7. Are you Brazilian? No, I'm not Brazilian at all. I have so many.
Wait,
Brazilian
what
friends,
album?
I don't know why.
I know why. What was the album? That will give us some context to what year this is.
What are you talking about?
That album. She just said she
The
looks.
song on
no
this
idea.
album. I mean,
Well,
do you like
go back to
mayonnaise?
when she.
Like the song, like it's an okay song on this album. I mean, it's not the
Mayonnaise?
best, but it's certainly up there. So, and I'll give it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Number 7. Are you Brazilian? Right. Number 8. Are you a guy? Do I look like a guy? Seriously?
That's me. That's me. I've been saying, "Are you a boy or a girl?" this whole time. That's what I keep asking her.
Kidding me right now? Are you a guy? Anyways, number 9. Thoughts on Justin
didn't
Bieber.
answer.
I despise Justin Bieber. I might even do a hate video on him because I hate him and his stupid little voice. Just like Fred, he's up there with Fred. Fred's number 1, Justin Bieber's number 2. I really don't like that guy. All right. Number 10. How did you add background music to your videos? It's pretty simple. I just have Windows Movie Maker and it lets you add background music, and I just download the MP3s off Napster. Number 11.
Okay.
Background music, and I just
That
download the
album
MP3s off
that she
Napster.
held up.
I have Windows
Hold
Movie
on.
Maker and it lets you
Listen.
add background music, and I just download the MP3s off Napster. Number 11. Is your hair real?
Hang on.
Is my
You're lucky I
What?
caught that.
Napster is dead by the time this is supposed to be taking place.
Uh-huh.
I think.
Yes, it is.
hair real? Yes. It's kind of scary. Okay. Number 12. What do you record on? It's a Logitech C250. I think that's it. I'll put a link to it in the description. So
Oh
you
my
can get
God.
This amazing quality.
Logitech doesn't exist anymore.
Number 13. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? As much wood as a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Obviously. Number 14. Do you have a NASA PC? Maybe. I might.
Okay, the
Well, there's
album
a
she
picture of
held
it on
up
my
was from
website, so you can go check it out.
1993.
It's E-Machines. They're a
Okay.
pretty good company. it's been treating me good, so. Number 15, what hair products do you use? Well, I use shampoo, and I use a blow dryer, and that's about it. So. 16, are you Cooper's sister? No, I'm not Cooper's sister, and honestly, my content's better than Cooper's. This is a certified Cooper war against Cooper, because I am so much
Yeah,
better.
Logitech. I have some
Number
Logitech stuff.
17,
I think
favorite
my
4chan
camera
game.
might be
I
a
honestly
Logitech camera
despise
that I'm
4chan.
using.
My
I think it's
camera
full of
and mouse are
losers,
Logitech. They're
dweebs,
not bad.
nerds,
Now.
and losers. If you are on 4chan, get off my page. Number 18, how old are you? It's in my bio. I'm 15. 1-5. Do I not look 15? Some people think I'm 20. I don't understand. All right, last but not least, number 19, are you human? Well, that's about it for this video.
Good
Give this
answer.
video 5 stars, subscribe, send this video to 5
5
friends so that they
stars.
can get all their questions they've been asking me so much answered, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
So this has been happening a
Hang on,
lot.
Go back. This is the super. We'll watch this next time. I put this in there
Hey,
for
guys.
you. Go to her page. You got to see her web zones, bro. What? What's so funny? There we go. Isn't this fucking awesome? Say no to AIDS. Give him. We see like Al Gore. Like there's no like if she's 15, someone else has to be directing her and running the ARG.
Surely. That's wild.
Like click some of those pop-ups, bro. See where they take you.
No.
I'm betting all my money on it's a dude. I've clicked them. It's wild. Like there's also now like fan channels for her. I put them on the list as well. There's like people who are fan channels of her.
Okay.
Like it's down a little lower. Like tip of Brocky's tongue. Brocky Cohen's. Brocky likes doing this. It's all
Tell me
from, like,
numbers. Names are irrelevant.
It's 2 down. It's literally right underneath the one we were watching.
Yeah.
Tell me numbers. What numbers? I'm not going to count from the top. Oh my god, this better not be copyright music.
No, it sounds like 8-bit something they
Uh-huh.
made. Oops. Ah! I think we're about halfway through. Is this all it is?
Yes. So you see what I'm saying? That this gets even weirder the more you go into it, though. There's a bunch of these.
This is weird.
Right?
This is very strange.
Something the level best level. Look, I put this on a long time ago, and you know, like there's so many of these videos, and they're all like this, right?
Strange.
I'll go to this guy's channel.
Okay. Hi guys, I'm gonna record a fucking public source video. Right? Okay.
How many views this
'cause
got?
I recorded so many sources, but they all
180.
private, and so today I'm gonna record public source. Okay, let's make some Sams.
Blackpink? Yeah, that's K-pop. Like this,
he broke YouTube.
This is the
he
dude
literally
making
broke
those weird.
YouTube.
This is the dude making those weird videos of what's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be a 15-year-old girl.
He broke YouTube with that note. I know why there's interruptions, YouTube. It's your shit website. There we go. And it's still broken. It really doesn't want me to play this video.
Yeah, I can understand why.
This is what you guys watch us for.
Okay. That's
high quality.
Bro, look.
Bro, me.
She literally commented on that video and said, "This is badass how you made this." I do that.
Dude, this is
bro
9 minutes long.
I know, right?
Okay. Let's see what I have. Ocarina.
An ocarina? Who the fuck just pulls out an ocarina? What is going on?
Bro, he's made 4 videos about her and tagged her in all of them. Bro, I don't think she's tagged in this one. Is this supposed to be AMR? ASMR? What is going on here, right?
I have no clue.
PlayStation! Fuck.
This is awesome. The fact that you're laughing at it. Like, dude, this is so fucking weird.
Oh, fuck.
I want to know what he's going to pull out next. Smack it. Smack it. No.
That's sweet.
What?
Oh my God.
I'm so confused. Is everyone as entertained as I am?
No.
Oh, that's my new camera. Okay.
This is awesome.
That's like the best shit, huh? Are they supposed to be stuck in time? No, I think this guy's just weird. I think he's got Axe body spray. Like,
yeah.
Oh, God.
This could be in Russia today, you know? Like, I don't know what they're doing over there at this point. And also, his video is too high quality compared to hers.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's happening?
It's ASMR, bro. He's an icon. He's a creator.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm mainly laughing at yours.
No, the comments are off.
Look this.
I was gonna leave him a comment. Saying "You do you, King."
There's comments enabled on other videos that he's got.
That's so strange. Use it how you want. Is what
It's
he
harder
says.
than a normal chat. What he's doing, or what are
literally
we
says-
finding this?
He literally says in the description, "Use it how you want," so we can use this video.
Oh, it's a public source video. Okay, so he wants us to remix his video.
Mhm.
Okay, I won't be doing that because
No,
he's like
thought about
12.
it.
But
Okay,
anyway,
I think that's calling it.
I think we're the only. What other channel is covering this breaking ARG? You know, where do they connect? Also, hang on, one more thing. Go to Brocky's channel, right?
Everything's already closed.
I got it.
You're screen sharing.
I got it. Because I'm already on his channel. Check this out. No. Actually, I just wanted to go because he has Rocky tagged there. Right. So if we go to here, right, she's got other associated channels here, and it says sub to my friends, and they all have like no subscribers, right? Like, what is this? What's going on here? 400 views. Fake WiiLeaks. Mia, is this supposed to be this kid? Okay, don't flag me for copyright now. Fucking asshole. See, nothing associating him to her. Me when I fart, and is that drag? Like, they're all like this, like these weird, like fucked up random channels that are all like that I can find connected to her. Oh, did I even switch the thing? Here we go. This is him. And I clicked this and it said those hosts ain't loyal, but thank God it didn't play because I was right. And then this one is like, what is this? Nazi shit, bro? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's strange.
And this is just welcome to my channel, and it's just dead. They're all dead. They can't hurt you anymore.
The fuck?
And it's just frogs dancing and stuff. Right?
It's very weird.
Uh-huh. And then we go to this one. Another channel with just random shit. Like,
how do you find this shit?
Look, Brocky did a great GTA review. Do you know how many views that shit has?
No.
Her GTA review?
No clue.
2.5 mil.
What the fuck?
Right?
That's a lot.
Yeah. Look, we haven't even seen this one.
Hey guys, Merry Christmas! It's finally Christmas. I've been waiting for this so long. But you guys are never gonna believe what I got for Christmas. Are you ready? Okay, look. Look, I haven't opened it yet.
I think you've shown me this.
It's so cool.
No, you're thinking of the GTA review.
Like, I already have the game, but now I have the collector's edition. I'm gonna show all my friends at school. They're gonna be like, "Whoa!" Yeah, here's the back of it. If you haven't seen it, because you don't have it, because I do. It's pretty cool.
2008 this came out. So she in 2000, are you in 2008?
I got an Xbox 360 for Christmas today. I'll put up a picture of it on the screen. I'll put a picture right here. Wait. I'll put a picture right here. Wait. I'm gonna put a picture right here of my Xbox 360 right here. I'm gonna see my Xbox 360 and you're gonna be so jealous because, like,
bro, it's got a chrome tray.
Yeah, that's a very early one.
That's such good attention to detail. I have a chrome tray one, actually. My broken ass one. I won't repair it or trade it in because it's got a chrome tray.
It's the collector's edition. I don't know if I want to open it because I feel like in like 5 years it's gonna be worth like $1 billion. So I might keep it sealed, and it can be like on display in my room. And when my friends come over, they can be like, "Whoa, that's awesome." That's about all I had to say.
Bro, like the fact that she's got a TV like this close to her bed to play video games and stuff, bro. I would love that shit when I was 15 in 2008. You're probably thinking of this video, which is, look at the description on this one.
It was in the used bin. It has like a little bike.
See what happens when I translate this.
But it's okay because I like this game. It's GTA San Andreas for the Xbox. I know, it's so cool. I'm gonna be reviewing it. I'd give this a good 8 out of 10 because I got to kill hookers and that's like my favorite activity ever. And
Okay, it translated to, I hope you like this new San Andreas review. This video is a normal video, and if you say otherwise in the comments, I will come after you. So all I did was Google search this, and what came up was alien language translator.
That's hilarious.
And I copied the alien text into there.
That's very funny.
There's like some satanic shit going on here. Okay, you got it. Hang on. The mystery deepens. Look, it's all comments from this person.
What the fuck? We don't have time for this. I want to go.
Weird.
That's very strange.
The inside, it didn't come with a manual. It was only $9, so it's I think that's Fat Smoke right there. And, there's the back. It's really cool. I'd say it was a pretty good game. What? What's that? Hello? Okay. Well, the game was good. I haven't played it all the way through yet, but so far I've been killing a lot of hooks.
See, the footage is distorting.
Yeah, it started when the alien came
I
in.
can kill hookers in so that I can stop getting arrested for doing it in real life. Because
that's such a joke from that era too, right?
sorry,
Yeah.
it's making me nervous, but I mean, killing hookers in real life is fun, but like when you get arrested for it, that goes like a record. That's like, sad. I hope they make a GTA San Andreas 2. I think that'd be pretty fun.
Hey guys, sorry for the technical difficulties. Anyways, that was about all I had to say about the game. Rate this video 5 stars, subscribe, and send this video to 5 friends if you don't want me to take your family away.
Okay. Enough of that.
What?
Very strange.
Who is Frankie? And now we got, okay, I gotta add this.
No! I'm going. Bye. See ya. Bye. I'm going.
I'm adding it for next
I'm
time.
actually going. I'm actually going. I'm actually going.
I'm adding it for next time, bro.
Jesus Christ.
Not now. It's an hour-long video. Are you crazy?